There are many races in this world, and there are people who know how to improve themselves. There are different types of werewolves, such as spiders or bats. And also demons are intelligent beings with their own powers and orders. Anyone can become a celestial being and achieve unlimited possibilities. Someone will become a godmother, a celestial being, beautiful and cheerful. And the other will turn into a strong and courageous Mistress Noiva, the creator of people. You can even choose the type of creature for yourself, for example. Become a beautiful phoenix or another dangerous monster. But you can also stumble upon a strange atavism. The sun illuminated the huge gates at the entrance to the city. There nearby, people were gathered, listening to the words of the wise gentleman. And someone did not interfere and stood nearby and watched this. He easily spat watermelon seeds out of his mouth. Relaxed in a chair, wearing sunglasses, he chewed a ripe fruit, thinking about how low the threshold for becoming a celestial was. His name was Ye Changqing, and he was in a novel about celestials, but something went wrong. It was 5 years ago that he suddenly found himself in the middle of a beautiful mountain landscape. At first, the guy decided that he had traveled in time. In his dreams, with the help of the system, he will be able to arbitrarily dispose of laws and engage in obscenities with partners in Taoist practice. His eyes sparkled at these fantasies and drool rolled down his chin. Raising his hand, Changqing confidently called out to the system. But no one answered. Only the birds screamed as they took off. He fell to his knees and cried, trying to call at least someone, a boss, a teacher, contacts. It was all useless, and after some time the guy barely made it to the nearest town. Immediately, he met an old man sitting in front of a sparkling blue ball who offered to measure the root of life. Of course, Changqing wanted to check. Approaching the ball, he touched it and immediately received a small electric shock. The ball sparkled, and the old man, seeing something there, could not believe how this was possible. The guy, full of confidence, asked to quickly tell him whether he really possessed such a powerful talent. However, it turned out that there was no root of life in him at all, and people immediately crowded around, surprised that such a person existed. So Changqing began to travel around the world, but not a single clan wanted to accept him. He knocked on the doors of all the sects and asked to take him, but without the root of life, no one needed the guy. In order to somehow survive, he found a small village. Lost in the mountains and eternally covered in fog, it was called the village of Xiaoqi. There, on one of the streets, Changqing opened his own shop to earn money for food. Drawing on knowledge from both worlds, he began to teach and run a household, and his days passed very calmly. Because the guy stopped striving for anything and resting more, his creative abilities rapidly increased. Changqing discovered many talents within himself, such as becoming a master of calligraphy, learned to play Go masterfully and defeat all opponents. Even playing string instruments came easy to him. It made me wonder if he had discovered his special skill in this world. But the guy was not at all happy with such abilities and enraged threw the brush on the table, breaking it. After all, evil spirits are rampant in this world. So what benefit is there in practicing art? His disciple sighed and said, Mr. Ye has once again indulged in his worthless fantasies. Hearing this, the guy froze, remembering that he was not alone here. Embarrassed, he closed his eyes and cleared his throat, trying to pull himself together. Hitting the board with his pointer, Changqing began to tell what they would talk about in today's lesson. However, the class was not at all ready for the lesson. The children scattered in all directions, some started fighting, others laughed and chatted. Of course, this behavior angered the teacher and he shouted at them, clenching his fist. And the students began to explain that a celestial being had come to the village to look for students and that their parents had told them to go to her to improve themselves. Another boy's father considered improvement more important than studying, and he asked if Mr. Ye also wanted to improve himself. The angry Changqing shook from such rudeness, but the children immediately apologized. He understood that these little kids still didn't know anything about respect. But then someone said, "We'd rather just laugh in front of you." And the guy was again overcome with anger and a desire to scold this child. And then a cry rang out. "The celestial being is here!" The guy couldn't hold on and fell in the passageway. And the children, wanting to see the girl as soon as possible, said goodbye and stepping on him quickly rushed to the exit. They ran into the city in a noisy crowd and Changqing could only shout furiously after them. On the widest street in the city, many people had already gathered to greet the arriving celestial being. She was a very beautiful girl and the main disciple from Taishuan Shrine, and her name was Lu Wu Shuang, and behind her was another beautiful younger girl, her fellow disciple Wang. The parents who vaccinated their children bowed low in greeting. With a wave of her hand, the girl ordered the selection of Taishuan's disciples to begin, and the servants who came with her obeyed her. A queue was organized and all those who wanted to stood one after another. A ball hung above the ground, and the servant opened the notebook when the first person approached and asked the child's name. The mother of the boy who was shamelessly picking his nose beamed and said that his name was Li Gusheng. Looking at him, the servant decided that children were no good in this place and that they had come in vain, but he still asked what the child's official name was. With an embarrassed smile, the woman replied, "Its name is Li Chunfeng." Hearing this name, Xuan turned around to see who was called that. The mother was surprised. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my son?" But the girl explained that she simply thought the name was very beautiful. Then the aunt told him about Mr. Ye, the smartest man in their village, who called him that. Xuan couldn't even imagine that such a Taoist expert could live in this place. Perhaps he could even walk the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, the servant asked the child to place his hand on the spiritual stone. The boy approached and took his finger out of his nose and placed his hand on the glowing blue ball. The next moment, he flared up like the sun, blinding everyone around. The shocked girl looked at the assistant, whose list in the notebook also began to glow like gold. It turned out to be a top-grade spirit root, shining like metal. And the boy, not understanding everything, began picking his nose again. Looking at him, the younger student admired, because such a type is extremely rare and people with him are considered incredibly talented. "What a good sign. Let's move on," the older student ordered. The children stood in a row and began to say their names, and they were all beautiful and strong. As the younger student wrote down their lines, they began to sparkle more and more. He was amazed at the tremendous luck that these names brought. The astonished Xuan turned to the boys, asking who had called them. The children answered without hesitation that these names were given by Mr. E. Meanwhile, Mr. Ye himself was nearby and was able to see a golden glow from behind the houses, immediately realizing that this was the light that the soul root of the highest quality possessed. He remembered telling the parents of his students that their children would never become celestials. As a result, seeing this light, the guy felt like a real laughingstock. The next morning, 2 students from Taishuan were walking around the village, the younger one happily jumping ahead. "These candied fruits are so delicious, no wonder there are so many talents here." But Shuang said that she had been here before and had not seen anything outstanding. Wang showed her sister the skewers of fruit that were almost perfect. The girls looked at the nearest shop, which was called Changqing's shop. When the senior student read the hieroglyphs, they seemed to separate, glowing with a golden light. The shocked girl froze in place, thinking that this was bad. Golden inscriptions surrounded and penetrated her body. Once in her head, Shuang entered a space filled with swords. Wang worriedly tugged the hovering elder's sleeve, asking what was wrong with her. When the girl woke up, she happily exclaimed, "I just entered the 6th level of the golden sword scroll." The younger one was amazed, because the teacher said that it takes 70 years to do this. Shuang didn't expect that just by looking at the hieroglyphs, her skill would increase so much. Apparently, the one who made the inscription was a great expert in the way of the sword. She grabbed Wang's hand and invited him to go inside the shop with her. When they went inside, the girls met a guy who was doing calligraphy. Coming out from behind the table, he greeted his guests and the senior student admired his taste. However, she felt that this person was not perfecting any skill and thought that he was ordinary. And Chang Qing, seeing her elegant clothes and makeup, realized that she served the Celestials and decided that such rich clients would definitely give a lot of money. And he said, "Look around, dear guests. The things here are beautiful. The prices are modest. We are not deceiving anyone." The girls walked around the store, and then the older student noticed something. There was a stunning painting hanging there, a portrait of a young man. An incredible power emanated from him, aiming at Shuang. Feeling that this was not good, she grabbed her sword. Blocking the powerful force of this picture, the girl could not resist it. And then the energy of the sword began to penetrate her body and fill her mind. Xuan closed her eyes and froze in place, her body trembling. Suddenly, she realized that she had advanced in cultivation again. The older student ran up to the shop owner and grabbed his hands, asking, "Who painted this picture and what kind of person is depicted in it?" The guy saw her happy face and decided that she was definitely going to buy the painting, and was even interested in the author. Smiling happily, he realized that it looked like he would be able to sell his self-portrait for a good price today. "I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the author of this painting is me, Ye Changqing," said the owner. Stunning the girls, he confessed, "This drawing is just a self-portrait, a sketch on which I am practicing." However, Xuan was so delighted with the painting that she couldn't believe it. After all, the sword spirit and fire on it are not at all the level that an ordinary practitioner can achieve. The boy was sad and apologized for disappointing the 2 beautiful fairies. The younger student upset him even more by saying, "It's just superficial, the hair, the clothes, just something not worth paying attention to." Xuan tried to object to her younger sister. Since she was still young, she did not understand the true meaning and was talking nonsense. But this only made the guy wonder if she really didn't understand. And the girl thought, this man is young and has an attractive appearance and energy, so why does he have an infinite sword spirit in the picture? She was interested in Changqing, who did not feel spiritual energy. He could deliberately suppress the power. Otherwise, why in the shop even a self-portrait helps to rise? Bowing low, the beauty introduced herself. I am a disciple from the sacred place of Taishuan, Lu Wu Shuang. I ask you, senior, to forgive my ignorance. However, the boy admitted, Madam, I am just an ordinary mortal. Don't call me senior comrade. But in his heart, he wanted to stop this false respect, not intending to bargain. The girl was incredibly surprised that having so much spiritual energy, one could call oneself a mere mortal. And then she realized that since the respected elder had such abilities, his solitude here had a deep reason. She was afraid to say the wrong thing and reveal the secret because it would certainly irritate him. And Changqing was thinking, why is this girl so polite to him? Does she really want to use the store for free? Whereas for the girl, he was a strong personality with whom one had to communicate carefully. And she said, you know, I've been into painting since I was a kid and your work has inspired me, so I want to use the word senior. These words made Mr. Ye delighted. He may not have had spiritual strength, but when it came to art, it was simply beautiful. He asked the girls not to be shy and to enjoy the walk, showing them the various assortments of the store. The younger student had many questions about the branches in the pot, which were bonsai, and the dry and sticky fruits in the jars, which were actually homemade snacks. She also came across a naked, armless female sculpture, and Changqing said that it was the most beautiful woman in the world. Xuan also approached the statue, and at first glance this image seemed offensive to her. But inside she saw indescribable beauty. The girl realized that it was impossible to achieve the ideal even if the limbs were restored. She was fascinated by the understanding of the world of sages and hermits. The many questions from curious ladies irritated the guy, since it was unclear whether they were going to buy something. But then Wang approached him with 2 wooden hairpins, asking how much they cost. Then, Mr. E raised 3 fingers, connecting his thumb and index finger. The girls said they understood, but Changqing didn't care how much they paid in 3 silver coins or 3 spirit stones. He would still end up in the black. The students looked at each other and began to think that for such an incomparable person to exchange treasures for worldly things would be an insult. For Shuang, the guy's gesture seemed to represent an infinite number of laws, and the 3 fingers pointed to the levels of life, while the circle, a symbol of fullness, had the shape of a coin. Everything became clear to her. He just needed to give him the coins. And the girl handed the stunned seller 3 copper coins. At first, he didn't understand that this was the entire payment, but soon it dawned on him that he had only been given 3 coins. The upset boy, who would now have to feed on air, considered the cultivators to be incredibly stingy, and the senior student was only glad that she did not let her sister use spirit stones and hurt the higher beings. Pointing to the painting, Shuang wanted to buy it, and Changqing could only smile. His hand holding the coins was shaking with anger because he had painted the portrait with such skill, and they were unable to truly appreciate the art. The guy had a hard time enduring it, because relationships are important in spiritual practice, but he put together a picture for his girlfriend. Looking at him with admiration and wanting to hear the master's wisdom once again, she said, Senior, will I be able to come to you for advice in the future? Mr. Ye had to agree, although he did not want such a woman to leave him without payment again. When the 2 lovely ladies left the shop, sunset was approaching. Smiling, Shuang hummed something to herself. Surprised, Wang asked why she was so happy, and the senior disciple replied, I just reached the 7th level of the Golden Sword Scroll. This amazed the younger sister, and at first she thought that the girl was joking, because if the 6th level requires 70 years, then the 7th level requires at least 200 years. She asked, Is it because of that handsome shop owner? And Shuang confirmed that this senior was indeed an outstanding person. With a heavy sigh, the girl said that this man possessed no small amount of strength. Stroking her younger sister on the head, she added, I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm under his influence. Then a light appeared under the girl's feet, and a whirlwind of air swirled around them. Flying up on the sword, Shuang said, Let's go. First, let's take the disciples to the sacred land to take part in the test. I have to think about how to inform the master and elders about this. And Changqing was already walking home, thinking about how these students were all getting the attention of the gods, and the painting was sold for pennies. He made everything even worse, and now he would have to wait for it all to end. On the way, he stopped by Wei restaurant as usual. The owner greeted the guy warmly, asking whether he would have the same 3 dishes for dinner again that day. But the upset Mr. Ye changed his order. "I didn't earn much today, just 2 appetizers and a jug of wine will be enough." Then the owner hugged Changqing, saying that thanks to him, their Wei family became successful. Such politeness surprised the guy, and he immediately thought that Li Leng had already left. And Mr. Wei, pouring wine, said, "Yes, all the children in our town left," and the teachers praised their choice of names, especially Li Leng. Sitting at the table, he continued the conversation. The spiritual teachers froze in place upon hearing the name Wei Zhongxiang, and the guy proudly replied that he had chosen this name with particular care. The man patted Mr. Ye on the back, assuring him, "Even though you don't have spiritual strength, you do have culture." Of course, the guy was very grateful for such words, and the owner ordered the teacher to be served a chicken thigh. Changqing was already about to start eating. Taking the fragrant meat, he was about to put it in his mouth, but then a strong blow landed on his stomach, causing him to drop his hip. Visitors looked at the large black-tailed dog in surprise. The guy straightened up with difficulty and couldn't believe what had happened. A dog named Black Emperor looked at him, wagging his tail and holding meat in his teeth. The restaurant workers came out to look and asked, "Is this the dog that got lost last year?" The guy confirmed this, and the dog began to lick the owner's face. Covered in drool, he fought off the happy dog with difficulty. 2 years ago, Changqing picked up this small black dog of an unknown breed and named it Black Emperor. He fed him scraps, which the dog didn't like at all. After some time, he disappeared, making a hole in the wall, and the guy thought that he had already become a snack for wild animals. Now all of Mr. Yi's pants and boots were covered in drool. He irritably called his pet a licking dog, but he still looked at his master with the same devotion and barked. Upon entering the house, the dog immediately rushed forward. He sat down next to a huge painting of a dancing dog, which surprised Changqing. The dog was shaking terribly, and the boy remembered that he had been just as afraid before and wanted to examine the canvas. Before going to bed, Mr. Yi warned the dog, "Your kennel is in place. Don't keep looking at the painting, otherwise you'll get scared again and shit yourself." The pet watched attentively as the door closed behind its owner, and then a golden aura flared up around him. The emperor's body began to show bulging muscles, and he stood up on 2 legs. The dog did not expect that after being tempted by the fox, he would be able to return to his master. He recalled with anger how the vile fire demon had teamed up with others to return him to his original state. Suddenly there was a knock from behind the door. The dog was afraid that demons from the southern mountains had come, but Changqing's hand appeared from there, holding out a bowl of food, and he said, "There's still some food left. Eat it, and then sleep." The emperor, who was incredibly happy, regretted leaving his master and promised to be the best dog and never run away. And the guy, lying in bed, thought about how his pet had spent this year away, even though his stately figure and cowardly nature had remained unchanged. Turning on his side, he thought that he had made a mistake in taking the dog as a model when he painted that picture. Then he hoped the dog would become a demonic ruler. But he turned out to be just a licker. Behind the door, the emperor ate his food and no longer worried, because thanks to the master's protection, all the demons would be ants. While licking the plate, the dog thought about his fate, which was determined by the picture created by the owner, and awakened the blood. However, this time he did not bring Mr. Ye a gift and decided to slip away and make a surprise. So at night, a black shadow flashed over the sleeping Changqing. And then came a clear, warm morning. The guy began to slowly wake up and open his eyes. He rubbed his face, and it seemed to him that the bed became smaller. Mr. Ye touched something soft and warm with his hand. Turning around, he was shocked to find a sleeping girl on the bed next to him. She was very beautiful, with fair skin and blonde hair. The horrified and embarrassed boy screamed, "Woman!" The blonde's leg pressed against Changqing's groin, and he screamed. Looking at the girl, he tried to understand what was happening. At first, Mr. Ye thought he was dreaming, and he slapped his hand on her thigh. The feeling seemed very real to the happy guy. But then the 9th Princess Yang Yingxing woke up after feeling the blow. The shocked girl looked around, realizing that she was not alone here. Changqing sat next to her, smiling, and greeted her. However, she did not wait for his words and waved her hand, slapping the guy with all his might, leaving a mark. Mr. Ye fell out of bed with a bang, and the princess asked who he was. Pointing her finger, she began to shout, "What are you doing in my bed? You know who I am?" The confused and frightened girl called for security, ordering them to seize the man. Holding her cheek, Changqing comforted her and explained that this was his home and his bed. The screams could be heard even on the street where the Black Emperor sat wagging his tail. The happy dog found this lively and thought his owner was having a good time. And then Jan stood up and said, "Get out of here. and kicked the guy with incredible force. From such a blow, he flew out the door, landing on his back. The dog ran up to Mr. E, barking. He wanted to know if the owner was happy with the gift, but he didn't understand him and only scratched his head, wondering where this girl came from. Changqing looked sternly at the dog and reprimanded him for allowing someone to enter, and the dog only barked in response, but in fact, it was he who brought her. Meanwhile, the princess was sure that yesterday she had slept at the courier station since she ended up here. Was it really because of this guy? But when Yang hit him, the gentleman didn't look like he had the strength to overcome his defenses. And the girl decided to be cunning, and if he had bad intentions, she would kill him. Shoes clattered on the wooden floor as the princess stepped outside. Standing in the middle of the yard, she began to look around doubtfully. But everything around was completely empty and there was only a small table at which Mr. E was sitting. Jan called out to the focused guy at the top of her voice, but he didn't respond. She hurried towards him with quick steps. The girl didn't expect that the thief would still be here, and even playing chess in a cultured manner. She reached out her hand to smash his go board, but her limb began to tremble, and the princess froze, not understanding what was happening. A strange light emanated from it, and she had to cover her eyes. The energy of this party was incredibly huge. It seemed like Jan's head was going to explode, and she called for someone to help. Finally, Changqing noticed that someone had approached. He looked at the girl's twisted face in amazement. She had slept all night, and now she was like this. Was she really trying to deceive him? The dog also noticed the strange behavior of the guest. But he knew that his master's party was covered by countless streams of energy, and not many could withstand it. And yet it was his gift, and this time he decided to help. Meanwhile, in the illusory world, the darkness began to crack. From there, breaking through the darkness, a huge black dog burst out. The girl looked at him in horror, not expecting anyone to break through to her. She realized that it was the dog who helped her deal with this trap. However, this was not the end, and Yang began to fall into the dark infinity. From fear and strong spiritual pressure, she lost consciousness. The Black Emperor rushed forward, realizing that her soul and body were separated. But the real god here was Mr. Ye, and by easily moving the pieces, he helped the girl get out. In reality, he was simply playing a game. Concentrating on the game, the guy was glad that he was finally able to solve this game. Finally waking up, the princess fell to her knees, exhausted. She was shaking. She felt her soul leaving her body, as if through the gates of hell. Raising her head, Yang saw the dog and decided that since he helped her get out of the illusory world, he must be of a powerful level. If it weren't for this dog, her soul would have left long ago. And the emperor believed that the master's strength was largely responsible for saving the girl. Then Changqing noticed that something was wrong and turned to the guest. "Are you okay?" The girl looked at him silently and couldn't believe that this guy was so strong, even subdued a black demonic dog. She thought with admiration that this was the hidden power that was spoken of in the books. But the next moment the princess drooped. She definitely couldn't do anything to him. And Mr. Ye, shocking Yang, suggested, "Maybe you are good at Go. Since you were staring at the board for so long, let's play a game." With difficulty, she began to rise. She remembered the instructions of the old men, who said that powerful people have strange morals. Apparently, the girl had offended him in some way, and now it was better to surrender immediately. She folded her arms and refused, not daring to do anything in front of her elder. However, Changqing smiled at this, surprised that he was called a senior again, and said, "It's okay. I haven't had much to do these years, so all I can do is immerse myself in techniques." It seemed to the girl that his skill had reached its peak, and he had nothing more to improve. Meanwhile, the guy was already setting up the pieces, asking her name, and he asked where she was from. And the princess, looking at him, felt incredible charm and attractiveness. She was unsure whether to reveal her true identity, so as not to cause trouble for her father, the emperor. Reaching for the other figures, Mr. Ye said, "It seems that your clothes and appearance are unusual. You probably also practice the art of cultivation. Were you someone's apprentice?" And Yang admitted that she simply received guidance from a few teachers at her home. "I understand," Changqing replied calmly, continuing to fill out the board. But in his heart, he was furious because ordinary people couldn't afford several art teachers, and she didn't even think about leaving. They sat silently opposite each other while the boy finished setting up the pieces. Finally, he completed his arrangement by placing the last one. And he asked, "Yan, how do you think the blacks will get out of this situation?" Looking at the board, the girl saw that they were trapped. But suddenly she was again plunged into an illusory world. She felt the mighty roads of the world. The princess fell into the path of fate. Like shining carp in a sea of stars, great powers surrounded her. Only unlike last time, this path seemed more friendly to Yang. Breathing heavily, the enchanted girl could not utter a word. and realized that she had reached the transition through the step. The worried guy called her by name, and she was finally able to come to her senses, opening her eyes. The princess stared in admiration at Mr. Ye, who was waving his hand in front of her face, not understanding what was going on. He sighed and decided that it seemed like all the cultivators were a little out of their minds. After apologizing, Yang asked what kind of game Changqing was playing, but the guy silently stood up and turned away from her. He waved his hand and replied, "I was just bored, so I decided to have some fun." And, a little embarrassed, he added that he was playing tic-tac-toe. Remembering the arrangement of the pieces on the board, the girl could not believe that it was such a simple game. She wanted to look at the board again, but the emperor held her back, because next time he might not save the princess. However, she still reached out, wanting to know the truth. In the mountains of this world, one could also see Taishuan, the sacred land of the Tao Paths. And on a high hill, the Gifeng Temple could be seen. There was a crowd inside. Someone was shouting, "Your temple must be excluded." The tall elder, Saint Guifeng, Chang Xuan tried to calm his younger brother, but Hezui Quirin continued to assert, "My subordinates are mainly from lands where spiritual energy has been depleted, so for several hundred years, no good recruits have been found. Today, Mount Taishuan has reached its weakest state." The smiling man, Juyu Mo Ren, said not to panic, because this was the ascension site of their old ancestor. Another cultivator, Qin Hong Zhenren, also spoke up. "That's right, why don't you look for the reasons within yourself? Have you been seriously cultivating? Haven't you been in the bottleneck stage for many years now?" An angry Hezui said that he had closed himself in meditation 2.5 years ago, and the saint kept trying to reconcile them. But the two men continued to mock the younger brother, causing him to flare up with anger. Suddenly, someone called the teacher. They came to report about the situation with the new students. The sect leader patted Hezui on the shoulder and said, "Let's hear about the new disciples first, and then we'll talk." A guy in a long gray robe entered the room. The young man was very handsome and bowed and reported, "Li Changming, the outstanding one, the most handsome in Taishuan, presents himself to the teachers." However, the elders did not want to listen to his praise. The embarrassed young man cleared his throat, getting ready to continue the conversation. Unfolding the parchment, he began to list that this time he accepted 180 disciples, 100 of whom had a low spiritual level. The elder from Gifen was delighted that all the strong children were from his area, and another cultivator congratulated him. Lichin also said, 72 people with average spiritual roots, and Zhenren gloated, because they surpassed last year's figures in Zhangfen, and in the town of Hezui, there was no one at all. The cultivator was furious at this suggestion. He instantly grabbed the sword, intending to draw it. Lightning flashed. The man's aura forced the cultivators to retreat. Hezui was about to raze Shaoqi town to the ground. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk, provoking the elder even more, about the super high level of 1 person and the high level of 7. But the next word, Shaoqi, caused the cultivator to break abruptly. He turned around, not believing what he heard. Hezui happily asked again if the high spiritual root was really from Shaoqi. Having rolled up the scroll, the young man congratulated his older brother on receiving talented students. The other cultivators didn't believe that such a thing was possible. How could so many talents suddenly appear from a small town when there had only been a single disciple with a middle root in the last 300 years? Of course, Hezui angrily exclaimed, "Is that so? Then only you can have disciples with high spiritual roots?" And the others began to ask the Lord to double-check everything. Only Chang Xuan stopped them when he saw something. He had a list of names in his hands, and the elders looked at it as the leader explained. The new students were previously called Porridge and Dogs, but after training their names were changed. They looked with surprise at the prominent names of each child. The most striking was Wei Zhongxiang, who had a Confucian spirit about him, and the cultivators thought that one of the religious teachers was teaching them. All the names were different. Some were refined, others were masculine or religious. Now the men were sure that the man who inspired the students was certainly an outstanding master of Confucianism and Taoism. Throwing up the list of names, Hezui was sure that this was a blessing from the gods. But Zhenren realized that his elder brother was silent, which meant he must have felt something unusual, and Changshuan confirmed it. He was worried about how he had raised so many talents in a small town in just a few years. And the man thought about it for a long time. And I came to the only conclusion it could only be the progenitor. Maybe he returned to Shiochi and blessed these children. Hezui was happy and laughed and shouted that he was saved. But his brother still had doubts and wanted to see the results of the heavenly ladder test. The master agreed with him. This is a true test to check the student's qualifications. Even the possessor of a great gift needed 7 hours to reach the top. Changmin beamed as he corrected them, finishing in 6 hours and 3/4. Genren argued that if Hezui's disciples couldn't even touch the ladder, they would be useless, but he was sure that they were just jealous of him. And then someone appeared at the door with a message. The elders went outside where the senior disciple Lu Wu Shuang appeared before them. She bowed to the respected teachers, introducing 7 new students who were completely calm, and one was even picking his nose. The head of the sect came forward, scolding the girl for interfering with the test. However, she kept her head down and did not dare to break the rules. And she said, "I just came here and found that these new students had already passed the ladder test and were waiting here." The teachers were shocked by this news and froze in place. A little time passed and the already dressed children bowed before the teachers, saying their names. Hezui even shed tears from such good manners. The elder called the first child, Chun Feng, and the boy approached him. Chang Xuan extended his hand and placed it on the disciple's head, intending to probe his spiritual roots. And then a bright blue aura flared up around. The master was stunned, because it was the embryo of a soul that was fed only by ancestral roots. Xuan, who was observing all this, became interested in what the innate energy rhythm and subsequent spiritual roots are. The head of the sect told the girl that when a student reaches the highest level in his practice, he can interact with the Great Path and cause energetic radiance. And the subsequent spiritual roots are extreme. And they only arise when from an early age the student receives an innate energetic influence. The man finished. He recalled how, 1,000 years ago, the saints had united to create a place of innate energetic influence, but it had ended in failure. And so it was amazing to find these energy fields in a small town and 7 at once. The cultivators thought about how strong the man in Jeochi was and how great it would be to see him. But he probably didn't think their holy land was important since he didn't come to them. And Xuan was also amazed by the power of her predecessor, who turned out to be a creature that even the holy head fears. Chang Xuan ordered his brother to take the girl with him and take the children to Mount Linjiang, and Hezui agreed with a smile. Turning around, he abruptly waved his hand, intending to leave. The man called the children to come with him and walked forward with a confident gait. After a short journey, they finally arrived at Mount Linjiang. The elder immediately began to drink tea. "You're glowing. The visit to that town was a success, wasn't it?" he said to the girl, handing him the cup. He began to drink, and Xuan, with a bow, assured him that she did not dare deceive the teacher. And then she shocked the teacher by confessing, "I have already reached the 7th level in the Golden Sword Scroll." Hezui couldn't understand how she had advanced so quickly. Grabbing the student by the shoulders, he asked what had happened. The confused girl tried to calm the master down so that he would listen to her. The man moved away, cleared his throat, and came to his senses. He turned around to check with Shuang if she really met that great man in the small town. Wiping away the sweat, the student admitted that she had indeed accidentally stumbled upon his hiding place. She pulled out a rolled-up parchment from her sleeve and said, "We also received one of the master's works." The elder turned around in interest as the girl handed over the parchment and added that this image of the master had served as an inspiration to her. Deciding to take a look at it, he took the drawing from Xuan's hands. Slowly, Hezui began to unfold the powerful portrait. The man had to turn away from the bright light of his aura, covering his eyes. When he finally got a good look at the drawing, he just opened his mouth in amazement. And in Xiaoqi, all was calm. Master Ye continued his game of Go, while Princess Yang watched him. She watched with great admiration as the boy elegantly moved the pieces. However, Changqing was distracted by this constant gaze and asked why the girl was looking at him. She beamed and replied that everything was fine and that she was just curious. And the guy couldn't understand how she changed so quickly because she just looked at the chessboard. Every day, Yang began to address him respectfully and woke up even earlier than Mr. Ye, admiring his activity. "I swept the yard, although the foreman said it was not necessary." She helped a lot in the store and hardly rested, insisting that she was not tired. Looking at how skillfully the girl poured tea, Changqing wondered if she really wanted to buy his painting at a lower price. Smiling and beaming, the princess offered him the drink, and her happy face gave the guy an idea. Perhaps she is attracted by his attractive appearance. The embarrassed Mr. Ye couldn't ignore the beauty's attention. Calmly rearranging the pieces, he turned to Yang. Smiling, he offered to go grocery shopping together, as he was planning to cook a special dish today. The central street of the small village was crowded. Everyone around greeted Changqing and he waved back with a smile. The guy stopped at the counter and the girl was amazed by his respect and veneration among the locals. He started arguing with the saleswoman over expensive vegetables. But the princess only admired the master's modesty and friendliness even more. Next, they went to the butcher's shop, where they happily asked him what Mr. E would buy today. He asked for 2 pounds of the best pork side, and the seller began to cut up what he needed. When everything was ready, he tied the meat beautifully, tightening the bow. While handing over the goods, the man asked, "Have you brought your wife with you today?" The embarrassed girl blushed, realizing that they were talking about her. But Changqing corrected the salesman. "You are mistaken, Lady Yang is my guest." The man added in a whisper, "My neighbor told me that there was a lot of fuss in your house a couple of days ago. Take care of your health." And the guy, knowing that the princess would soon return to the capital, justified the residence so that she would not be offended. But the girl did not even pay attention to this. Irritated, Mr. Ye hoped that she would leave soon, because his hut was not able to support anyone else. And Yang, giggling, was already trying on the word wife. And somewhere on another street a strange group was walking, from which all the people ran away. They looked like bandits, with pointed ears, fangs, and upturned noses. One of them sniffed, drawing in the air through his nose. And he said, "Boss, I felt the breath of the Black Emperor right in this store." Their leader was especially pig-like, intending to bring this Black Emperor back and please the Fire King. The robbers laughed, rejoicing that the Emperor had received serious wounds and had returned to his original state. Approaching the shop, they kicked down the door. Right at the threshold, they were met by a black dog, and the bandits shouted at him to get out of there. "Today you will die, and you will have no peace," the leader cried furiously. The dog was calm. "Stupid pig, did you really dare to follow me?" However, they were confident that the Emperor now meant nothing, and they got down to business, preparing to attack. And suddenly, a golden aura flared up around the dog, turning into a huge monster, and he said, "On the master's land, even the red fire means nothing. I didn't intend to commit murder, but you crossed the line." From the store came plaintive cries. "What's going on, brother? Save me, my demon pearl is broken." But in the holy land of Taishuan, everything was calm. The sect leader spoke to Chang Ming. "You are a disciple with a high chance of becoming the next saint ruler. What do you think of such a powerful figure appearing in Xiaoqi?" The young man replied, "It seems he is not hostile to our land. I think he just happened to be there." The elder was confident that if this was the case, then the sacred land of Taishuan would definitely prosper. The door to the room swung open with a loud bang. Calling the elder, a joyful Hezui entered, followed by his student. The master's behavior confused her a little, and she sighed heavily. Turning around, Saint Guifeng was surprised. Didn't he leave with the new disciples? But suddenly he noticed something surprising in the younger one. This man achieved a breakthrough in such a short time. The astonished elder asked, "You have been stuck at the same level for 2,000 years, why now?" But Hezui didn't care about the breakthrough, and he unfolded the picture in front of the leader. At first, the old man did not understand what was so special about her. Looking more closely, her true strength was revealed to him. There was a tremendous amount of energy contained in this portrait, and it was bursting out. It seemed that the spirit of the heavenly ruler himself was hidden there, and thousands of his spiritual swords come out from there. Looking straight into the golden glow of Changshuan's aura, he was blinded. Many transparent swords attacked the elder, and he didn't know what was happening. It was as if an abyss had opened above them, subordinate to a higher being from which golden blades flew endlessly. The two younger students standing nearby also couldn't withstand the pressure of this force. Shuang cried out in panic, "Supreme! Close the scroll first!" Finally, having folded his palms into a seal, the old man managed to roll up the parchment. Shocked, he breathed heavily, trying to come to his senses. While the elder was clutching the painting tightly in his fist, everyone noticed that the light from it was gradually beginning to fade. Everyone looked around the room in surprise, as it turned out to be studded with transparent swords. Thousands of blades were stuck into the doors, floor and ceiling. Exhaling, the head admitted that it seemed like everything was over, and the swords really did slowly begin to disappear. Saint Guifeng approached Hezui and clapped him on the shoulder. And with delight, the Supreme One wondered where the student got this picture with such a high understanding of the sword. In response, Hezui asked to be allowed to tell Lu Wushuang about this. Bowing before the Supreme Elder, she confessed, this painting was given to her by a tall man from Xiaoqi. She also added that he allowed her to turn to him for advice at any time. A stunned Changming asked the girl again if all this was really true. She calmly replied that she had never lied, and even her accompanying sister Wang could confirm this. This made Changshuan laugh out loud. The cultivators looked at the Lord in surprise, wondering why he suddenly laughed. Little by little, the old man, who had become more cheerful, began to calm down and the laughter died down. However, he immediately exclaimed, "We are really lucky in Taishuan, aren't we?" Smiling, Saint Guifeng asked the disciple Li, "So, your elder received the teaching only from a painting, and yet this master allowed her to turn to him for any question. Does she know what this means? But the girl did not know the answer to this question and asked for an explanation. And Changshuan said, "This means that the person you met is most likely the ancestor of our school, and it also means that he has no plans to leave Shaoqi for now." Beaming with happiness, the ruler was confident that they would now rise to new heights. Pointing to Shuang, he appointed her as the holy priestess of the sacred land of Taishuan, standing next to the holy sun. The girl was both confused and delighted by the new status, but the young man was not at all happy and only exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the city was, as always, crowded and noisy. Someone spread gossip about Sister Li of Mount Linjing being appointed as a saint, and people thought that this decision was hasty. The girls were walking down the street, and junior student Wang overheard this conversation. As they walked further, they heard more voices. The cultivators were aware that Li Changming had been appointed as the saint's successor, but now the situation had changed. Given his pride, it might cause discontent. A Wang thought that the saint wanted Shuang to take Li Changming's place as the heir, but the girl said, "Although I have natural talent in the field of ascension, I only have a single attribute and do not originally have the qualification of a saint." She thought that this time the saint was probably guided by the promise given to her by the elder Yi. The younger sister was surprised that even a saint thought that this handsome shop owner was so strong. Shuang had an idea. If she contacted Elder Ye a few more times, then she would definitely gain powerful strength, and thus she will become a real saint. But Changmin was sad. His face became pale and there were bags under his eyes. Sitting under the tree, he cried, not understanding why the teacher decided to choose his younger sister as a saint. The guy was shaking all over and shedding tears when one of the local girls noticed him. Sitting down next to him, she began to console the young man. "Don't worry. This time Shuang went to Xiaoqi to recruit a few more disciples. She must have just been lucky." And then the boy realized that all this must have happened when Sister Wu met her ancestor in the city. To the girl's surprise, Changmin jumped to his feet with an angry face. Shrouded in a strong aura, he raised his hand, and he called upon his sword, which immediately appeared at his call in blue flashes. The strong wind and electricity coming from the blade made the young student turn away. Jumping onto the sword, the young man flew forward. He was sure that with his double roots and attributes, his ancestor would definitely appreciate him more. Changming thought with a smile that if the elder helped him and taught him, then Sister Shuang would no longer be a threat. He quickly rode away on his sword, intending to reach Xiaoqi City. Changqing and Princess Yang were walking there peacefully, and then the guy decided to find out why the girl ended up in his bed that night. Embarrassed, she replied that she didn't know, but she added, "I just felt itchy when I woke up." And when Yan opened her eyes, she saw Mr. Yi touching her. Feeling ashamed, Changqing tried to justify himself because he had done nothing. However, his outstretched hand was suddenly grabbed. Squeezing it in her palms, the princess said, "I understand that the master is not such a person and is not interested in such dirty things." The girl was beaming with happiness and was sure that their meeting was an order from heaven. The confused guy thought she had misunderstood something. After all, he was not a celestial being and he was interested in all these dirty things. But suddenly, a tear ran down his cheek and his lips curled. Changqing was terribly sorry that he did not have enough strength and was simply afraid to take on the matter. And then his gaze fell on something unusual. It was a strange young man who walked on tiptoe down the street as if trying to hide. The alarmed boy couldn't believe that this was possible. In his panic, he couldn't believe that there were such monsters in this town. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Changming was flying towards the small town of Xiaoqi. There in the mountains, a strange energy flow was felt, and the cultivator remembered what his teacher had told him about it. As he approached quickly, he felt this stream under a small pond in the village. The energy led him to a small shop. Having flown up to her, the guy stopped with his foot on the ground. In this place, the energy flow was the densest. He noticed a sign above the doors, and when he read it carefully, he realized that it was not at all ordinary. He cried out in shock as the power enveloped him. From there, a sharp sword flew towards Changmin. He passed through the young man's chest like a golden arrow. Sweat was running down his face. Even if the guy had not trained in sword art, he could still feel the enormous power contained in this place, and he realized that this was probably where Shuang got her chance. He sighed, hit his fist against his palm, and bowed, greeting the elder. "Tai Xuan, the inheritor of the sacred world, Li Changming, I ask you to grant a meeting with the ancestor." But no one heard his high-flown words, and there was silence all around. Raising his head, the cultivator saw that the door to the shop was open and immediately wondered if the ancestor had left. And he went inside. although he thought that it was not good to break into the ancestral home like that. But Changmin left the house without the teacher's knowledge, and he didn't have much time. This time, the guy really wanted to achieve something. With this attitude, he confidently stepped inside. Seeing someone inside, he immediately introduced himself as a disciple from the Holy Land. There, in the center of incredible energy and dead bodies, sat a strange creature with black fur and a tail. When it turned around, the dog's eyes flashed scarlet. The monster stood on its hind legs and incredible power emanated from it. The young man opened his eyes in horror, not expecting to see something like this here. Unable to stay on his feet, he sat down on the floor, hitting his tailbone. After all, he trembled and didn't know how a demon lord-level beast appeared in this village. But suddenly someone's hand fell on Changmin's shoulder. He turned around and screamed, because it seemed to him that there was a monster standing there too. However, the next moment, a smile blossomed on the face of the man who appeared and he asked, "It seems you were scared. Is everything okay?" Stuttering and shaking with fear, the boy pointed inside the store, claiming that he saw something there. Mr. Ye wondered what could be in his shop. In shock, the young man asked again if this was really this man's store. Having put down the basket of vegetables, the guy stood up, confirming that this was indeed the case. While he was talking with the guest, Princess Yang was already approaching them. Despite Changmin's warnings, the boy went to see if there was anything strange inside. Opening the door, he looked back, calling the Black Emperor. But then Mr. E noticed something unusual. There were many wild boar bodies scattered around the shop, and suddenly an idea came into the guy's head about how this happened. He gave Miss Yang a basket of groceries. Then turning to the frightened young man, Changqing began to explain, thinking that the young man had misunderstood. The stunned cultivator wondered what they could have told him, and the shop owner said, "Although I sometimes collect mountain goods to sell, I have never collected mountain boars." But the guy looked at him with a completely uncomprehending look. He wondered what this man meant, and he decided that this gentleman probably wanted Changmin to help him remove the demonic bodies. Suddenly, the Black Emperor interrupted Changqing with his barking. Seeing the dog, the young man froze in horror, his eyes wide open. In an instant, he jumped back to the very exit. Pointing his finger at the dog, the guy shouted, "It's him!" However, Mr. Yes smiled brightly and grabbed the dog by the scruff of the neck, saying, "This is my pet. He's a little stupid. Don't be offended." And in the eyes of the young man, this dog with a strong aura was a bloodthirsty monster. He was truly horrified that someone would keep the Demon King as a pet. Taking a long breath and calming down, the guy thought that this could be the one he was looking for. Changmin bowed deeply and introduced himself again, greeting the elder and saying that he had come for guidance. Listening to all this, Changqing only looked at the guest with bewilderment. With excitement, he realized that as soon as he was called a senior, it meant that something was not right, and that this was again a person from the Holy Land of Taishuan. Last time a girl showed up and took the painting for 3 coppers. This time they angered the guy even more by leaving wild pigs in exchange. He thought angrily, "Were all cultivators so greedy?" Standing in front of the shaking youth, Mr. Ye finally calmed down, deciding that the wild pigs were quite plump, and if he sold them to a butcher, he could get 8 liang. And Changmin was in a panic, trying to understand why the ancestor didn't speak. Did he really disturb his peace? He was overcome with a mad fear that he had angered his elder. Only this elder was now busy counting the boars and how much he could get from them. It came to 13 liang and the guy even lit up in anticipation of a big profit. Approaching the very sad young man, Changqing patted him on the shoulder, and to his surprise, he agreed to mentor the young man. Smiling, Mr. Ye thought that it seemed like there were intelligent people in the immortal world. He asked happily, "Have you also come for a painting or calligraphy?" At first, Changmin couldn't figure out what other painting he was being offered. But then he remembered that his elder sister Shuang had shown the master a sacred relic. He jumped up abruptly and grabbed the shop owner by the hand. Tears streamed down the young man's cheeks as he replied to the stunned Changqing, "You're right, that's why I'm here." Mr. Ye waved his free hand and invited the boy inside. He was going to get a little more serious since they were giving him so many boars. Changmin thought that this senior was surprisingly so cute. Taking his chin, the guy thought that he already recognized him. Such a wonderful man. Meanwhile, Changming imagined how they ran and jumped under the setting sun of the sacred land of Taishuan. Looking up from his letter, he asked the boy if there was a word he wanted to see on the canvas, and he began to throw out options. Changming just laughed quietly, looking somewhere to the side, and Changqing wondered what he was looking at. The Black Emperor thought that he was afraid that he might notice him, but it seems that he is not very smart. Having bitten the guy on the hand, he mentally told himself not to be rude in front of the owner and to sober up. Changmin, who hadn't expected this, awkwardly stepped back while the dog's jaws were on his hand. Hearing the strange sounds, Changqing turned around and asked him what was wrong with him. The Black Emperor was already sitting quietly next to the guy, and he awkwardly said that they were just playing. Taking up his brush, Changqing exclaimed that he would then make a laughingstock of him. At that moment, Yingxing entered the room, announcing that the material was ready. But then she noticed that it was not the eldest who wanted to write hieroglyphs. She immediately rushed to the table and offered to help him rub the ink. Changqing didn't ask her, but simply accepted her help. Coming closer, the girl pushed Changmin away. As she rubbed the ink, she thought about how she used to be completely immersed in a game of chess when she watched it. If it is calligraphy, then who knows what endless truths and laws it will contain. As he loaded his brush with ink, Changqing said to himself that at that moment the pen was 1 centimeter away from his paper. He began to move his brush across the paper, thinking that in a quarter of an hour everything would change. Anyone who sees this inscription will be absolutely enchanted by it. Yingxing noticed that the gentleman was completely immersed in his thoughts while waiting, and Changming thought that this might be his only chance. And the movements of the brush continued, and it seemed as if the painting had gone beyond the boundaries of the canvas. Noticing that he was surrounded by the sight of the painting, Changmin's mouth dropped open in surprise. A second later, he and Yingxing were in a painting. Cranes were flying in the sky. Looking at the sky, Yingxing said that when the elder wrote vigorously, his aura seemed to transport one to the scene. Standing on one of the mountains, Changmin noticed that he could feel it. Tears welled up in his eyes and he said that he could feel true intention and purity in Senior Ye's movements. Suddenly, a green flame began to glow around him, and he exclaimed that it was the rhythm of the sword. And the next moment, the hieroglyphs entered his head in a stormy stream and shone in the sky. Changqing put down his brush after finishing the painting. After stretching his shoulder, he noticed that he had done well. Hearing some strange sounds from the side, he turned around to look at their source. It turned out that it was Yingxing and Changming who were shaking and making strange sounds. Moving behind their backs, Changqing placed his hands on their shoulders, bringing them back to consciousness. Looking at the guy, he said that he had already had 2 or 3 attacks today, and if he was sick, then he needed treatment. Changmin then folded his hands together and bowed to the elder, telling him that he had achieved the highest level of skill, and that he too had learned a lot. Changqing replied that these were all trivial skills unworthy of attention, and he himself thought that finally there was someone who understood. Approaching the table, he began to roll up the canvas, and then he handed it to the guy. Changmin extended his hands to receive it and thanked the elder. And then the guy asked him to name the inscription. Changqing thought for a moment and said that it was created as a token of gratitude for his generous gift. It immediately struck him and he exclaimed that it would be called generous gratitude. Changmin thought that generous meant generosity and the ability to accept everything, and gratitude symbolized mutual respect. It dawned on the boy, and he thought that the elder was truly a great master, capable of ascending to the higher world, since he was able to say such profound words. He thought that he was following the path of longevity, and that this inscription contained the highest harmony of the sword. Suddenly he realized that perhaps the teacher was hinting to him that all his previous training had been wrong. It's no wonder then that his skill hasn't progressed all these years. It seems his true goal must be related to the art of the sword. Changqing waved his hand and said that he couldn't help him any further and that he should deal with it himself when he returned. Changmin thought excitedly that the teacher was hinting to him that he should understand himself and choose a path. Following this, Changming, sobbing, flew out of the room in his place, exclaiming that giving up the path of longevity meant giving up the title of a holy son. He needed to think about it. Looking after him, Changqing quietly asked what he had said. Not understanding anything, he said that he simply told the guy to do the paperwork himself. Meanwhile, Chaixuan was calmly drinking tea. Suddenly, Changmin burst in on him, jumping off his sword. He fell on his knees before his teacher, exclaiming that he realized that he had been wrong all these years. He asked the teacher if he noticed that he could not cope with the role of the holy son. Changshuan shed a tear as he thought about how he had always been raised as a future holy son. Now suddenly the Holy Virgin has appeared. It must be very difficult for him. Changshuan, without saying anything, only walked closer to his disciple. He moved down and grabbed the guy by the shoulders. The man told him not to be discouraged. Up until that moment, he had not hidden anything from him. Changmin waved his hand and said that he didn't mean it that way. Changshuan stood up and said that he didn't know. But the senior mentor who lived in Xiaoqi village had a great interest in the peerless blue eye socket and was willing to support her at any time. Changmin waved his hands in an attempt to get the teacher's attention, and the teacher continued to talk about how difficult it was for him to make this decision. The man said that he hoped he understood, and Changmin shuddered at his tone. The man turned around and put his hands on his shoulders again, saying that he was guided by wise aspirations. The boy in response exclaimed that he understood everything, but he needed to speak out. With a sigh, the teacher told him to speak. Changmin beamed and said that he had actually met this senior earlier today. Suddenly, a tense silence filled the room, and Chang Shuyan froze. He hit the guy on the head with his fist, exclaiming that he was a fool. Changmin grabbed his bruised cheek and asked the teacher why he was hitting him. Cold sweat ran down the man's face as he said that since the ancestor had gone into seclusion, he clearly did not wish to be disturbed. He exclaimed that he had been rash in going where he was, and that he might have angered him, which would have led to trouble for the whole clan. Changmin responded by exclaiming that the elder had not shown any emotion, but on the contrary, had given him a painting, and he had reached into his sleeve to get it. Chang Xuan turned around abruptly, ordering his disciple to show him the painting, his eyes wide open. Chang Ming, with tears in his eyes, handed the painting to the teacher, saying that in this painting the ancestor was giving them a hint. He felt that his path of practice had changed. Chang Xuan began to examine the painting without daring to touch it, and he thought that it was too modest for a peerless painting. He thought that the rise and fall clearly indicated that the ancestor was pretending to care, and the boy fell for it. He asked the guy if he was really so stupid as to believe all this. Is he really so stupid as to believe that he can and should follow the highest path of practice, the path to eternal life? Changmin wanted to object, but the teacher immediately stopped him. Taking the painting from his hands, he said that the ancestor would give him an incomparable painting that contained the essence of her practice. Opening the scroll, he said that this painting was nothing more than just a piece of paper. While examining the painting, he told the student that his ancestor had clearly deceived him. But suddenly, a bright light poured from the painting straight into Chang Xuyan's face. Energy burst out of the painting, immersing the man in its world, and hieroglyphs were clearly imprinted on his head. Tears began to flow from the man's eyes. He thought that the ancestor was indeed a great person. He transferred the true meaning of the practice onto paper so that Changming might not fully understand. His body was shaking. His eyes were wide open. He thought that the peerless and the old man's friends had also reached a high level, but it was nothing compared to what the ancestor had given to Changmin. Turning to look at the student who stood sadly behind him, he wondered if he was really more suitable for practicing the Tao. Chang Xuan was lost in thought for a moment. Changming tried to call out to his teacher. He had to call out to him several times. The man turned to his student, who asked him what had happened. With shaking hands, the man grasped his student's palm. Tears welled up in his eyes again, and he said that he had just misunderstood everything. The elder had hinted to him that his achievements in the path of the Tao were higher than those of the incomparable. Changmin tried to say that he understood what the teacher meant, but he was interrupted. Chang Xuan said that as the main figures of Mount Taishuan, they could not ignore the words of the elder. From this day on, he must use the saying, "Even and odd do not change." Symbols look at the quadrant as the basis for his practice and change himself by following the way of the Tao. The man told the student to go, and he bowed politely, saying that he obeyed. Pushing off the floor, Changmin once again flew up into the sky on his sword. Chang Xuan stood at the door, watching the boy leave. As he went outside, he told his student with tears in his eyes to always remember the great hopes he had for him. Already flying high in the sky, Changmin replied that he understood everything. After some time, Hezui, Mo Ren, and Zhenren came to Chang Xuan. Zhenren asked the head teacher why he was in such a hurry to gather them all here. Chang Xuan sat on the sofa, bursting into tears, and he could barely mutter that his only disciple, his only inheritor of the path of immortality, Tai Xuan, had lost his way. Not understanding anything, Zhenren asked him what happened, to which Mo Ren replied that he did not understand, and Hezui said that perhaps he had failed in his practice last night. Finally, Chang Xuan stopped crying and stood up from the sofa, coughing awkwardly. In his usual elevated tone, he told them all to calm down, and then he said that today he had two things that he would like to discuss with them. He said that firstly, a few days ago he already said that he wanted to appoint the peerless holy maiden Taishuan, but it was not in order to infringe on anyone. The goal is to strengthen the bond with that elder from Xiaoji village. Secondly, in a month the 10-year tournament between Taishuan and Zining will begin. The young masters of Zining will arrive with their leader Shu Jitian to fight them at Mount Taishuyan. At this time, everyone should carefully supervise their students and encourage them to practice diligently and not allow them to be lazy. Zhenren noted that in previous years, the head teacher and their students had performed in this tournament with varying success. But in the chess games between him and Shu Jitian, he had never won against her before. These words wounded Xuan to the very heart. Hetsui decided to tease him too. saying that it seemed like the head teacher was the laziest student here. The others noticed that every time he lost at least one medium valuable relic and a 1,000-year herb. How much longer could he bear these losses? Perhaps he should not feel in this tournament anymore, for the sake of saving. Angry and embarrassed, Changshuan shouted, asking what kind of savings they were talking about. He doesn't play for relics and herbs. Raising his finger in the air, he said that he simply thought that Shu Jitianchi's 4 dragons releasing water strategy was very complex and multifaceted, and so he would like to fight him a few more times. Stroking his long beard, he pompously remarked that they simply did not understand anything, and he himself thought that he could not figure it out. It was impossible. Hezui walked closer to the head teacher and asked him if the elder from Xiaoji village might know a way to solve it. When Chang Xuan became interested, the man told him not to even dream about it. This elder has been living in this world for several thousand years. His skill is beyond their understanding. What seems difficult to them is just a trifle for him. Chang Xuan was struck by these words and exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he corrected himself by saying that what the student had said made sense. And then he said that, having reached the level of this senior, the main focus is on the development of the spirit, and chess is one of the best ways to do this. And he himself thought that he should take advantage of this opportunity and go to the elder to ask him to teach him a few techniques. The next day, Shuang stood somewhere near the cliff, meditating, bright flashes of energy flying around her body. She practiced with the sword, swinging it in different directions and thus honing her techniques. Having approached the tree, she cut the tree trunk without much difficulty. With a sigh, she landed on the ground and sheathed her sword. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound from behind her. Hearing this sound, Shuang immediately turned around, thinking that she didn't even notice that there was someone behind her. As it turned out, it was Chang Xuan. He told the girl that it was incredible. He didn't expect that she had already mastered the 7th level of the Golden Dao so well. Shuang told him not to overestimate her, because it was all thanks to his instructions. Stroking his beard, he said that he and the elders had decided to hold the official Holy Maiden initiation ceremony immediately after the conclusion of the Taishuan and Xining tournament. With her hands folded in a polite gesture, Shuang said that as a student, she completely obeyed the head teacher's decision. Following this, the man turned around, leaving the girl looking at him in confusion. Suddenly, he asked her about the character of the elder who lived in Xiaoji village. Shuang replied that this elder had an incredibly high level of skill, but in dealing with people, he was still very humble, polite, and friendly. Chang Xuan laughed and remarked that she was still young and would not accept the true meaning of high achievements. Apparently, the elder had noticed her abilities and therefore treated her with sympathy. Blushing, Shuan asked the man again whether the elder man really liked her. Chang Xuan said that he had already prepared generous gifts and intended to go to Xiaoji village to visit the elder. He told Shuang that he wanted the tables just in case she was with him as an intermediary. Shuang was happy about this and thought that she didn't expect that they would meet again so soon. Chang Xuan told the girl not to call him teacher in front of her elder, so that he would violate the hierarchy, but simply so that she would consider him as an elder relative. Shuang bowed respectfully again. Meanwhile, Changqing was sitting at the table in the courtyard. He clenched his hand in annoyance as Yingxing noticed the ground next to him. However, she did it so ineptly that all the dust flew straight at Changqing. Unable to bear it any longer, Changqing turned to her and told the girl to go and rest. Yingxing exclaimed that she was not tired at all. Changqing reached out and grabbed the broom in her hands. Tearing her out of the girl's arms, he, trying to keep a smile on his face, told her to go and rest. Yingxing thought that the elder was so kind to her, and her heart began to beat faster. Turning around, she went into the house, saying that she would then prepare dinner. Even more frightened, Changqing exclaimed for her to just sit somewhere. This time, Yingxing did not resist and replied that she would do so. Changqing made a dissatisfied face and thought that she, like a real princess, did nothing, but cooked dinner first. However, unfortunately, he cannot get angry with her. Even if he is angry, he can only smile. An irritated Changqing slammed his brush on the table, causing drops of ink to fly everywhere. He thought that it would be good if she was already about to leave, because even the landowners did not have so many resources. Meanwhile, a group of people appeared at the entrance to the village. The girl waved the amulet at her master, saying that the amulet showed that the 9th princess was somewhere in this village. Then in response to this gentleman went forward, commanding the others to follow him. Entering the village, they passed through a barrier that they did not notice. Suddenly, that same girl looked at the amulet again and her eyebrows rose in surprise. She noticed that the amulet suddenly stopped glowing. The man said that Xiaoji village used to be the holy place of Taishuan, so there must be some restrictions in place. and he thought that he felt that there was a lot of great Tao energy around. But then one of the guys told him that as far as he remembered, the spiritual energy of this village had been depleted for hundreds of years, so why wasn't there so much here? The man replied that he didn't know either. But they didn't have time for that now. The ninth princess had been missing for more than 2 weeks. They needed to find her. He sternly said that this was their main task. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. Following this, he took a deep breath, inhaling the Tao energy from the air. He clasped his palms together, tensed up, and streams of energy poured out of his body. He began to spread his arms to the sides, and a small ball of energy began to shine between them. And then some golden energy became visible in the air, leading its flow somewhere. The man ran forward, saying that this source of spiritual energy could be useful. As it turned out, this energy trail led them to some house. The man stopped, noticing that this house was the source of energy in the village. He stepped forward, motioning for his subordinates to explore the area. But suddenly something quickly flew right into the place where the man was standing, but he managed to jump away. As he landed on the ground, he noticed 2 people walking towards them. Changsen noticed that the person in front of him must be Liu Changhe, the head of the palace guards of the imperial family of the Yan state. Changhe stood up and bowed to the man, saying that it was unexpected to meet the Supreme Master Taishuan here. Suen said that their presence in Taishuan lands today violates the non-aggression treaty. Changhe immediately exclaimed that they didn't want to break the treaty, but they had to come here to find the missing 9th princess. Changshuan didn't believe it and shouted in annoyance, asking them how their princess could end up in such a place. But suddenly, someone called out to Liu Changhe, and everyone immediately turned around. As it turned out, Yingjing came out of the house door. Still holding the broom, she asked the man why he was there. Changhe asked the princess why she was dressed like that. And Changshuan asked the man if he was sure that this was the same princess. Changhe shouted in anger, asking who dared to keep the princess here and force her to do rough work. Stroking his beard, Changshuan guessed that it might be the same senior who was in charge here, and Shuang blushed, thinking that the senior might have some special preferences. Changhe grabbed the princess by the hand and pulled her forward, saying that this was Taishuan territory. First they needed to get out of here, and then he would send people to capture this villain and punish him to the fullest extent. Changshuan became angry, thinking that they dared to disrespect their elder, and if it weren't for the respect for the emperor of the Yan state, he would have punished them already. But suddenly, Yingxing pulled her hand out of the man's grip. She remained standing behind him, and Changhe asked her what was the matter. Instead of answering, the girl hit the man in the face with her hand. She shouted irritably at them to shut up. Everyone looked at the girl in surprise, not expecting such an outcome at all. Raising her broom, she shouted that with such impudent words he wanted to destroy the 1,000-year fate of their Yan state. Changhe replied that they had the protection of the emperor and their ancestors in the state of Yan, and she was not yet experienced enough, and she would be deceived by some unknown hermit. Changshuan responded by asking him how he dared to speak like that, and whether he knew who lived in this humble house. Changhe asked irritably if this was really one of Tai Shuyan's elders. And while irritated cries were heard outside, the Black Emperor was sleeping on the floor in one of the rooms. He too was starting to get irritated, thinking that they should stop shouting like that. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rose from the floor and stretched. Finally waking up, he walked to the doorway to go out to the annoying guests. And suddenly the paw that was behind the threshold began to glow red. The Black Emperor came out, a large copy of himself glowing behind him, and he barked threateningly. Changhe was seriously scared when he noticed that the Demon King was standing in front of them. As the Black Emperor came closer and closer, the man asked what the Demon King was doing here, but in any case, he couldn't be allowed to harm anyone. The Black Emperor noticed that this old man also wanted to fight, and he thought that now they would find out his poison. The spiritual copy of the Black Emperor raised its head up, howling loudly. Changshen and Liu Changhe were gathering their energy, one to stop it and the other to strike. But suddenly, in the midst of this radiance, someone's fist appeared. It turned out that it was Changqing, who hit the dog on the head, asking the Black Emperor if he was misbehaving again. He exclaimed that a dog that bites people must be neutralized. The Black Emperor looked sadly at his master, and tears flowed from his eyes. Xuan and Changhe both wondered who this person was that dared to order the Demon King. They didn't even feel any energy when he appeared. Changqing looked at the other people and apologized, saying that he was the owner of this shop and this was his pet. These words surprised the men even more, because they did not expect that the Demon King could also be a pet. Xuan hurried to bow and greet her elder. Changqing noticed that they hadn't seen each other for several days, and he asked her what brought her here today. Pointing to Changshuan, the girl replied that this was a man from her family, He saw the painting that she had bought from him earlier and was deeply impressed. So he came today especially to bow. Chang Xuan had no choice but to come closer and bow to Chang Qing, introducing himself to him. Chang Qing asked him to stand up immediately, and he himself, taking out a fan to hide his smile, thought that although he had no spiritual roots, his skill in painting was excellent, so he was worthy of being called elder by such a noble elder. Looking at Ying Xing, Chang Qing asked her who the person next to her was. Chang He was about to introduce himself, calling himself an old servant of the Emperor of the Yan state. But the girl interrupted him, saying that his name was Old Chen, and he was the manager, and he came here to find her. Suddenly, to the girl's surprise, Chang Qing walked past her straight towards the man. He grabbed his hand and with tears in his eyes said that he had finally waited for him. Leaning towards him, Chang Qing whispered to the man whether he had come to pick up his mistress, to which he replied in the affirmative. Then Chang Qing went to his shop, telling them all to come in and have some tea. Chang Xuan immediately became happy and loudly thanked the elder. After passing through the shop, the guy led the guests into his yard. The girls walked through the doorway with ease and the men followed them. But suddenly, taking a step forward, they came across some kind of barrier and bumped into it with their faces. Chang Xuan asked if this was the legendary defensive barrier technique that created itself. Chang He said that only ancient artifacts could create a barrier of such strength. Chang Xuan said that Shuang and the 9th princess had low cultivation so they weren't pushed back by the barrier, while their levels were too high so they were delayed. Chang Qing turned to the men and asked them what was wrong and told them to come in quickly. And then, driven by the wind, a single leaf flew through the barrier. The leaf broke the barrier, causing Chang Xuan and Chang He to fall inside. They fell awkwardly and heavily on their faces on the ground, and Chang Qing asked them what was wrong with them. The men quickly raised their faces from the ground, their noses bleeding, and awkwardly replied that they were walking unsteadily. Chang Qing did not dwell on this any further and led the guests on. Suddenly the men froze again, stopped in their tracks, and opened their mouths wide in surprise. As it turned out, they noticed that inside this house there was a demon king black dog, and next to him, in the form of an ordinary tree, was an ancient demon. They noticed that everything in this house was imbued with Tao and ritual energy. They exclaimed that it seemed like they had ended up in some incredible place. Chang Qing told his guests to sit down while he went to get some tea. The guests obeyed the host, and all four sat down at a round table. Chang He, startled, asked Chang Xuan what he thought this elder was. Chang Xuan also shuddered and replied that he knew this person was great, but he didn't expect his level to be so high. Looking at the ancient demon, Chang He said that usually such demons were only found in places with great dances and opportunities, and now he lived in this small courtyard. Clutching his chest, the man noticed that just sitting on this bench he could hardly breathe. Chang Xuan also placed his hand on his stomach and said that this was just a test for them. But suddenly he noticed something on the table that was standing nearby. Chang Xuan slammed his hands on the table and stood up with a jerk. He laughed and walked to another table and said that he had expected so. He smiled and happily noticed that Elder Yi was also studying chess. Ying Xing called out to him, telling him to be careful. However, he did not hear her, and so he came even closer. And suddenly the board lit up with a bright light. The man exclaimed that this chessboard wanted to teach him something. The board continued to glow, and its energy filled the entire space. And suddenly, in Chang Xuan's head, the word sounded, "The army has no permanent position. Water has no permanent form. The sun has its short and long days. The moon has its phases." Chang Xuan was moved by these lines. Tears flowed from his eyes and he exclaimed that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Chang Qing came out of the house with a tray in his hands, apologizing for keeping them waiting. And the guests all moved to the chess table, crowding around it, and Chang Qing asked them what had happened to them. Chang Xuan rushed towards the elder, asking him if he could find out what kind of chess game this was. Chang Qing didn't quite understand the question, so he asked again, but then replied that it was a draw. The unknown word startled the men, and they opened their mouths wide. Smiling, Chang Yi said that draw was a good name. Although it looks like a confrontation between black and white figures, it contains the path to peace, the path to the obstacle, the path to harmony and life. Chang Xuan beamed and exclaimed that opposition is balance, it is harmony. This game of chess is so deep that it is rare in this world. Chang Qing didn't understand what these old men were talking about. He thought that a draw was just a draw where no one won. What was there to analyze? He quickly changed the subject, saying that there was nothing special about his house, and then asked them to try his homemade tea, and Chang Xuan and Chang He gratefully accepted this as well. Chang Xuan thought that a legendary figure like Ye Changqing was making tea, which meant he had knowledge in this matter. Their clan just happens to have a tea cake made from insight leaves left by their ancestors. He might like it. The insight leaves are a sacred item for cultivation. Even if they are fragments, they are priceless, and it can bring him closer to the elder. Chang King placed a small box on the table from which strong energy emanated. Covering his eyes with his hand, Chang Xuan wondered what it was. And then, to everyone's surprise, Chang Qing used tweezers to take out a whole sheet of insight from the box. Chang Xuan and Chang He thought that this was the first time they had seen whole leaves. Could this luxurious style really be the master's style? Chang King began to brew tea, and Chang Xuan thought that when the insight leaves were first brewed, all the spiritual energy on the surface of the leaves would dissolve in the water. The men smelled a scent that was incredibly clean. But then, the guy poured the tea into a glass and poured it behind his back. Noticing the strange expressions on the men's faces, Chang Qing asked them what had happened. When they both pointed to the puddle behind him, the elder replied that it was just some washing tea. Nothing special, just to wash away dust. Having already thoroughly brewed the tea, he poured it into cups and placed them on the table. Taking the mugs in their hands, Chang Xuan and Chang He thought that they were a little scared to drink this tea. The girls thought that just by smelling the aroma, they already feel how their level rises. Chang King noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the guests as they looked at the cups. He thought that he had completely forgotten that these people were not simple cultivators. They usually only drank the best of the best, and his tea did not reach that level. Forcing a smile, he said that if they really thought it was hard to drink, they didn't have to drink it. Chang Xuan said in a panic that they were just enjoying the aroma of the tea. And finally, all the guests took their first sip, and immediately their bodies were filled with unbearable bliss. Their faces turned red with pleasure. Chang He had already said out loud that this was such bliss, and then asked Chang Xuan about what he felt. Chang Xuan replied that it was undoubtedly the tea made from the leaves of insight. He said he already feels his level reaching new heights. Chang King couldn't help but be amazed by his guests, and he wondered why they were acting as if they had drunk the elixir of immortality. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan and Chang He felt some changes in their bodies. Mr. Liu noticed that his strength had returned, and the head mentor, clutching his head, said that he felt as if someone had returned to him the cultivation he had lost over the past 1,000 years. Chang King asked his guests how they liked his tea, which brought them back to reality. Chang Xuan leaned towards Chang He and asked him how they should answer, to which the latter suggested that it was a test of their knowledge of cultivation. Then, Chang Xuan raised his finger and said that this tea was sweet and pleasant, leaving a long aftertaste after drinking it, feeling like you were immersed in warm springs. Chang He had already raised 2 thumbs up and exclaimed that this was definitely the best tea he had ever drunk. Chang Qing looked at them suspiciously, thinking that they couldn't feel that much from a cup of tea, and for some reason he had the feeling that these people wanted to deceive him. Meanwhile, Shuang and Yingxing also felt changes in their bodies. However, they didn't say anything, they just looked at each other and laughed together. Chang He reached deep into his robes, calling out to Mr. Yi. Taking out a small box, he said that this item was a family heirloom. If he liked it, let it be a thank you for taking care of his niece. Chang King thought that the man seemed to realize that his relative had been drinking and eating here for so long, and therefore felt uneasy. Reaching out for the gift, he said there was no need to worry about gifts. Having accepted the box, he said that since it was so, he would not refuse. Chang Xuan irritably said that he should have also brought something useful. These old men got ahead of him. Shuang also wanted to give something to the elder. Chang King began to open the box, and blue light began to pour out from it. He looked inside with anticipation, and the others also showed curiosity. As it turned out, there was a pearl of cold ice inside, which surprised everyone except Chang Qing, who asked what it was. Chang Xuan replied that the cold ice pearl came from the ancient icelands that had accumulated energy for thousands of years. Even a small pearl contained enormous energy. The man noticed that this pearl was the size of a fruit. Old man Li really tried. Shuang said that this pearl could improve the abilities of cultivators with ice root. But for those with other types of spiritual root, contact with it could result in hypothermia and loss of cultivation, and in the worst case, death. Yingxing thought that she was just standing next to him. All could already feel the cold penetrating into his bones. Chang King reached for the pearl and the girls tried to stop him, but he simply took the pearl in his hands without feeling anything. He exclaimed that his hand was cold. It seemed like the thing was cooling itself. After he started tossing it around, he said that it could be used in the summer to cool fruit, and that it was really useful. Everyone else gaped at this frivolity. Chang He noticed that they didn't even dare to touch her. But in the hands of the master she looked like a toy. Chang Xuan said that the elder really had incredible strength. Bowing to Changqing, Changhe said that his niece had been causing him a lot of trouble lately, and today he decided to take her with him. Changqing responded by moving closer and grabbing the man's hand. And then, unable to hide his jubilation, he asked him if it was true. Sweat ran down the man's forehead as he replied that it was true. Then the elder walked away from him and turned his back to him, thinking about something. Changqing thought with glee that receiving a gift and getting rid of a problem was double happiness. Turning around again, he began to theatrically ask Yingxing if they were really parting so soon. In his fantasy, Yingxing told him not to worry. She would never forget his kindness. Watching this, Chang Xuan thought that he didn't understand what was so special about this ninth princess, that she deserved such attention from the master. But suddenly the girl stepped forward and exclaimed that she was not going anywhere. Feeling his insides breaking, Changqing asked again. The girl bowed to Changqing and said that she would never forget his kindness. Then she turned around and ordered Changhe to tell her father and mother not to worry. She would stay with Mr. Li for a while longer, and when she wanted to return, she would tell them. Suddenly, Changqing remembered the words he said on the first day of the meeting, and his face turned red. Changqing noticed that Changhe was a little embarrassed and was about to give in, and he thought that he needed to do something about it urgently. Changqing thought for a moment about what to do and stepped forward, clearing his throat to attract attention. Finally, turning to Yingxing, he said that virtue was above all else. If she really liked staying here, then she could go to her parents and then come back. Chang Xuan intervened in the conversation, saying that he was already at the age when all his relatives had long since turned to dust. So he told the girl to appreciate the time spent with her family because she was still so young. Yingxing wanted to object again, but she couldn't find anything to say. Changqing didn't wait for her words, but simply took the brush in his hand and began to paint a new picture. Various landscapes came to life under his brush, and finally he finished the canvas with incredible words. Seeing this, Changhe, Changshuan, and Shuang's eyes began to shed tears of admiration. This also brought tears to Yingxing's eyes. Her body shook with sobs, and no matter how hard she tried to hold back, tears streamed down her face. At last she exclaimed that she understood his intention, and therefore would return home at once. Changqing, delighted with such an outcome, replied that everything was clear between them, and he began to roll up the canvas. He handed the canvas to the girl, telling her to accept this calligraphy as a final touch. Changhe wiped away his tears and said that just a few lines had awakened memories of old times in him. Master Li had truly reached the heights of art and wisdom, while Changshuan said that his words, like poetry, could shame even those who considered themselves the descendants of ancient scholars in the Central Plains. With their hands folded respectfully, Changhe and Yingxing bowed to Changqing, and the girl said that she would take his advice and return home, but would visit him again soon. Changqing replied with a smile that she should take her escort with her and return, while he himself thought that they should never return. Finally, Yingxing, followed by Changhe, walked away. Looking after them, Changqing thought that it had already been 5 years since he came to this world. The farthest place he has been is the foot of Mount Taishuan. He thought sadly that if it were possible, he would like to travel all over the outside world. Chang Xuan watched Master Li and noticed that he was so polite and courteous. Stroking his beard, he said that, having reached a level that they could not even dream of, he was still ready to personally see them off, ordinary people. And Shuang told him that he was the true image of a great master. Chang Xuan suddenly noticed something and turned away from the girl, not paying any attention to her. With quick steps, under the girl's puzzled gaze, he approached the table. Chang Xuan looked at the canvas that was lying on this table and exclaimed, "It was incredible." It turned out that this was really so. The man touched the canvas and bright sparks shot up from his fingers. And, as had happened before, he immersed himself in this picture, as if he had passed through the entire universe. Landing on some body of water, he noticed that he was in the lands of Taishuan. Looking at the mountain to the side, he noticed with surprise that nearby was the main peak, where the Taishuan temple was located. The man noticed that Master Li was using the power of nature and millions of Taoist formulas. He exclaimed that all this was for the sake of protecting their sacred land. He thought that it was no wonder that so many talented Taoists had gathered here. Even the younger disciples were able to reach the level of a god 1,000 years earlier. Looking at his hand, which was lit up with bright sparks, he thought that perhaps even he would reach his limit in this life. Shuang approached the sect leader and asked him worriedly about what was going on. Finally, after some time, Changshuan spoke again, his body shaking, which made the girl even more excited. Sweat was pouring down the man's face, but a smile played across his face as he shouted that he understood everything. Raising his head to the sky, he laughed loudly, causing tears to flow from his eyes, and he shouted that he realized that Mr. Ye was that legendary ancestor. Walking closer, Shuang asked him if he wanted to say that Mr. Ye was the legendary figure of their sect. Chang Xuan replied that it could not be otherwise. Master Li was certainly the same ancestor who ascended to heaven. Shuang bowed to her mentor and said that she was not smart enough, and therefore asked him to explain it to her. Chang Xuan decided to explain, saying that when he entered the painting, he saw something. He saw a cloud of 5 colors, symbolizing good luck and prosperity. He said that this cloud symbolized luck and prosperity of their sacred land of Taishuan. The girl asked again. She said that she had never felt such powerful energy before. Chang Xuan replied that it was normal. Luck was a mysterious and powerful force. He too had felt it only a few times, but it was too powerful. So powerful that the slightest carelessness can lead to catastrophic consequences. Chang Xuan, stroking his beard, told the disciple to think about who could use the highest divine powers to bless their land of Taishuan with such good fortune. He pointed his finger vigorously and exclaimed that there could be only one answer. He exclaimed that Mr. Ye had come from the higher worlds, and he is the very ancestor that their Taishuan sect has been worshipping for all these many generations. Changqing returned back to the courtyard after finishing seeing off Yingxing and Chang'e. He noticed Chang Xuan and Shuang looking at his painting, Eternal Youth of Taishuan, and he asked them what they thought of it. Chang Xuan did not answer this question, but only came closer, folding his hands in a respectful gesture. And he asked him whether he had painted the sacred mountain Taishuan on this canvas. Something about this question made Changqing nervous, but he still replied that it was true. He frowned and clicked his tongue, noting that they did recognize him. Turning away, he sadly said that 5 years ago he suddenly wanted to visit Mount Taishuan. He remembered how, having reached the sect there, he clung to the man, begging him. With tears in his eyes, he promised that he would grow up and find spiritual roots, and therefore he prayed to be accepted as a disciple. But the great master only replied that he should go away, because he would never take him. Reminiscing about how he decided to infiltrate the sect's territory back then, Changqing said that he knew that Mount Taishuan was the abode of immortals. He said that when he returned, he was inspired, and he painted this picture. However, in reality it was not because of inspiration, but he was forced to paint this picture when he was beaten in the sect for trespassing. Changqing said that today he looked at his old work in a new way. He said he realized that something was missing from it, so he decided to fix some areas and redraw it again. Chang Xuan was surprised to find that Mr. Ye had already come here 5 years ago. Suddenly, Changqing exclaimed that he would like to drink with both of them, and asked if they drank wine. Having caught hold of these words, Chang Xuan brought his hand to the ring on his hand, and it began to glow with a bright light. Taking out a small jug from it, he said that he had just brought with him a rare wine of the Snow Soul. After heading into the house, Changqing said that since they had such good wine, they should prepare some snacks. Shuang exclaimed that this was the same wine made from the flowers of the Snow Soul growing on the 1,000-year-old mountains, and it is obtained only once every 1,000 years, but can be bought for a lot of money. Chang Xuan replied that it was true and it wasn't for everyone, and even he at his level could only drink 3 cups at most. If Mr. Ye wasn't in the mood to drink, he wouldn't have gotten it. After a while, the guests had already sat down at the table, and Changqing brought out the last plate of food. The pot was still steaming when the man placed it on the table. Changqing smiled and named all the dishes on the table, saying that they were all his signature dishes. Chang Xuan and Shuang began to examine the treats with interest and admiration. Shuang asked the master if even these pieces of meat were filled with spiritual energy. Chang Xuan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and said that it was definitely demonic energy. The man noticed that this energy was so pure, definitely from a higher demon, although in fact it was only boar meat. Changqing, watching the guests, wondered whether he was going to eat it all or just watch. Finally, the guests tasted the appetizers, and a wave of pleasure once again swept through their bodies. Giving Master Li a thumbs up, Chang Xuan exclaimed that he was truly a master. The man began to eat the snacks, thinking that this blood and meat of the higher demon was comparable to an elixir. Then he decided to add some snow wine to all this to make it even better. Xuan, already tipsy and full, asked what kind of wine it was. Suddenly she hit her face on the table. Changqing noticed with surprise that she had drunk from 1 cup, and he thought about how he wanted her not to die here. Chang Xuan was also already red from drinking and exclaimed that this student was too impatient, and he himself thought that all this was not for a small cultivator, but for a great master like him. Turning to Changqing, the man told him to ignore her and continue eating, and so they drank another cup of wine together. After emptying the cup, Changqing noticed that the wine had a grassy aroma, and he asked it whether it had a health-promoting effect. Also finishing the bowl, Without looking as collected as Changqing, Chang Xuan noticed that the elder was perceptive. Mr. Ye told the man to state his demands if he had any, since he had brought such wine. And he himself slyly thought about the fact that he just didn't have any money. Chang Xuan thought that he was amazed, and then cleared his throat, saying that then he would not hide it, and that painting was indeed a masterpiece. But suddenly he stopped short, thinking that he couldn't ask for the painting so directly. And Changqing thought that he had already accepted the gift by drinking the wine. Finally, Chang Xuan decided to ask about the painting, but Changqing outdid him, exclaiming that he had given him this painting. He smiled and said that the painting was one of his favorites, but if he liked it, he could have it. Chang Xuan asked hesitantly, thinking that he couldn't help but know the significance of this painting to Taishuan, but he was giving it to him. The man thought that it seemed like he had already figured out the identity of Taishuan's main mentor a long time ago. He began to thank Mr. Li in his mind for protecting him, and said that he would not let him down. While Changqing wondered what that old man was muttering again, he had better stay away. Meanwhile, Yingxing had already reached home, the palace of the great emperor. She entered the main hall where the emperor was, and the herald announced her arrival and the arrival of Liu Changhe. The servant ran up to the emperor and told Liu Changhe that since he had arrived, he obviously had important news. Yingxing waved her hand at the emperor and asked him to listen, and Liu Changhe politely greeted the emperor. The emperor of Great Yan, Yan Zunian, noticed that they had finally returned, and he mentally noted that the 9th princess's skills had improved greatly. Yingxing clung to her father, exclaiming that she had missed him so much, and he asked her if she had caused trouble again and returned with an escort. Frowning, the girl exclaimed that everything was not like that at all. She said that this time she really met an outstanding master. Zunian asked his daughter what level this master was. The girl waved her hand towards Changhe and exclaimed that he should ask the head of the Liu residence about this if he didn't believe her. Liu Changhe bowed to the emperor and said that he could confirm that the 9th princess was telling the truth, and it was he who escorted her back. He said he did it not only because of the princess's point, but also to tell him important news as soon as possible. Zunyan looked at the man seriously and told him to speak. After listening to the man's story, he said that he did not give it up, that within the Great Yan there were such powerful recluses. Looking at Chang'e, he asked him what level he thought this master was. Chang'e replied that it was impossible to determine, because the elder's house, although simple, had treasures at every step. However, he did not feel his presence in cultivation at all. The man said that if he was not mistaken, then this elder had already reached the highest level, or had come from the higher world. Zun Nian asked again in surprise, and Yingxing exclaimed that this was terrible news. The emperor thought that if there was such a powerful person within the Great Yan, it would definitely become a secret, for no kingdom can afford to reveal such information. Yingxing thought that Master Li was a powerful recluse, but not a celestial being from their higher world. Suddenly she thought that if he was a celestial being, then what was the connection between him and her? She smiled, thinking that her father didn't yet know that the celestial had proposed to her. But then she changed her train of thought again and, embarrassed, wondered whether he really had feelings for her. The emperor asked Chang'e if it was possible that he would go to him immediately after this, and he might want to use him as his pawn. This plan surprised the man, but he replied that it was quite possible. The emperor looked at his daughter and said that Elder Li might be planning to control him through his love for her in order to rule over all of Great Yan and expand his influence. Yingxing quickly objected, saying that this was impossible. He didn't know Mr. Li. He was elegant and good-natured, not that kind of person at all. The man replied that she was still young and inexperienced. There were many cultivators who seemed kind but were cold and ruthless inside, especially someone like this senior. The emperor called the guards and ordered them to take him and the 9th princess to the eldest ancestor. Accompanied by several guards, Zunnian and Yingxing reached another house. The girl continued to defend Changqing, saying that he was not like that. The emperor said that he did not want to harm him. He just wanted to make sure she was safe. Still sulking at him, the girl asked again, to which he replied that it was so. Yingxing thought that she knew that she was unworthy of Mr. Li, but she would not allow anyone to doubt her, not even her father. The emperor reminded her that she had icy properties since birth, a rare gift. That's why the eldest ancestor named her Yan Yingxing. On her birthday, he said that she would bring prosperity to these lands, and therefore she must be protected. Stroking his daughter's hair, the emperor said that she was the only one among the princes and princesses of Great Yan who had been blessed by the eldest ancestor. He said that therefore he had to ensure her safety. The girl asked him if he really wanted to put her in an awkward position, to which he told her that it was time to go. The Emperor and Ying Xing entered the dimly lit chambers. The girl immediately raised her hands, folding them in a polite gesture. She and her father respectfully greeted the eldest ancestor by bowing to him. Great Yan's eldest ancestor, Tianshan, noticed that Ying Xing had returned to the capital with considerable experience and fortune. The girl replied that within the Great Yan she had met an elder, and everything that had happened was thanks to his instructions. Stroking his beard, Tianshan asked who this elder was. Ying Xing replied that he taught her music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and the rest she didn't know. Tianshan didn't ask if she could describe him. The girl replied that this senior did not reveal his status to her. She only knew that his name was Ye Changqing. The man asked again as if trying to remember the name. But suddenly he felt something that surprised him. As it turned out, it was some kind of new aura that surrounded the princess's body. He said that this name was not familiar to him, but in the princess's body he felt another source of energy. Obviously she received it from him, and therefore from a very powerful one. The emperor said that the head of the Liu residence also met with this elder, and Tianshan told him to tell him more details. Zunian said that he was said to be hiding in Xiaojin. His house is full of treasures and opportunities. He even keeps a Demon King-level black dog. Tianshan asked whether there was such a person within Taishuan, and the emperor replied that he was worried because by sheltering Yingxing, he could use her to manipulate the Great Yan and him, the Great Ancestor. After bowing, Zunyan asked the eldest ancestor to check on Yingxing to ensure her safety. The eldest ancestor told the princess to come closer, and his fingers glowed with a bright light. With these two fingers, he touched the girl's forehead, and the light became even brighter. And suddenly, new energy came out of the girl's body and began to fly around the room, illuminating everything around. The emperor asked his ancestor why there was such strange energy here, to which he only noted that it was the nature of ice. And now the energy had two sources of energy. Yingxing looked at her new energy in surprise, not knowing about its existence before. Tianshan asked if this elder was able to awaken her second source. Yingxing asked if she now had two sources. The great ancestor cried out, asking the princess to tell him more about this man. The girl replied that, as her father had said, this elder was indeed powerful. But if he wanted to use her to control the Great Yan, it was impossible. The emperor asked his daughter why she was so protective of a stranger, to which she replied that it was not so. Lord Ye had taken her in without knowing her identity. He was simply teaching her different things. But now she understands that it was because of the energy in that place, and the instructions that she had a second source. Tianshan told the girl not to speak thoughtlessly. She knew how difficult it was to grow a spiritual root with external force, let alone a second one. The emperor agreed with him, saying that then everyone would have two roots. The girl exclaimed that she could prove it. She would immediately bring them his calligraphy that he had given her. Meanwhile, Changqing and Changshuan were still drinking wine. Changqing volunteered to pour another cup for Changshuan, in response to which Changshuan began to stop him, saying that one more cup and he would definitely get drunk. Mr. Ye said that he would drink it anyway, but he thought that this old man was such a weakling that he couldn't even drink half a cup. Changshuan said that he noticed a chessboard with a very complex arrangement in his garden and believed that he had achieved mastery in chess. As he emptied the jug, Changqing replied boredly that he knew little. Seizing the opportunity, the man said he had a rare chess problem and asked him if he wanted to solve it. Changqing replied to show him, and he immediately took out a scroll. Unrolling the scroll, Changshuan said, "This task is called 4 Flowers Underwater." The man began to watch Master Ye as he began to study the scroll, thinking that old man Ziking had given him hundreds of years to decide. After some time, he exclaimed that he was asking for instructions from his elder. Changqing muttered that this was a rare chess problem, but then he asked, discouraged, if that was really the whole task. Changshuan exclaimed that he had not been able to solve it for decades. Changqing twisted his face and thought that this was an elementary task for beginner chess players, but cultivators called it an incredible task. He wondered what they usually did then. After bowing, Changshuan asked him if he could show him how to solve it. Looking at the scroll again, Changqing thought with disappointment that he now realized that there were no strong chess players in the cultivation world. Scratching his chin, he grinned mysteriously and exclaimed that it would be impressive. Following these words, he quickly jumped up from his seat, placing the scroll with the task on the table. Walking out from behind the table, he waved his hand at Changshuan, telling him to follow him. The man obediently followed his elder, who stopped next to the board. Suddenly, the hieroglyphs on the board began to glow with a bright light, radiating energy. The words, "Every move is filled with life force," sounded in Changshuan's mind. Changshuan exclaimed that the elder's chessboard was definitely the sacred artifact, Divine Machine. Looking at the problem on paper again, Chongqing said that this chess problem required various solutions, of which the most difficult and significant were 12 moves. He told Chang Xuan that he would teach him the 4 most important moves today. He started to say that he would have to learn the other 8 on his own, but Chang Xuan immediately understood what he meant. Chongqing just nodded his head, thinking that this was all his carelessness. Otherwise, how could he forget about such an important aspect? Meanwhile, Yingxing had already brought that very calligraphy of Changqing to the great ancestor and her father. Tianshan began to read lines from this calligraphy. Zun Nian, listening to these lines, thought that by visiting the eldest ancestor, firstly, he wanted to ensure Yingxing's safety, and secondly, he wanted to use his power to determine the level of this person in order to develop an appropriate strategy. The emperor noticed that the great ancestor's hands were shaking, and he thought that just the calligraphy from this elder seemed like a real treasure to the elder ancestor. A shudder ran through the body of the man who was reading this calligraphy as he read the last line. Tears ran from his eyes as he said that he had been cultivating for several thousand years, first seeking immortality and long life, then well-being for the great Yan and peace for the whole world, but he had forgotten about those around him. While folding the calligraphy, he said that this elder had put his Taoist meaning into the calligraphy, and it brought him back to his roots of cultivation. Cultivation is self-improvement of not only the body but also the soul. The emperor thought that the elder ancestor understood this on an emotional level. The eldest ancestor called out to Yingxing, who was standing next to him. Pulling the calligraphy back to her, he told her to thank this elder for it if she had the opportunity. Stroking his beard again, he said that calligraphy alone had broken down his internal barriers, and if nothing changed, he would soon be able to reach a new level. Zun Nian asked his ancestor in surprise if this was true. Yingxing asked her ancestor if he wanted to thank him so much, then why didn't he visit him himself? Tianshan turned his head sharply to look at the girl and asked her what she was talking about. The girl happily reported that before she left, Mr. Ye had already agreed for her to come back and visit him again. Intrigued by this, the elder ancestor asked her if this was true, to which the girl replied that it was. The emperor hastened to intervene in this conversation, shouting that this should not be done. It seemed to him that there was something in this. He asked if there was such luck in the world that this man had such power, because he not only gave Yingxing the second spiritual root, but also agreed to accept them at any time. He said that usually powerful beings would use moments like these to manipulate events, so he was worried that he was using Yingxing to lure them all into a trap. Tianshan interrupted this monologue by shouting loudly for him to stop, and he asked the emperor how he could be the emperor of Great Yan, being so narrow-minded. The eldest ancestor exclaimed in annoyance that this elder had presented the Great Yan with a real treasure, and he dared to doubt his intentions. It was simply ridiculous. Yingxing quickly defended her father, saying that he was not that kind of person at all. He only cared about the Great Yan. Tianshan replied that if this were not so, there would be no point in the position of emperor. Addressing the emperor by name, Tianshan said that he had not yet reached the required level and therefore did not understand everything. He said that using weakness to manipulate is the approach of those who have been stuck at one level for thousands of years and cannot break through further. This elder one has definitely reached the highest point of perfection. As the saying goes, the great art is in simplicity. Such elders, instead of being players, prefer to remain hidden in everyday life, observing the world with a smile. Zun Nian immediately fell to his knees and began to bow, shouting that he realized his mistake. He exclaimed that if the eldest ancestor was going to visit this elder, he would prepare worthy gifts later. The elder ancestor replied that it was fine if he hugged, but people like Elder Li probably did not attach importance to material things. Therefore, it is necessary to organize a reception for the elder in the capital. And the emperor immediately gave the order to prepare for this reception, and therefore the construction of pavilions began. The construction of a statue of the elder Yi was in preparation. The news spread through the streets that 3 days later, on September 6th, all the subjects of Great Yan were to gather at Jade Hill for a ceremony, and the people were immediately in a state of talk. Someone said that the whole city had to build pavilions in 3 days, and it looks like it was called the Changzhong Pavilions. As it turned out, someone was secretly watching and listening to all these conversations. This man thought that something suspicious was going on, and therefore it was necessary to return and report to His Majesty. Sometime later, this man left the Great Yan and reached his state. Someone informed the advisors that many Changzhong pavilions were being built within the Great Yan, and he asked who knew what they were. The advisors turned their heads, wondering what Zun Nian was planning, and whether this was another trick by old Yan Tianshan to confuse them. One of the advisors approached His Highness and asked him to increase the number of scouts to find out the truth. Meanwhile, this news about the construction of the pavilions reached the state of Guten. Emperor Guten slammed the table, shouting that these spies were useless if they couldn't get information. The advisor tried to calm him down by saying that although they didn't know the identity of this senior yet, such honors were clearly not intended for an ordinary cultivator. The only one who this can be is a great Taoist who is on the threshold of ascension or an already great person from the higher worlds. The emperor asked his advisors what they should do. The advisor said that in his humble opinion, it would be necessary to send more scouts to thoroughly investigate this matter. 3 days passed like this, and Zunyan was already standing near the new pavilion. He said that Senior Li's pavilion was almost completed, and then asked Senior Ancestor to inspect it. A maid approached the emperor and said that the eldest ancestor was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he should be careful and not be careless. The emperor replied that he understood, while 2 spies watched him. One spy told another that His Majesty was right. Yan Tianshan was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Another spy asked if His Majesty didn't suspect that Yan Zunian was up to something. Then the first one asked whose side he was on. A scuffle broke out among the spies, while the emperor turned around to report to Yan Tianshan. Crowds of people had already gathered at the top of the mountain, waiting for the ceremony to begin. In the middle of the square stood a huge statue, which was hidden by a red cloth. Among the people, someone said that such grand works are only for those who have brought great benefit to the great Yan. The heralds announced that the emperor and the 9th princess had arrived, and their subjects immediately fell to their knees. Zunyan immediately ordered them to rise. He told the people that he knew they had many questions about why he had organized such a grand construction project in the capital, building the Changzhong Pavilion and erecting a statue of the elder Li. But the matter is very important, and all that can be said is that the elder Changzhong has rendered a great service to their state, and this service will influence the future of the empire for tens of thousands of years. Questions immediately began to circulate among the people about who this elder was and whether he was immortal. The spies immediately noticed that now the great Yan was probably under the protection of the immortal, because the order for construction came straight from the palace from that ancient elder. They joyfully noticed that this ancient old man was still alive, and so they decided to quickly return to the sovereign. Zun Nian then gave the order to the Yellow Master to begin. The Yellow Master opened the scroll and read that September 6th was a favorable day for all affairs, and that evil omens should be avoided. Suddenly, he shouted that the Changzhong Pavilion was completed. The emperor approached the statue and began to pull the cloth off it. And before the eyes of the people appeared an incredible, huge statue of Mr. Li, with a naked torso, made of gold. A glow emanated from the postcards under his armpits. The emperor immediately asked what this was, what was happening here. The order was given to immediately protect the emperor, but this radiance had already reached the crowd. And suddenly they exclaimed that they were so pleased, they felt full of strength. The emperor noticed that no statue had ever emitted such a divine presence before. He asked whether Senior Li was so great that he stood out even among immortals. The crowd suddenly noticed rainbow clouds in the sky, and they immediately shouted that this statue had called them, bringing them heavenly blessings. But suddenly the skies darkened, opened up, and lightning flashed from the clouds. The crowd wondered why the rainbow clouds and thunder had appeared, but then someone shouted that it was a sign from heaven and they needed to bow down. Yingzhang exclaimed that such omens were not common and asked her father if they should call the elder Liao, to which he replied that they should wait and see what happened. Soon the skies brightened again and sunlight illuminated the earth. The rainbow clouds in the sky shone even brighter, astonishing all the people below. 3 figures of people appeared from the clouds, descending from the sky. Zunnian noticed that it was a miracle. But was Yao the result of Senior Comrade Ye's actions with Lu Yu and the Golden Body? Suddenly, a servant called him and said that after his return to the imperial palace, it was clear that his brother had reached the heavenly heights, and the state of the Great Tao was in order, so there was no doubt that the Great One was going to break through. The emperor was delighted by this news and exclaimed that the Qin clan's ascent to the highest realms would be closer. The sunlight illuminated the sky in the distance where Changqing's house was. Zun Nian and Ying Xing bowed and asked Great Comrade Ye for help. The emperor said that if one day the ancestral emperor reached the highest realms, their great empire would enjoy eternal peace. Meanwhile, after a few days, news of this event reached the old city district. Emperor Guten slammed his hand on the table and shouted that old man Lao Er really wasn't dead. He asked the spies if there was any other news. The spies replied that only small things remained. Now the great Yan has a great master who has achieved perfection. This man established the golden sky of Yiluyu, and the heavens gave signs. They say that the old man from the Yan Empire also received advice from this man. The emperor listened to this news calmly and nodded. But then he realized what he had heard and understood, that this was clearly not a trifle. He grabbed some writings from the table and threw them at the spies, hitting them right in the heads. The emperor's capillaries burst with anger, and he shouted for this group of idiots to be thrown out of here. As the night approached, news of the ceremony reached the Jia Empire. Emperor Xia noted that it seemed like Su Xiang had indeed received good fortune last year. An advisor said that he thought the rise of Great Yan was inevitable. Another said that if the old man from the imperial palace successfully broke through, the other 3 states would be under his control. And a third said that the most important thing now was to find out who this senior comrade Ye was. The advisors began to argue among themselves about who they should form an alliance with, each proposing his own candidate. Emperor Xia listened calmly to these disputes, frowning more and more. Meanwhile, Changqing had a dream. A voice in his head said that 1,000 years ago, the lands of the central region were divided into 7 states. An age of chaos and upheaval arrived, and then a man of exceptional strength appeared. He took charge and established order, and thus 4 great states arose. The ancestors of these 4 great ancient states wanted to erect a statue of this great man, to establish a golden body and a temple to honor him for thousands of years. But for some unknown reason, he died without illness. Upon seeing the news of his own death, Changqing jumped out of bed, exclaiming that he did not want to see it. He sat up in bed with a jerk, his breathing rapid and heavy. Scratching his cheek, he noticed that the wolf's answer was too beautiful. He even dreamed that they erected a statue for him and brought sacrifices to him, and suddenly he became a great man. Getting out of bed and stretching, he said that if he didn't have common sense, he would believe it. As he approached the door, he noticed that sleep had really helped him. It seemed he was sleeping better. As he walked out into the yard, he thought that the old master had already left a month ago. Sitting down at the table, he thought that he was wondering if he had found out anything about the 4 dragons that release water. Frowning, Changqing remembered that he had only taught him 4 methods. After looking through the gifts that were sent to him, he sighed heavily. There was a stone and a tablet on his table, and Changqing wondered who could have sent him such a thing. He noticed that someone had sent him a stone and an amulet, but he hadn't even shown himself. He remembered how he taught Chang Xuan the playing techniques while constantly scolding him. He wondered why it was so difficult to understand the basics of this school. Changqing sighed and said that in the great mystical book, there is a place for those with strong spirits, those who move forward without looking back. He exclaimed that if he had a strong foundation and high intelligence, he would have long ago become an unrivaled master of the entire cultivation world. Following these, Changqing waved his hand, throwing the amulet aside. Putting the stone on the table, Changqing sadly said that he was now his rival. Humming something to himself, Changqing stood up from the table and walked away, and suddenly small cracks appeared on the stone. The cracks became larger and larger, and a bright light began to shine around the stone. Changqing entered his office, his notes illuminated by the sun. Stretching, he said that the morning was the most productive time, and therefore, it was time to start training. He ran his brush across the paper, and suddenly red sparks flew from his ink. Looking at the brush in confusion, Changqing asked if there were any discipline problems and if the recording paper was missing. Shaking his brush, he looked back at his canvas. Looking at the hieroglyphs, he noticed that golden smoke appeared around them. This sight made Changqing frown slightly. He picked up his brush again to lay out his work, thinking that he was actually making progress. Bright sparks of light flew from the canvas in different directions. Changqing happily noticed that the golden smoke continued to appear. A loud, joyful cry came from Changqing's office, saying that it was all his golden finger, causing everyone around to become frightened. The Black Emperor, half asleep, thought that his master was so powerful that even his finger was turning golden. Mr. Ye, looking even more animated, exclaimed that it was time to return to training. After some time, more symbols appeared on the canvas, glowing with golden smoke. However, Changqing was not going to stop there and continued to practice calligraphy. And suddenly a blue tornado appeared somewhere near the man's house. Raising his head from the canvas, Changqing saw that same blue tornado in the window. He wondered if he had caused this phenomenon. But this did not stop him, and he continued training. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled, and bright lightning flashed in the sky. Changqing took a break and went outside to get a better look at this weather phenomenon. And the lightning became brighter and stronger, and they were already striking the ground. But soon the sky cleared, and Changqing exclaimed that the heavens had not abandoned him. He said that when a true strong master is born into this world, he will summon heavenly signs, and with one mental effort one can move across the sky and earth, overcoming any obstacles. Believing in his abilities, he raised his hand up, shouting the spell, "Fly!" Changqing cast a spell, but nothing happened. He looked at his hand and asked if any other spell was needed. Then he took out the vault of the brush again and exclaimed that may his wish come true. And now, in response to this, the skies darkened again, and lightning flashed from the clouds. Lightning struck straight into the hand that was pointing towards the sky, causing Changqing to be electrocuted. Almost fainting, he wondered why he could summon signs but had no spiritual powers. But then he wondered if this was a hint that he had a foundation. Several days passed and ships began to hover over the Taishuan sect. People looked up at the sky exclaiming that the time had come again for the great competition. They exclaimed that the path of cultivation was worth it, and it was worth sending children there. The master standing on the ship exclaimed that this bustle was not a place that could be entered so easily. Someone else said that true cultivation required a solid foundation and a high level. One of the men asked his dear brother if he remembered correctly that he, too, was not from a family of craftsmen. The man only frowned in response and asked the other what he meant. Adjusting his glasses, the other man said that he was simply reminding them that just as ordinary people seemed insignificant to him, so they were insignificant in the eyes of great masters. Another man appeared behind him, who noticed that he had again had many revelations. The test master asked him which masters he was talking about. The first man thought that he was finished if he dared to laugh in the presence of other masters. The man with the fan told the man with the glasses that he was still far from them. And in response, the man fell to his knees, apologizing and saying that the mentor and student were both great masters. The man with the fan raised his chin and exclaimed that he already knew that. Passing by the kneeling man, he said that although his abilities were impressive, his status was still lower, and seniority and respect should not be confused. But suddenly a female voice was heard asking the man to wait, and the face of the man in glasses lit up. The girl asked junior disciple Chang Feng what he was doing here. The girl landed on the deck, and everyone immediately began to exclaim that Sister Dan Xing was like a heavenly fairy, a goddess who had descended from the heavens. Yin Changfeng, the man with the fan, replied that junior apprentice Chong had shown disrespect to his senior. Was that right? Hugging Qin, the girl asked if mentioning Qin Shu's name was already considered disrespectful. Xing Zhu asked if it was disrespectful since Master Dan Tai said her name many times a day. All the men on deck were struck by her beauty. Changfeng exclaimed that she was just playing with words. He grinned and asked her if she dared to make a bet with him, and he said that if he lost the Taishuan competition, he would give up the title of future heir. The girl said that Master Qing had promised that whoever reached the Yuanpu level first would become the next heir to the clan. She asked him if he was in too much of a hurry, to which the guy exclaimed that she was threatening him. But suddenly Xing Shui heard some melody and immediately turned around to look at it. Others on deck also heard it and wondered what the melody was. It sounded nice. They exclaimed that this melody could not be compared with Dan Xingshui's melody anyway, because she was a genius in music. Xingzhu ordered everyone to be silent and leaned down lower. The men said they were impressed by the music, and their sister was impressed too. And suddenly the girl jumped down from the ship. Everyone who was on the deck rushed to the railing, watching the girl fly down. Xingzhu thought that this music was like a stream and a waterfall in the mountains. Such a melody could only come from a great master. Perhaps this was not a chance. If she can decipher the ancient music that she didn't understand before, she might be able to break through further. Changfeng thought that Sister Xing Shui always strived for perfection in music, but this melody seemed unusual. He bit his lip in resentment, thinking that he didn't understand her at all. Xingzhu continued to fly down, already approaching the rooftops of the houses. With the toe of her shoe, she suddenly touched the barrier that surrounded the village, and a bright flash of current ran through the girl's body. Following this, Xing Shui lost control of her body, and the barrier broke, sending the girl flying down. Changqing was busy playing music, and somewhere in the distance behind him, lightning was striking again. But soon he finished playing the melody, and the sky cleared up again, becoming colorful. Changqing heard a strange sound and asked if it was thunder again. But, as it turned out, this sound was a loud female scream, the owner of which was quickly flying down. Xingzhu landed awkwardly on the ground, scaring away the chickens that were walking around outside. Waking up in the hole she had made with her body, Xingzue thought that she didn't expect there to be protection here. But then she thought that this was a place of great people, so the security measures were normal. Suddenly she heard music again and immediately rushed to determine its direction. Jumping to her feet, she quickly ran forward to reach the source. The villagers noticed that she was immortal, and one asked the other how he understood this. The man replied that it was all her appearance, something that was impossible for an ordinary person to comprehend. Xingzhek moved closer to the source of the music and stopped. She looked up and noticed a sign for a small shop. She noticed a huge flow of energy behind the walls. The girl moved forward, thinking that everything was exactly as she assumed. Smiling, she thought that this melody definitely came from a master who had reached the heights of art. She walked forward and suddenly noticed a dog sleeping peacefully on the road. She immediately recognized the dog as the Demon King and jumped back with a scream. Raising his head, the Black Emperor glanced at the girl and thought that another cultivator had come for his master's soul. He grinned wickedly and thought that he needed to help his master. He rose to his feet and slowly began to approach the girl, who already had tears in her eyes from fear. The Black Emperor's energy appeared again, forming a large copy of himself, and he thought that he would be generous to her. But the very next moment, someone appeared behind him and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and threw him behind the walls of the store. Chongqing smiled at the girl and told her that it was calm inside and they had everything they needed. Xingqiu opened her mouth wide and gathered all the facts about this person into one place, and she thought that this was definitely the same great master playing the qin. Noticing the girl's strange expression, Chongqing called her again, feeling awkward. Xingqiu beamed and asked him if he was the one playing the qin just now. Recoiling from the girl because he noticed a strange light in her eyes, he replied that it was him. Then Xingxiu took out her qin, saying that it was excellent. Changqing wondered what she was going to do, teach him to play the qin. He only smirked in response, ready to accept the challenge. He thought that no one on his territory could defeat him, but Xingxiu came closer to him and, calling him master, exclaimed that she had some questions about music that she wanted to discuss with him. And Changqing thought that he had worried in vain, being glad that she called him master. The girl thought that since he said that there was everything here, then she would just be a guest. But if she called him master, then he would not be able to refuse. Changqing smiled stupidly, saying that she was too kind and he was not worthy of such a title. He awkwardly cleared his throat and introduced himself to her, saying that his name was Ye Changqing. He waved his hand towards the door and said that it was inconvenient here, they should go to the backyard. Xingqiu didn't refuse, continuing to call him master. Chongqing led the girl deep into the store and said that this was a modest courtyard where he lived, and that he often played the qin and painted here. He opened the doors leading to the courtyard, and Xingqiu covered her eyes with her hand from the light that immediately poured onto her. Looking at this yard, she thought that this simple yard looked like a real paradise. One day here is worth 1,000 days of hard training anywhere else. Feeling a wave of pleasure, she exclaimed that she would like to live here forever. Looking back at the girl, Chongqing once again noticed the strange expression on her face and thought that these cultivators were starting their strange deeds again. He led the girl further, showing her his desk where he writes. He led her further, showing her the board where he played chess. Xingxiu noticed a cracked stone on the table and asked him what it was. Changqing replied that the stone in the center was a tea table. If she wanted, she could use it. Xingqiu waved her hands, thanking the man for his hospitality and saying that this was too generous. She couldn't accept it. Changqing scratched his head and thought that it was just a beautiful stone. Xingqiu thought that he uses the rare Huanyuan stone as a tea table and also gives it away so easily. Apparently, he is a humble person who does not pursue fame. She smirked and thought about how she was increasingly wishing he would be her teacher. Changqing walked further into his courtyard, and the girl, looking around, followed him. Looking at the table where the qin lay, she asked in surprise whether it was really a heavenly qin. She wondered if this was really the artifact that was said to emit heavenly melodies that lead to the right path. Changqing suggested that the village play something for him since she was so eager to discuss music with him. However, when he looked at Xingqiu, he saw that she was practically drooling over his qin. Chongqing walked up to his qin and touched its strings with his fingers, causing a few notes to sound. He told the girl that if it wasn't too much trouble, she could use his qin. Xingqiu ran up to Chongqing and asked him with shining eyes if she could really do this. Wasn't this a rare piece of luck? The man awkwardly tried to move away from the girl, grimacing in disgust, and said that of course she could. Chongqing glanced at his qin and thought that the body of this instrument was made of a rare wood known as Hai Huang Zhu. He remembered how, during the cold winter season, he found some pieces of wood and was going to burn them. Taking an axe in his hands, he decided to cut the tree, saying that first he would test it. Another day he came to the shop for strings, and the seller said that these were real strings and they cost 6 silver coins, but Chongqing was not satisfied with this price. The salesman quietly whispered into the guy's ear that he understood that for people without basics, this was a high price. Changqing walked towards the exit and shouted angrily at the salesman to wait for him. When he returned home, he was still lamenting, saying that these were real strings after all, and he had a head of cabbage in his hands. Having lured the silkworms, he decided to start making the strings himself. While plucking the strings, Chongqing told Xingqiu that to create the perfect qin, several things were needed. He said it was heavenly time, earthly comfort, and human unity. He waved his hand as if inviting Xing and said that matters of magic depended on the heart, so she should follow her heart. Coming closer, she carefully touched the strings, thinking that in this world, artifacts are divided by levels of power, from low to high. Sitting down at the instrument, she thought about the division of such that there are heavenly artifacts, Dao-size artifacts, door treasures, magic treasures, and so on. Usually, a sect has at least one Dao artifact or ancient treasure, which are considered relics, and celestial artifacts are mentioned only in ancient texts, and all because she has long since disappeared from the world. Xingzhu plucked the strings lightly, causing a clear note to sound. Her hand was immediately thrown back by the power contained in the chin, and the girl thought that Changqing's chin surpassed even the heavenly artifacts. Xingzhu, under the man's questioning gaze, moved her shaking hand to the side, and it was shaking because he had touched her too roughly. Finally, the girl introduced herself, saying that her name was Dan Tai Xingxue, and told Master Ye to call her Xingxue. Changqing snapped his fingers and immediately deciphered her name with lines from the poem and said that her name was beautiful. The man chuckled quietly and thought that she couldn't help but fall in love with such a humble and majestic man like him. Xingxu then asked if she could start already, which left Changqing stunned. And finally, the girl started playing. Her music sounded amazing. Looking at the master, she asked him if there was anything wrong. Changqing nodded his head meekly, stroking his chin, and said that it was nothing. Everything was fine. Xingzhu laughed softly, thinking that she would have to show all her skills then. Her hands fluttered furiously over the chin, drawing from it a more lively melody. With quick movements, the girl said with her hands, putting her whole soul into her game. Changqing clapped for her, encouraging her, a smile playing on his face. Energy swirled around the girl's body while her hands were still playing the melody. Already more calmly strumming the strings, she mentally asked the man if she could begin already. Changqing clapped his hands, interrupting the girl's playing, and told her that the sounds were pleasant and melodious, although there were some minor flaws. He said with a smile that for him, it was already the highest skill if she could play like that. And these words wounded the girl to the very heart. The man's face darkened as he recalled someone and said that he knew a girl who claimed to be able to play the qin. As it turned out, he was remembering Yingxing, whose acting was simply terrible, and when she sang it was even worse. Changqing gave Xingxu a thumbs up and said that compared to her, she was much higher in skill. Xingzhu, on the other hand, planted her sandpipers in irritation, thinking about how dare he compare her to such a person. But, coming to her senses, she turned her head, thinking that the master's words must have a deep meaning. She smiled at Changqing and modestly said that her skills were still insufficient. Looking at him with a look of obsessive desire, she asked him to guide her. Then she stood up from the table and, folding her hands in a polite gesture, thanked Master Yi. She recalled her teacher's words with excitement. He told her that as a person who came from the ordinary world, she had already achieved a lot. She must remember that on the path of music and cultivation, she will definitely succeed if she does not give up. Xingxu thought that she didn't know what Master Ye would say about this, but she was still willing to learn from him. Changqing awkwardly scratched his cheek and said that learning was not a problem for him. But everyone had their own understanding of music, so everyone perceived it in their own way. The girl exclaimed that Master Ye's words surpassed her teacher's wisdom. Changqing told the girl that he didn't remember the melody. Sitting down at the keen, he said that he would now play this melody for her. He told the girl that this way she could understand the difference between them. Xingxu folded her hands again in a polite gesture, saying that she would be glad to receive this lesson. She wondered whether the transmission had brought understanding through music. This is the unique method of Master Yi. Meanwhile, Changqing gently touched the strings, and from his touch, weak streams of energy flowed upward. The first notes rang out and a wave of energy poured out from the qin, shining brightly in the air. Looking at the man, the girl noted that the strings of the qin seemed to sound in unison with the Tao. Giving birth to infinite wisdom, the sounds of qin make the mind calm, clear, and pure. She thought about how she felt among the clouds, as if she were flying on a crane in the sky. Changqing placed his hand on the strings, stopping them when the melody ended. He brushed the tears from his forehead, noticing that the song was more difficult than he expected. Xingxu stood there with her arms wide open and in absolute bliss. Changqing glanced at her, thinking that she must have really put her heart into it. Getting up from the table, he said that the main thing she could understand was that this was already progress. After some thought, Xingxu came to her senses and exclaimed that she understood everything. Looking at Changqing, who was calmly sipping tea, she thought that his skill in music was truly incomprehensible. She thought that perhaps he could help her resolve her biggest misunderstanding. She recalled that since she was a child and entered the Zeking sect, She began to study the way of music. Everyone admired him not for his talent on this path. People applauded her, saying that she played great, she was truly amazing. But one day the girl found the score in the cave of the great master, who had long since passed away. Every time she started to play, she couldn't bear the wisdom hidden in the notes and stopped. Not once was Xingxue able to play this melody to the end. Turning away from Changqing, Xingxue took out the score and thought about what would happen if she showed it to him. She wondered how he would feel about this, but she still decided to approach, handing the man the score. She said that the man had not had this score for many years, and she asked him if he could help her. Taking the score in his hands, Changqing asked the girl if it was really such a difficult melody. Xingxue replied that anyone who can understand the secrets of music can read the score, but not everyone can play it. Not even the teacher could. The girl remembered that her teacher was electrocuted when he tried to play her. Xingxue trembled at the mere thought of it and said that he couldn't withstand the pressure of the wisdom contained in the notes. Changqing opened the score and replied that he understood it. Looking at the girl, he noticed that the author of this score was a woman. Xingxue was quite surprised by this remark and said that the cave actually used to belong to a woman. The girl turned around with glee, thinking that Master Ye was able to understand it at first glance. He was really the one she needed. Changqing sighed as he looked at the score and thought that a man could not have created such a melody. The man coughed awkwardly and told the girl that he would then help her play the melody. With a glint in her eyes, Xingxue turned around and asked if it was true. Having thanked the master, she moved a little further away, and Changqing sat down at the kin again. Raising his hands, the man thought that this melody was indeed difficult, but it was not beyond his strength. His hands touched the strings again, and even stronger energy began to burst out in different directions, forming a beautiful pattern. Caught in the energy's range, Xingxue cried out as she was blown back. She was surprised to find that this energy was incredibly powerful. Changqing continued to confidently produce note after note, the melody flowing like a river, filling everything around. Suddenly the girl felt something wrap around her legs, and her body shuddered. Something invisible crawled over her arms and body, restricting her movement, making her body shake even more. Looking at Changqing's back, she wondered if he really wanted to use this melody to pass on the knowledge and wisdom of the Tao to her. Xingxue's body shook even more violently. She breathed heavily. Her face turned red, and suddenly she felt something coming out. With a loud cry, she arched her back. In incredible ecstasy, it seemed as if something had blossomed within her. Her inner lotus opened, and within it, one could see the birth of new life. The girl was surprised to find that she had reached the stage of initial awakening. She couldn't believe that just by listening to Master Ye's performance, she was able to achieve awakening. Meanwhile, the melody continued to resound, flying away to more distant lands. It even reached the northern ice fields, the territory of demons. The demons were hunting in their territory, laughing joyfully at the prey they caught. Suddenly, one of them heard a melody and asked what these sounds were. The other asked him if it was some kind of demonic melody. The demons felt the ground shake beneath their feet, and somewhere in the distance a bright purple flash flashed. The demons noticed that the flash was shining somewhere in the direction of the main sect. The demons started talking about how the demon emperor might finally be awakening. But after so many years, why would he be awakening now? Could it really be because of that melody? The demon asked the elder what was happening, what the leaders were discussing. The elder said that they say that something is hidden beneath the depths of the northern ice field, and it is there that the most terrible of all the great demon emperors sleeps. When he awakens again, he will once again lead the demon army and take over the central plains, conquering the entire world. Suddenly, having finished his story, the elder fell to his knees. A tear ran down his cheek, and he folded his hands in prayer, saying that once the demon emperor awakened, their 1,000-year exile would end. Meanwhile, the melody had already reached the southern mountains, which stood among 10,000 large mountains. The melody flew between the mountains and rocks, getting deeper and deeper, reflecting off the stones. So she reached a cave where someone was sitting and meditating. The stranger's eyes flashed a dangerous red light as he turned his head and asked who was playing. The man walked out of the cave, and his subordinates immediately appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. They bowed their knees before the ancient demon, falling down in unison. The ancient demon gave a voice, ordering his subordinates to stand up. One of the subordinates asked the ancient demon why he woke up so suddenly after sleeping for 1,000 years. The ancient demon asked her if she hadn't heard that sound. The girl replied that some of them heard a strange melody, but it was an ordinary piece. The ancient demon only replied that this melody was far from ordinary, it was legendary. And then the girl guessed that this was the very same song. The demons immediately began to ask the ancient demon what kind of song it was and how it could affect him. Sitting down on the rock behind him, The ancient demon began his story, saying that this song was written 10,000 years ago. It was written by a magical girl who was stronger than even the great demon emperors, and her human lover. The demons were surprised by this turn of events, not expecting such a girl to exist, and they asked why she had a lover among humans. The ancient emperor replied that no matter how impossible it may seem, it is all the pure truth. The demons asked if love between a human and a demon was possible, and they remembered that the world was once ruled by demons and monsters, and that the girl had incredible power, which also made it impossible. Showing his demons a fragment of the past, he said that 1,000,000 years ago, demons and monsters divided things between themselves. People were at the very bottom of the social ladder. Later, the weak wallpapers silently studied the cultivation paths that were most suitable for them. Later, the rapidly developing human race, together with demons and monsters, divided the whole world into 3 parts. And so it is no wonder that these two fell in love with each other. At that time, the girl's strength level had already reached incredible heights. But this human cultivator paid a high price, and all in order to gain their powers and resist cruel fate. His beloved used an ancient secret method, and with this, she sealed him in the depths of the northern wastes. His soul was placed in a mysterious coffin and hidden underground, far from sight. The ancient demon said that before this, a cultivator left a song. Only by playing it could the seal on the mysterious copper coffin of this magical empress be broken. It was also mentioned that only the descendant of this cultivator can play this song. One of the demons asked the man if he thought that if the song was heard in the northern wastelands, it could be heard there too. He exclaimed that the coffin of the sealed magical girl could already be expected there. The ancient demon said that he was sure that soon the demons would return to fight the people again. The demons immediately said that they understood everything, and they would immediately send people there. The ancient demon shouted that if the demons attacked, they could take advantage of the moment and attack the central continent. At the same time, the ships of the Ziking sect had already reached what they believed to be a secret mountain temple. Changfeng went out on deck and looked down, and he said that these were the 7 peaks of the secret mountain temple. He chuckled and said it looked like the meeting would start earlier than expected. But suddenly, the ship began to shake violently, and all the students immediately fell to their feet. Even Changfeng couldn't withstand this shaking and was already starting to lose his balance. He stumbled awkwardly and fell face down on the floor, asking what happened. Raising his face with a bruised cheek, he screamed with tears in his eyes for someone to save him. As it turned out, the ship collided with the temple barrier. The shaking did not stop. The students noticed that something was happening there. They shouted angrily that they knew they were coming but didn't turn off the mountain's big defenses. They thought it was a threat. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan and the others were on their way to meet the people from the Holy Land of Ziking. Zhenren turned to the head teacher and asked him if he was confident that he could solve Xu Jitian's 4-sided water formation. Chang Xuan didn't respond, but only hit his chest, trying to stop the trembling that had arisen. Turning around, he exclaimed that he had already received the true instruction from the teacher. To solve it is as easy as eating or drinking. He told his comrades to wait, because this time he would return everything that belonged to their land. Chang Xuan's younger brothers cheered happily. Mo Ren told him that he must fight like a real man. But suddenly Chang Xuan interrupted them, saying that they needed to calm their joy for a while, and he said that they should keep a low profile when they saw this old Xu Jitian. Stroking his beard, he said that this old fox had always been suspicious. If he suddenly changed his game tactics, he would simply waste his energy. There was a footstep behind the great teacher, and someone greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning around, Chang Xuan nervously greeted Xu Jitian in return. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, he said that he had heard that over the past 10 years, he had made significant progress in the art of chess. Xu Jitian laughed and pointed out that he still hadn't figured out the 4-dragon water formation that had been created tens of years ago, so there was no point in him trying hard. He noticed that so many of Tai Suyan's treasures already belonged to him that he was even ashamed. Hezui, Mo Ren, and Zhenren immediately joined in the surge of anger, but tried to keep their mouths shut. Stroking the arch of his mustache, the headman of Ziking, Qi Dalin, came out, saying that whoever played should accept his defeat with dignity. It is not a shame. Unable to bear such mockery, Hetsui grabbed the sword that hung behind his back. Directing him forward, he shouted that it was okay if this Shu mocked him a little, but he was not allowed to do that. Dalun told the man that he was still as hot-tempered as ever, and then he suggested that they duel again sometime. A small sword design appeared on Dalin's forehead as he shouted that he thought he hadn't forgotten his swordsmanship yet. But suddenly something greatly surprised the man, and the sword symbol began to gradually disappear. A strong aura began to flow around Hezui, and Delun asked him if he had really broken through. Gritting his teeth, he thought about how 10 years ago this old man had said that he would need another 2,000 years. Hezui swung his sword, and his aura began to spread throughout the space. He shouted at the man that he certainly didn't expect this. He smiled happily and exclaimed that he had successfully reached the level of spirit transformation. Chang Xuan covered his face with his hand in shame, thinking about how he had asked them to behave with restraint. Finally, Chang Xuan decided to intervene to stop all this before it was too late. He grabbed Hezui's shoulders and pulled him aside, telling Shu Jitian that he was sorry that she made him laugh. With his hands folded in a polite gesture, Chang Xuan said that although his younger brother had broken through his limitations, his abilities were still too modest, so he would forever remain one step behind in chess. From behind, Hetsuya's cries could be heard, telling him to stop showing his weakness. Genrin exclaimed that everything had changed now. His elder brother was no longer afraid of him. The others also shouted that they needed to fight and increase the stakes. Chang Xuan felt his heart sink and his head split into pieces, and he wondered if they were really playing a trick on him. He went to his younger brothers to try to calm them down while they were still shouting something excitedly. Someone from Zeking asked if these were the same old people who lost at chess and immediately began to complain about poverty. Others asked if the times had changed and they had become so impudent. Jitian thought that something was clearly wrong here. There was clearly something unusual hidden behind this. It seemed like there was someone very influential behind the people from Taishuan. Chang Feng came up behind Zitian and said that the disciples from Saint Ziking had already arrived. Chang Feng bowed to Chang Xuan and his younger brothers, greeting them. Chang Xuan smiled and replied that there was no need for such ceremonies, and he noticed that the holy son Ziking had made progress again. Shu Jitian said that this was just a small success. The man patted Chang Xuan on the shoulder and said that he had heard that the holy son Li Changming had also made great progress in learning the longevity technique over the past 10 years, so he hoped that he could show off his achievements. Chang Feng mockingly asked why Brother Li hadn't shown up yet. He assumed that the boy was avoiding him because he knew he would lose. Zhu Jitian told the student to be more polite. Chang Feng opened his fan and apologized, not at all regretting his words. Chang Xuan intervened and said that Chang Ming had been in seclusion lately. He said that Chang Ming had abandoned the path of longevity and was now practicing sword art. Shu Jitian and Chang Feng were quite surprised by this and asked again. Chang Xuan sighed and said that young people who have not been through hardships often make impulsive decisions. Smiling proudly, he said that fortunately his student met a great teacher who guided him along this path, which changed his life dramatically. Chang Feng and his teacher frowned as they watched this smug old man. Giving his thumbs up to his juniors, Chang Xuan thought that this is what he calls modesty and restraint. Hezui also gave him a thumbs up, thinking that his elder brother is incredible. The elders of Zeking began to whisper, not believing that they couldn't change their path so easily. One of them told Shu Jitian that this old man was trying to deceive them. He couldn't let go of his only disciple so easily, to which he replied that if his words were true, then they needed to be more careful. Frowning, he noticed that something was clearly wrong with this tournament. Another elder remarked that Chang Xuan had mentioned some great teacher. He exclaimed, asking if Chang Ming had received the true inheritance of sword art from some master. Jutian replied that they would not change anything one way or another, and that he would play a game with Chang Xuan before the Holy Sun's tournament and try to learn more. He said he wanted to see this great man in person, which gives them this incredible confidence. As if he sensed that someone was talking about him, Changqing sneezed while sitting at the table. Scratching his nose with his little finger, he noticed that someone was remembering him. Xingzhu walked up to him and asked him worriedly what was wrong with him. Changqing bent his finger and stared at his booger and replied that he was fine. He quickly waved his finger, shaking it off. He looked at the girl with a joyful smile and asked her if she was passing by. Xingzhu readily replied that it was true, and she leaned closer. Changqing noticed that it was already getting dark, and he himself was thinking that she should leave already because it was so difficult for him, so lonely and young, to restrain himself. The girl punched her palm, noticing that he was right, and Changqing sighed in relief. Xingzhu asked the teacher if she could stay overnight with him tonight, and she, without thinking, ran into the house, thinking that in the morning she would again ask the teacher to teach her to play the qin. Changqing shouted after her, asking him if she wanted to wait for his answer. So the man froze with his hand outstretched and his face distorted with irritation. He mentally cursed all these immortals. But he had no choice but to resign himself, and he sighed heavily. He indignantly asked if they really thought that because they were immortal, everything was allowed to them. His hand gave way on the strings of the qin, causing bright flashes to shine upward, and he thought that he should be sent special effects to add. But suddenly he realized that although everyone in this world has spiritual roots, their knowledge and skill in music, painting, and calligraphy are simply catastrophic. That is why, after seeing his work, they begin to adore him fanatically. He punched his palm and thought that more people should see his works. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed that then it would not be a problem for him to become famous in this world. He stepped on the bench, kicking it loudly, and laughed, asking if a person doesn't have a dream. Then how is he different from a salted fish? Raising his hand, he said that to start with, you need to set a small goal. And he exclaimed that his first goal would be to go to the capital of the Great Yan with his works. But suddenly he came to his senses, remembering that the suburbs were full of spiritual beasts and wild monsters. He thought in horror about how he, a young and handsome man without spiritual roots, could get to the capital. He wondered if he would have to ask the immortals for help. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan, his junior disciples, Zitian, his disciple, and Li Dalin gathered in the Tai Shuyan Hall. Looking into his mug, Zitian noticed that it was insight tea and remarked that it was an extremely valuable item. Chang Xuan replied that it was nothing special, just fragments of the insight leaves. And then he told me that he had recently drunk tea brewed from whole leaves. Changfeng noticed how the teacher's hand tightened on the cup, and he asked him if everything was okay. Zitian gritted his teeth and replied that his blood pressure had simply suddenly risen. Suddenly, somewhere there was a deafening sound that shook the entire building. Zitian jumped to his feet and asked what was going on. Hazui, also standing up from his seat, noticed that it seemed like Changmin had already passed his test. Looking at the guests, he said that he had achieved such success in just a month. He exclaimed that Changming was indeed a natural talent in swordsmanship. Changfeng asked again, his eyes wide, about only a month of training for them. Hetsui looked at the guy and asked him what was wrong with him, why he was shaking. Also gritting his teeth and clutching his fan, the guy replied that his blood pressure had also risen. His face darkened as he thought about how Changming's sword aura was already so powerful after only a month of practice. With 2 fingers extended, Changfeng began to use his power. Pink flashes swirled around the room, and he thought that this guy could deceive others, but not him, who had studied sword art for nearly 100 years. Putting his palms together, he thought that he couldn't fool him, and a bright beam of light burst out from his palms. This pink beam flew out of the room and flew straight into the blue light above the place where Changmin was studying. The pink beam reached the blue barrier and hit it, as if being absorbed. Changfeng stepped back in shock, exclaiming that this was simply impossible. The blue aura was not only not damaged but became even brighter, and the shapes of swords were visible in the sky. The boy exclaimed, asking if this was the true, supremely pure essence of the sword. Asking again what 1 month was, the guy frowned and cursed. He waved his hands and summoned his sword, exclaiming that he needed to see this with his own eyes. He flew out of the room peacefully on his sword, Zitian shouting after him not to be too confident. Changxuan put his hand on the man's shoulder to stop him and told him that it was okay. He asked him about when else, if not in youth, one could be self-confident. Changfeng flew through the air over the mountains to find Changming. Finally, he reached a small house on one of the mountains. Meanwhile, Changmin was training hard. Everything around him was glowing with a bright light, and a magic ring was shining under his feet. A huge sword appeared above the guy's head. It seemed like the guy's aura could destroy everything around him. A strong wind arose from Changming's use of power. Changfeng covered his face with his hand. Meanwhile, Changmin had already risen into the air. 3 bright spheres were shining around him, and the sword was descending lower and lower, hitting the ground with its tip. Changfeng rushed forward, noticing that this guy was about to achieve unity with the sword. While in a state of complete concentration, Changmin couldn't help but notice someone appearing within his reach. The boy immediately waved his hand, sending one of the swords that were floating in the air in that direction, noting that he felt killing intent. Changfeng barely managed to dodge the sword by tilting his head back, but the tip of the sword still grazed him, cutting off some hair from his bangs. And yet the boy lost his balance and flew down from his sword. Changmin had already dropped to the ground, finishing his union with the sword. A sword-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had successfully achieved unity with the sword. The younger disciples congratulated their senior, and Changmin replied that his level was already stable, as expected from the master's teaching. And suddenly, somewhere behind them, there was a loud sound, as if something had fallen to the ground. As it turned out, it was Changfeng. His back had broken the ground a little. Foam was coming out of his mouth. Changming and the junior disciples hovered over the boy, and the first one noticed that this boy looked very similar to Yin Changfeng from Saint Ziking. However, he noticed that this guy looked older than Changfeng, and his hair had thinned. But suddenly one of the younger disciples noticed that this was the same holy son of Yin. Then Chang Ming ordered to take him into the house. Once he got home, Changmin started pouring tea. Chang Feng had already woken up. He was sitting huddled on a chair, his body was shaking. Chang Ming suggested that he first calm down and drink some tea. Chang Feng took the mug and drank a little, and Chang Ming asked him if he remembered. Chang Feng asked the guy what he meant. Chang Min told him that he had just fallen from the sky, and they quickly carried him into the house. Smiling, he said that now, looking at him, it seemed to him that everything was fine. Chang Feng replied that everything was fine, and his hand reached into his bangs. Suddenly, he found no hair under his fingers. This was followed by a loud, plaintive cry. Already angry, Chang Feng slammed his cup on the table. He grabbed Changmin by his clothes and shouted, asking him why he changed his path and started practicing sword art. He still did not calm down and shouted, asking him how he had achieved unity with the sword in a short month. Changmin excitedly replied that he had received instructions from a great man, and it was he who had suggested that he change his path and take up the sword. Chang Feng stared at the boy, wondering who this person was that could influence such a holy son. He let go of the boy's clothes, thinking that only if he could get advice from such a great man. Sitting back down on his chair, Chang Feng said that he was so happy that he lost his composure, and then he asked about this great man. Changmin leaned closer and whispered in his ear what he was going to tell him. However, he then whispered that it was a secret. Chang Feng asked again, dumbfounded. Changmin shook his head and spread his arms to the sides, saying that it was not because of greed on his part, but the Holy Lord had clearly forbidden mentioning this man and any information about him. The guy said in a threatening tone that anyone who violated the ban would be immediately expelled from Taishuan. The next day arrived, the duel was about to take place, and a crowd of people gathered in the square. Mo Ren was pacing anxiously on the balcony. Zhenren was sitting on a chair, watching his older brother. Mo Ren asked where the Holy Lord was. As he sat down on the chair, Zhenren calmly sipped his tea and replied that he had gone to play chess with Shu Jitian. Mo Ren sighed and said that he hoped that he could show a good result this year. Chang Xuan, feeling the need to remember him, sneezed loudly. He was sitting in the pavilion with Shu Jitian. He asked why he felt like someone was talking about him behind his back. Jitian did not hesitate, and he pointed to the board and suggested that Chang Xuan decide quickly this time. He said they could play one game to determine who won, and they could raise the stakes at any time. Stroking his beard, Chang Xuan confidently agreed to these conditions. Jitian waved his hand, giving his opponent the opportunity to make the first move. Chang Xuan turned to Shu Jitian, placing the first piece on the board. He told him that his four dragons spewing water formation was really impressive. He couldn't figure it out for so many years. He grinned and asked the man if he had found some famous mentor. Jitian didn't respond, but simply placed his piece on the board and made a counter move. He asked Chang Xuan if he had heard of Nangong, the chess saint. Chang Sen shouted, asking him if he was talking about Nangong Xuanji, the #1 chess player in the Central Plains. Now Jitian grinned and said that he had just received his instructions. Chang Xuan noted that he had managed to secure the support of the great chess player. He grinned and said that he had laid all his cards on the table and asked him if he really thought he would definitely win this time. Jitian replied that it was not exactly like that. It was just that he was not as greedy as him. A spark flew between them when Jitian said that he was not hiding information about his mentor, not wanting to give away even the slightest detail. Chang Xuan asked again about greed, and then raised his hands up. A bright light shone between his palms, and he said that he was raising the stakes. Luxurious items shone in the air, and the man said that he was betting 5 spiritual treasures. Not expecting this, Jitian shouted, asking his opponent if he had gone crazy, since he had Nangong's support. Chang Xuan smiled and told the man not to worry and to use all his skills, making a new move, as if his hand was being guided by Chang Qing. Chang Xuan thought that compared to Master Ye, Nangong was just a child. The figure stood on the board, and a magic circle began to shine underneath it. Jitian watched this with horror, thinking that this simply couldn't be happening. He could see one of the living points in his 4 dragons spewing water formation. Through one stick of incense, Chang Xuan, following Ye Changqing's teachings, destroyed all the living points of the formation. Jitian puffed angrily, and he asked Chang Xuan about who actually taught him chess skills. Chang Xuan only smiled in response, thinking that he wasn't going to tell him that. Jitian's face darkened as he accepted this challenge, thinking that they would play like this. Under the table, a small stone shone in Jitian's hand. He smirked and mentally told the man not to blame him if he was using his old methods. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at Chang Xuan, thinking that it was he who had forced him. A green, barely visible streak flew out from the stone and flew away. Zhitian thought that it was good that he gave Nangong the transfer stone. The green streak of energy flew further and further, connecting Nangong and Zhitian. After some time, the energy reached Nangong, touching his shoulder. Taking out the accessory stone, Nangong asked Mr. Shu what business he had. Zhitian told him that his 4-dragon water trap would soon be solved. Nangong was surprised and asked him who was able to figure out this technique, since he spent thousands of years creating this game. Nangong waved his hand and sent the stone flying, asking Zhitian to show him the solution. And immediately, an image of a board appeared in front of the man's face. Touching the image with his hand, Nangong exclaimed that it was exquisite, simply stunning. He exclaimed that he didn't even realize that he had left so many opportunities for an exit. Zhitian, horrified, asked Nangong if he was also powerless. Nangong happily replied that he had dedicated his whole life to the art of chess and that he could not be defeated so easily. He conveyed to him through the stone, telling him to go as he would tell him. Only through destruction can one achieve victory in danger. Zhitian smirked and thought that Nangong had entered the game, so now Chang Xuan was doomed. He asked his opponent about the top, "Why don't they make a big bet?" Chang Xuan agreed and asked the man how he wanted to play. Zhitian said that he had 2 ancient relics, one of medium quality and one of high quality. Chang Xuan looked at the man, considering his proposal, and suddenly he said that he felt that this was not what Brother Shu was pursuing at all. Zhitian confirmed his guess, saying that if he were to risk this and the 2 relics, then he was not only playing chess, but he also bets on who this genius is that he mentioned. The bets were accepted and Zhitian made his next move. But Chang Xuan had no intention of retreating. He also made a move, advancing on his opponent. In this small, quiet gazebo, a serious battle was now taking place. After Nangong entered the game, Chang Xuan gradually retreated, and he wondered how Zhitian's position suddenly changed. Zhitian was still clutching the stone in his hands, accepting Nangong's instructions. He smirked and noticed that Judah looked a bit tense, causing Chang Xuan to flinch. Getting up from the table, he folded his hands in a polite gesture and said that he suddenly felt the need to go to the toilet, and he asked his opponent to wait for him a little. Chang Xuan left the pavilion. Zhitian took out a stone and exclaimed that the enemy now had no chance, to which Nangong told him not to underestimate the enemy. Using his spiritual powers, Chang Xuan rushed away, thinking that it would be better to go to the toilet and consult with Master Ye. Meanwhile, Chang Qing was sweeping his yard, raking all the trash into a pile. Suddenly, a sound came from this pile of garbage, which attracted the man's attention. Chang Qing walked closer to the pile of trash and bent down to pick up the object that started making sounds. Picking it up, he noticed that it was the wooden medallion that Chang Xuan had given him, and he wondered what was going on. And suddenly, a loud cry came from that medallion. Chang Xuan's voice called out to Senior Ye. Chang Qing involuntarily recoiled from the loud cry. A cloud of spiritual energy burst out from the tablet, in which the face of Chang Xuan appeared, begging Chang Qing for help. This surprised Chang Qing, and he noticed that it was some kind of video chat tool among cultivators. Chang Xuan cried out in tears that he had a problem and that the elder simply had to help him. Not knowing what to do, Chang Qing waved his hand and told the man to tell him what happened. A playing field appeared in the cloud of energy, and Chang Xuan asked the elder how he could escape from this situation. With a face full of anger, indignation, and disgust, Chang Qing asked if that was all. But then his gaze met Chang Xuan's eyes again, from which tears were pouring down like a hail. Chang Qing sighed heavily, massaged his forehead in annoyance, and said that he would tell you what to do step by step. Chang Xuan immediately began to thank his elder, clasping his palms together. The man smirked, thinking that Teacher Ye had intervened himself so he would succeed today. After a while, Chang Xuan returned to the pavilion, sat down at the table again, and apologized to Zhitian for waiting. Zhitian folded his arms across his chest and smiled as he saw brother. He had done it so easily, and asked him if he had managed to clear all the obstacles. Chang Xuan reached out to make a new move. Master Ye's voice echoed in his head, telling him that he should play the last 8 positions and break the connection between the 2 stones. The piece touched the board, moving into the position that Chang Qing had told him about. Zhitian noticed that this move was quite unexpected. Following his teacher Nangong's commands that the 9th white should retreat, Zhitian made a counter move. But Chang Xuan did not lag behind. He heard Master Ye telling him that the 10th back door would connect heaven and earth. Nangong shouted that white 33. The earth dragon turns into a heavenly dragon. He grinned, thinking that he was even curious about how the enemy would deal with this now. Chang Qing's last piece of advice to Chang Xuan was, "Don't resist any longer." Chang Qing said that it had already been decided that although the whites' position was strong, they had reached their limit. Chang Xuan, under Master Ye's command, extended his hand, preparing to make the final move. Two fingers with a figure between them darted towards the board like a powerful dragon, preparing to bring defeat to the enemy. Nangong, watching this, exclaimed that this could not be. Jitian desperately noticed that the elder Nangong had lost, but he couldn't believe it. Changqing also watched the board. The pieces on the board were arranged in a strange pattern, and the man thought that the old man was accusing him of cheating again. Rejoicing at his victory, Changshuan smiled and whispered his thanks to Senior Ye, while Jitian could not believe his defeat. Changqing simply replied that he would disconnect if there was no further business for him. Nangong, still holding the stone in his hands, shook. He said that he had dedicated himself to playing the Dao through the art of the game for almost 3,000 years already. He shouted that he thought that there was no one in the world who could surpass him, but now someone had not only solved his problem, but also surpassed him in the spirit of the game. He desperately asked Jitian where he was now. Still devastated, Jitian looked at the stone, and Nangong asked him who he was playing with now. Jitian's eyes filled with tears, and he finally replied that he was at the Great Yan's party. His face showed resentment and disappointment when he said that he was in the sacred land of Taishuan and was playing with the head of the Taishuan sect, Changshuan. But then he said that behind him stood a mysterious master whom he didn't even know. Nangong responded by exclaiming that now he understood everything. The old man jumped on his sword and flew away from his cave, heading north of the Great Yan. He cut through the air with his sword at almost the speed of light, unable to sit still. The only thing that drove him forward was the thought that he had to meet this mysterious master. Otherwise, his path of development would stop. Changqing sighed in disappointment, thinking that he hadn't played games like this even in middle school. Xingyu sat at his keyboard and practiced playing music. Changqing thought that he hoped that next time they would offer something more difficult. Having finished playing the melody, the girl placed her palm on the strings, completely muffling them. Turning to Changqing, she asked him what he thought of the melody she had just performed, whether there were any shortcomings. The man calmly sipped his tea, thinking about his answer, and then put the empty cup on the table. Touching his chin, he frowned and replied that overall the melody was well executed, but it lacked a certain feeling. Xingzhak noticed that she had never heard advice about a certain feeling before. However, she did not understand what he meant, and so she asked him about it directly. Changqing, hitting his fist into his palm, answered the girl that this was free will. He began to twist theatrically and told the girl that she was too carried away by technique when playing, that she forgot about the feelings in music. Gracefully extending his hand, he said that she needed to learn to follow her heart, to free her true nature. Xingzhu stared at her hands, trying to understand the master's advice, but she couldn't. She asked him if this was not what the teacher was talking about when he mentioned the highest art of music, the state of pure mind. Changqing suggested that he play the melody for her now so that she could feel it again. The girl readily agreed, and the man sat down at the instrument, and sparks of energy began to fly in all directions again. The melody burst from the strings and spread throughout the village, reaching the square. The residents noticed after listening closely that the melody had changed, and it seemed that this time Mr. E himself was playing. Another noted that the level of play was completely different from the previous performance. After a while, Changqing finished playing and asked Xingxue what she thought with a smile on his face. As if waking up from a trance, the girl, with passion burning in her eyes, replied that Mr. Ye was indeed right. She still needed to train a lot. Getting up from the table, Changqing replied that the main thing was that she herself felt and understood it. He walked around her, heading into the house, and said that it was already late, and so they would finish for today. Xingzhu didn't answer him, but only bit her lip sullenly. Turning around, she called the master and told him that she had been here for a long time, so she was going to leave tomorrow. Changqing asked her again and thought that they were still so different, so differently structured, as people and as immortals. A small ring with a stone lit up on the girl's finger, and she took out a book from there. The girl said that she accidentally found this ancient book, but its contents are very complex, so she could not decipher it. Turning to Mr. Ye, she said that only he can decipher it. The girl's face turned red as she handed the book to the man, exclaiming that that was why she was giving the book to him. Changqing accepted the book and, upon opening it, he noticed that the text of the book was specially mixed up according to some rule, and he joyfully exclaimed that it could be deciphered, and he would try to figure it out tonight. Meanwhile, Changshuan stroked his beard and told Jitian that that game was truly a masterpiece. Trying to contain his anger, Jitian responded politely, saying that Brother He's skills were truly impressive. He placed his ring on the now empty board, saying that the two relics that had been at stake in their dispute were in this ring, so he could take it. Looking at this small ring, Changshuan smiled and thought that they had been losing for so many years, And now the money was finally coming back. Jitian slowly, with a hunched back, completely defeated, trudged away from the pavilion. Chang Xuan shouted after him not to hurry. Hezui, who seemed to have been there during the entire game, peeked out from around the corner. Chang Xuan was still happily looking at the ring. Hezui went out to his older brother and congratulated him, saying that he could now finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chang Xuan replied that if it weren't for Senior Master Ye's diligent guidance, he wouldn't have been able to win in this life. Hezui invited his brother to take a look at their new relics, and Chang Xuan eagerly agreed. The man raised 2 fingers up, releasing spiritual energy, and the ring flew up a little. And from the ring flew out a handle and a bell, shining with a dark and red light. Hezui noticed that the body of this pen was made of a rare iron called Tears of Darkness. He noticed that the Tears of Darkness was an extremely rare material, but from the moment it was created, it was filled with sinister energy. It could easily damage the soul of a cultivator, so it was better not to touch it unless absolutely necessary. Looking at the bell, he asked why it emitted such a strong, ominous aura. Changsen noticed that only by killing many souls could one gain such terrifying power. He said that this ancient relic contains enormous power. He said that this relic could become the central formation-protecting artifact of Taishuyan. Hezui happily remarked that then the Holy Land of Taishuan would be able to enjoy peace forever. After putting the artifacts back into the ring, Chang Xuan turned away and frowned, saying that they would talk about this later. He and Hezui left the pavilion and headed back to the square, and noticed that the tournament of the Holy Sons was about to begin, and they should go and watch. The arena was already being prepared for the fight. It was cleared there was not a single soul in it. Returning to the elders of his sect, Zitian felt their advancing gazes on his back. Turning around abruptly, he asked them why they were looking at him like that. Li Delong told him that he had just lost 2 ancient relics. The other elders asked him if they could charge him for these losses, since even though their land of Zeking was rich, such expenses could ruin them. In an attempt to justify himself, Zitian waved his hands and said that these 2 relics were from his personal collection, so they had nothing to worry about. Stroking his beard, Delin asked him why he hadn't said that before, and the other remarked that he had made them worry unnecessarily. The third elder approached Zitian and asked him why he hadn't mentioned this before. The man replied that everything was true, because these 2 relics were the rarest weapons of destruction. All the elders, hearing this, immediately became alarmed and asked again. Zitian said that they all came from the same place, full of great evil. Countless of their brothers and sisters died there, and it was only with difficulty that these 2 artifacts were contained until today. Zitian said that even with their current strength, they should not try to break the seal, otherwise disaster would be inevitable. Lai Dilong shouted, asking the man if this thing was so dangerous, then why did he want to hand it over to Great Master Tai Shuyan? Another elder supported Delin and asked whether it would not lead to disaster if he broke the seal. Zitian just turned around and said that he knew what he was doing. And then he grinned, thinking that he would even be glad to see Chang Xuan break the seal and disaster loom over the Taishuyan holy place. He will be very interested to see if this mysterious old man he told him about will remain on the sidelines. The elders, still worried, asked him if he thought it was too risky, if he decided to destroy his territory because Chang Xuan had won once. They noted that if it became known, it would damage Xining's reputation. They unanimously asked their leader to think again. Zitian didn't respond, but only raised his hand as if urging them to finish this. And then he said that he understood their concerns, but he had his own plan, and the 3 brothers no longer needed to dissuade him. Looking down at the arena, he asked where his snowflake was. He noted that he hadn't seen her since she arrived here. Li Delong replied, saying that she heard the sound of Qin on her way here and followed it. It seemed that she felt her luck again. Zitian nodded his head and said that it was true. He said that although both Changfeng and Snowflake were named Holy Son and Holy Daughter at the same time, their talents in the Tao were equal. However, the girl has a special luck from birth. Despite all the failures, she always manages to find opportunities that best contribute to her cultivation. And the man said that he was sorry that she didn't have even half of Changfeng's aspiration for the title of Holy Master. Finally, a cry came from somewhere below, asking the 2 holy children to come into the arena. And Zitian looked down in anticipation. A crowd began to gather at the arena, and 2 bright flashes, pink and red, flashed in the air. The flashes landed on the arena, and Changming and Changfeng stood opposite each other. The younger disciples noticed that ever since elder brother Li had changed his way of the sword, he seemed to have become a different person, and a certain Buddhist aura had appeared within him. Changmin smiled mischievously. His body really did have a bright aura, and his fellow disciples stood behind him, cheering him on. The red-haired man from Zeking folded his arms and asked what would change if he changed his path. His followers exclaimed that Ying was years ahead of him in the art of the sword. Changfeng was already standing in the arena. He waved his hand and a sword appeared in it. The people from Zeking also supported their holy son. Chang Xuan reached Jitian's balcony, and the latter told him that all that was left for him to do now was to lead the battle. Chang Xuan smiled at the man and agreed with him, saying that he had waited so long. As he approached the railing, the man exclaimed that the martial arts tournament was starting now. In response to this, the crowd began to cheer, shouting words of support to the warriors who stood in the arena. Chang Feng beckoned to Chang Ming with his hand, asking him to show him all his skills. But in response to this, Chang Min put his palm forward and asked him if he could say a few words first. Chang Feng, alert, asked him what he wanted to say, while he himself tried to understand what he had in mind. Still smiling slyly, Changmin said that he had only been practicing the way of the sword for half a year, and his skills were still far from perfect. He said that when it came to the sacred lands of Taishuan, the only one who could rival Brother Yin in swordsmanship was his younger sister Wu Shuang. Chang Feng asked again, asking if he meant Lu Wu Shuang. He asked him if he was talking about that same swordswoman from Taishuan with an iron character. The boy thrust his sword forward and exclaimed that she was just a disciple, a true heir, and that she could not be on the same level as them, the holy sons. Still smiling calmly, Chang Ming responded by telling the boy that he was looking too narrowly, as the sword skill of Wu Shuang's younger sister was undoubtedly superior to his. Chang Feng was caught off guard. He thought about how much strength this girl could have if her elder brother had already honored the sword's true intent. He glanced at his teacher, thinking that he couldn't miss this chance. While Xing Sui was away, it was his time to shine. Pressing his lips together, he thought that he absolutely must not lose this fight in front of the holy teacher. He clenched his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter. Turning to Chang Min, he told him to stop being distracted and let them fight first. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and the guy jumped up, throwing himself at his opponent. But suddenly, before Chang Feng could land a single blow on Chang Ming, the true essence of the sword shone somewhere in the distance. As it turned out, it was the true essence of Wu Shuang's sword that was now in the air. She immediately headed towards the arena, causing a look of surprise to appear on Chang Feng's face. Jitian also glanced at the girl, looking her over from head to toe. And then he noticed that she already had the yin and yang sword. Hezui said that he had observed correctly, and he said that the meaning of the yin and yang sword is a supreme realization that far surpasses the ordinary intention of the sword. The girl sank down onto the stone floor next to her older brother. The crowd immediately began to rejoice, exclaiming that the elder sister had not only greatly increased her strength, but had also become even more beautiful. The admiring men shouted that her cold face was like the winter sun. She was beautiful but cold. Changmin bowed slightly to his younger sister and congratulated her on her next breakthrough in the path of the sword. Smiling, the girl thanked her brother, saying that she was going to train for some more time, but in order not to miss the fight, she left early. Wu Shuang bowed to Chang Feng, saying that he had been studying the art of swordsmanship for many years, and she would like to take this opportunity at the fighting tournament to ask for his advice. Chang Min happily exclaimed that both of them were skilled in swordsmanship. It would be a battle of equals. Chang Feng tensed up and thought that, although Lu Wu Shuang was young, she had already mastered the art of the yin-yang sword. Even if he gave it his all, the outcome of the battle was still unpredictable, and he thought that today, at such an important moment, he could not risk losing. Finally, he told the girl that this was a competition between holy sons, and that she, an ordinary student, hardly had the right to compete with him. Chang Qing responded by hitting his palm with his fist and exclaiming that so much the better. And he said that the teacher had already announced that Wu Shuang would become the holy maiden of Taishuan. This news shocked the guy, and he asked again. Zhitian, also starting to get tense, asked Chang Xuan if Chang Ming was telling the truth, to which he replied that it was true. Turning to Chang Feng, he said that Wu Shuang had already been appointed as the holy maiden of their clan. It was just that the initiation ceremony had not yet taken place, so their duel would not violate the rules. Jitian thought that in the end, Lu Wushuang was only a cultivator at the Golden Dan stage, and Chang Feng was only a step away from the Yuanying stage. She definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. And he shouted to his disciple that since the chief saint of Taishuan said so, he must accept the challenge. He must not let outsiders humiliate their holy place. Chang Feng gritted his teeth, thinking angrily that he wanted to defeat Li Changming to show off his strength. How did things turn out like this? Finally, he hesitantly told the girl that they should start then, to which she thanked him. Changmin had already moved to the viewing area and shouted loudly, wishing good luck to both of them. Chang Feng waved his hand again, and his sword appeared in front of him in a bright flash. He thought nervously that even if she had mastered the yin-yang sword, he had still been practicing fencing for a century, and he took off again, running forward towards his opponent. The girl also waved her hand, summoning her sword. Taking the sword in her hands, she stood in a stance, feeling Changqing standing behind her. While all the men stood there with their mouths open, Changming clapped his hands and exclaimed that Wu Shuang was simply incredible. Even Chang Xuan and Zitian were surprised by the girl's strength. Chang Feng was even more surprised, and he exclaimed, asking if this was really the 8th level. He immediately hurried to stop, pressing his heels into the floor. Stopping, he looked up and asked in amazement how this was possible. As if repeating Changqing's movements, Wu Shuang entered a new stance, preparing to strike. She swung her sword arm, cutting through the air and releasing her spiritual energy. The tip of the sword passed by Changfeng's temple, cutting off a tuft of his hair. The blow went even further, spreading to the building behind the guy. The girl's blow easily cut through the building and even the mountain behind. In utter despair, Changfeng fell to his knees in exhaustion. His face darkened and he muttered dejectedly that he had lost. The girl waved her hand again, hiding the sword, and, falling to the ground, she folded her hands and said that she accepted defeat. Changmin continued to clap his hands and exclaim how wonderful it was. While everyone around was in complete shock, the guy smiled happily and said that it was not for nothing that she was his younger sister. Zitian exclaimed, asking what was going on with this Lu Wu Shuang. Grabbing Chang Xuan by the collar of his clothes, he shouted at him, asking him what just happened. Chang Xuan gasped and replied in a panic that he himself did not understand what was happening. He told him that she must have learned it herself during her solitary training. Zitian's jaw dropped, thinking irritably that she had previously been just an ordinary student. Sitting angrily on his chair, he thought that behind all this there was only that mysterious master. Chang Xuan laughed quietly and noticed that Zitian was panicking and nervous. A few hours later, it was already night, and the stars were shining brightly in the sky above Changqing's courtyard. He recalled that evening when Chang Xuan and Wu Shuang were sitting at his table. That same night, he lay in his bed, thinking that the night was long, and there was only one eye wide awake. Thinking of Xing Shui, he quickly inhaled, his cheeks flushed, and he thought that it was definitely not because she was leaving. Turning his head, he suddenly noticed a book lying on the bed. Taking her in his arms, he sat on the bed and said that he could look at the book that she had given him. He looked at the cover of the book and wondered how it could be called Food of the Earth. He clicked his tongue, irritated, and noted that it seemed as if he was being made fun of. But he still got out of bed and went to his desk, and then lit a candle. Sitting down on the table, Changqing began to decipher the text of this book. After some time, the contents of this book interested him, and he set to work with great zeal. Morning came and somewhere in the yard roosters crowed. As it turned out, Changqing had been sitting over a book all night, and so he didn't notice and fell asleep at the table. Hearing the crows of roosters, the man woke up. His face was swollen. Half asleep, he picked up the deciphered texts and looked at them. Stretching, he noticed that he had deciphered everything, and then he yawned so hard that tears began to flow from his eyes. After waking up, Changqing ran out into the courtyard and began looking for Xing Shui, but instead he only found some kind of scroll on the table. He unfolded it and began to read it. And in the letter, Xing Shui thanked him for these few days of training and hospitality. She wrote that she would remember it for the rest of her life. She wrote the following lines with some excitement, and she wrote that fate might bring them together again in the future. Changqing tried to anticipate the next words, thinking that if there was an opportunity to continue her cultivation teachings, she would be happy to thank him. However, the letter said that she would definitely come back to see him. Changqing threw the paper aside in disappointment, and then he picked up the book again, saying that since the girl had left, he would try out the technique that she had given him. Sitting down on a couch in the courtyard, Changqing began to read the text of the technique out loud. With each word, more and more energy was released. It swirled in the air, lifting the man's hair. After some time, Changqing moved to the ground and sat there in the lotus position, truly meditating. In response to Changqing's meditation, the skies turned black again, clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning flashed across the sky. One after another, lightning began to strike the ground, hitting Changqing's house. However, the man seemed not to notice all this. His brows were furrowed as he diligently meditated, and a shining dragon circled around him. The villagers froze and looked at him, noting that she had changed too abruptly. They exclaimed, saying that there had just been sun and that lightning was so terrible. The Black Emperor, who was still sleeping, could not help but awaken from the roar of lightning. He quickly jumped up on his 4 paws and noticed that a heavenly punishment was visible in the sky. When he reached the courtyard, he saw his master had already flown into the air, still meditating, and the Black Emperor thought that he had been by his master's side for so many years, but this was the first time he saw him cultivating. Chongqing opened his eyes and stared at his hands, thinking that he felt something warm moving within his body. He jumped up happily, thinking that this could mean that he had received a sign that he could begin cultivating. Still hanging in the air, he spread his arms out to the sides, his golden energy forming a circle around him. The Black Emperor was also happy, thinking that it was not in vain that his master, because he cast a small spell and already attracted heavenly punishment. Suddenly, the very stone that Changqing had given to Changshuan flew up to the first one. Even more delighted, the Black Emperor noticed that his master could even use this heavenly artifact, the Hunyuan stone. He noted that there was very little spiritual energy in this village, which is why his master did not use this stone for his training. Clutching his head with his paws, he thought in panic that they only had one Hunyuan stone at home, and that would not be enough for its owner. After thinking for a while about what to do, the Black Emperor found a solution to the housing problem. He remembered that there was also a similar heavenly artifact in the forbidden area of the Southern Mountain Spiritual Fox clan. Straightening up and sticking his tail out like a pipe, he thought that now was his finest hour. Mentally turning to the owner, he told him not to worry, and he headed for the exit. After leaving the estate, the Black Emperor walked away, thinking that for the sake of his master he would do anything, even through fire and water. Meanwhile, Changqing had already finished his meditation. He had already landed on the ground. A bright spark was shining in his abdomen. When the man woke up, he joyfully exclaimed that he now understood what it meant to train. Scratching his chin, he wondered why he had been unable to achieve enlightenment for more than 5 years, and then suddenly opened up. Suddenly his gaze caught on the purple stone beneath his feet. Changqing bent down to pick it up, wondering why his tea talisman had suddenly changed color. And then he assumed that the book Food of the Earth that Xing Sui left for him was really meant for people like him who were deprived of spiritual roots. Looking at the stone in the book, he exclaimed that this was a long-term training method that absorbed the energy of the stones. A few hours later, night had already fallen. Changqing exclaimed that this was all very reasonable, and as he thought, the heavens did not abandon him. Thinking back to various anime, he remembered that someone became an official by cooking food. Someone became a saint by playing chess. There were even those who, by playing games, were able to start a harem. Holding up his precious stone, Changqing exclaimed that he, 5 years after he came here, was now going to reach the pinnacle of life thanks to this stone. But the man immediately realized sadly that he had only one such stone. He thought that it was still a gift from old man Changshuan, and he couldn't go to him and ask for another one. Sighing, he began to think sadly about what he should do now. Meanwhile, Zitian was somewhere in Taishuan scolding Changshuan for hiding too much. Changfeng hit the floor and fell on his knees. He told the teacher that it was he who had been useless and had brought shame on the sacred land of Ziking. Zitian walked up to his disciple and placed his hand on his head, ruffling his hair. Smiling, the man reassured the boy, saying that today's defeat was not his fault, and that Lu Wushuang's strength had exceeded his expectations. Starting to cry his eyes out, Changfeng rushed to embrace his teacher, practically knocking him off his feet. Zitian hugged his disciple and began to comfort him as he sobbed in his arms. After a while, the door opened and Xing Shui appeared in the doorway. Noticing the awkward scene, the girl turned away and said that she had come at the wrong time. Zitian immediately pushed Changfeng away and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, assuring the girl that she was just in time. He walked closer to her with loud steps and asked her where she had been all this time. Xingzhu replied that she had suddenly sensed an opportunity while flying over Shaoqi village in a flying boat and had gone out to look for it. Zitian asked her again, and immediately a small blue lotus began to shine on the girl's forehead. And the man was surprised to find that she had already reached the Yuanying level. Changfeng also stood up, asking in surprise. Xingzhu smiled smugly and said that she was not so useless after all, and even overtook brother Changfeng. Zitian laughed and exclaimed that this was indeed an unexpected surprise, and he told the girl that he wanted her to participate in the tournament tomorrow and defeat the Holy Sun, Li Changmin. Xingzhu immediately shook her head, indicating that she refused it. Zitian never expected that his student would refuse him so easily, so he asked again. The man asked Changfeng to leave, saying that he wanted to talk to the junior student alone. The boy did not resist. When Changfeng left, Zitian sat on a chair and asked the girl why she didn't want to participate in the battle. Folding her hands in a polite gesture, Xingzhu noted that she had already reached the Yuanying level, while Li Changming and Lu Wushuang of Taishuan were still at the Jindan level. She noted that if she fought them, it would be an unequal battle. Leaning closer, she quietly said that Taishuan might have hidden powers and she might lose. She noted that then it would be completely impossible for the teacher to save face. Xingzhu chuckled and concluded that she could neither win nor lose. And she asked the teacher how he wanted her to fight. Jitian listened to the girl's arguments and awkwardly hit himself on the head, smiling and agreeing with her. Clearing his throat, he said that he, who had lived for 1,000 years, had allowed the desire for food to cloud his judgment and had almost fallen into a trap. Squinting, he thought that this girl had not only increased her strength in just a few days, but her spiritual state had also changed noticeably. He noticed that she now had true dignity. Jitian told her that since she was already at the Yuanying level, he decided that after the tournament was over, he would announce to the entire Zeking holy place that she would become the next head. He asked her with a smile what she thought. But Xingxu shook her head again. She smiled sheepishly, apologized, and politely declined the offer. Jitian's jaw dropped. He never expected the girl to refuse him again, and especially not like this. Once again folding her hands in a polite gesture, Xingxu told the teacher that she was currently only focusing on achieving the state of pure heart and was not thinking about the position of head. And she noticed that senior brother Yin was a more suitable candidate. The man took the girl by the shoulders and began to shake her to bring her to her senses. He asked her what had happened to her over the past few days, that she was even refusing the position of head. The girl's eyes lit up when she told her that she had met the great master by chance. Jitian asked her again, thinking that he had a feeling that everyone was meeting masters, but he alone seemed to be missing out on anything. The man exclaimed, ordering the girl to tell him who he was and what level he was. Xingzhu replied that she didn't know anything about the level. She said that Master Ye kept the Demon King at home as a pet. He also uses Chaos Stones as tea toys. He can also play ordinary melodies on the heavenly instrument Tianyu. The girl noticed that in other respects this master did not stand out in any way, Jitian exclaimed, asking the girl if she really called this something ordinary. The man swallowed nervously, thinking that the tall figure that Xing Shui had encountered might actually be the old man that Chang Xuan had spoken of. But then he wondered if such a terrifying creature really existed in the world. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan was in some unusual place. Hieroglyphs were flying around him, and in front of him was a large transparent cube. Chang Xuan said that this seal was an ancient relic of the highest quality, passed down since the Taishuan holy sect was founded. He touched the writing with his fingertips, saying that today it had already become the core of Taishuan's magic formation. Chang Xuan waved his hands and the bell that Jitian had played for him appeared in front of him. The man smirked and said that he could combine this bronze bell with the eye gift of the formation and combine it with the Taishuan seal. Then the two ancient relics would become the heart of the formation. And then their protective magical system will become impregnable, like a wall of gold and iron. Chang Sen noticed that Xu Jitian seemed to be unhappy with losing this relic to him, and so he labeled it as a magical symbol. And then he decided to use the Taishuan seal to remove this spell. Chang Xuan laughed and said that tomorrow he would be able to tease that old ghost Xu. He waved his hands, and the cauldron flew into the air, lifted higher by streams of energy. And the cauldron flew straight towards Tai Shuyan's seal. As soon as the cauldron touched the seal, it immediately entered it entirely, and dark sparks flew out of the seal in different directions. Chang Xuan didn't expect this outcome. He covered his eyes with his hand from the wind, asking what was going on. Meanwhile, a bright beam of light shone above the Taishuan sect, which could be seen from kilometers away. The earth on that mountain began to shake, causing all the students to ask what was going on. Suddenly, one of them noticed that the vibrations were coming from the Taishuan Hall. Genren noticed that it seemed like the hidden powerful energy was about to burst out. Moren began to wonder what their elder brother was wearing. Suddenly, a voice behind them said that given the scale of the anomaly, there was only one explanation. As it turned out, it was Xu Jiqian and his students. The man said that it seemed like old He Chang Xuan was using the very ancient relic he had given him to strengthen Tai Shuyan's defensive formation. Hetsui immediately understood what was being talked about and asked if this was the same bronze bell with a hint of evil energy. Gritting his teeth, Zhitian mentally asked Chang Xuan if he was really in such a hurry. He thought about it. He thought that he only wanted to remove the seal on the ancient treasure and the spirit of the artifact would be released. At that moment, everything was going according to plan, and he could ask that mysterious elder to intervene. But who knew that the old man would be so reckless? Zhitian was horrified to see that things could get even worse. The mountain formation might not be able to withstand the power of the day's treasure and collapse. people shouted, pointing their fingers at the Taishuan Palace, from the roof of which there was a bright beam of light. Jutian turned his gaze there and realized that the worst-case scenario had come true after all. Morin and Hezui could barely stand on their feet because the explosion of energy was too strong. Genrin turned to his brothers and told them to quickly go and protect the disciples. The three of them came together and performed the technique, and a barrier formed around them and the students. Outside the holy Taishuan temple, streams of energy raged, destroying the temple. Suddenly, a huge explosion thundered in the castle, which destroyed it. The craftsmen shouted that they might not succeed because this force was too great. Suddenly, one of the craftsmen noticed the very same bell that, having destroyed the castle, had now flown out of it. Also flying out from this explosion was Chang Xuan. There was a barrier around him, and he was menacingly shouting Shu Jitian's name. Rushing across the dark sky, the man screamed that it had turned him into an eternal sinner. Changming and Wu Shuang immediately heard their teacher's voice and turned around. Meanwhile, Chang Xuan had already descended to the ground and entered the large barrier where everyone had gathered. Genrin and Hezui immediately ran to their elder brother, asking him what was going on here. Chang Xuan exclaimed in horror that this bell was not an ancient treasure at all. Looking up at where the bell was already flying, he exclaimed that it was a fake, a pseudo-mortal weapon with the spirit of an artifact. Jitian thought that the old man only realized how evil this thing was after removing the seal, and now it was too late. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, Jitian said that since he was the cause of all this, the holy place of Ziking would not be left out. And after his words, he turned to his students to give them orders. The man shouted for her to form the great Ziking sword formation. Jutian's disciples and his sect elders immediately responded to the order, bright energy shining around them. The other students also did not stand aside. Their energy merged into one big stream. A bright flash of energy swirled in the air, merging into one. Merging together, the energy formed a large purple dragon that menacingly cut through the air. Chang Xuan also decided not to be left behind and called everyone from the Great Taishuan Holy Land to listen to his order. He also commanded them to create the Great Taishuan Dragon Formation. The same thing happened again, and now, two dragons could be seen in the sky, their bodies intertwined. Raising two fingers, Chang Xuan and Jitian panicked and commanded the dragons and disciples to hold the line. And the dragons, opening their mouths and baring their sharp teeth, rushed forward. They quickly approached the bronze bell, which was emitting dark sparks of energy. And suddenly a creaky voice came from the bell, shouting that it was all useless, calling the masters pathetic ants. Huge black hands immediately appeared in the air and grabbed the dragons by the necks, immobilizing them. None of the masters expected that the strongest techniques from the holy places would be stopped so easily. Meanwhile, an evil entity burst out of the bell, its body ablaze with lava and fire, and it said that after 5,000 years it was finally freed. The entity clenched its hands, breaking the dragons' necks with a loud crunch. Blood began to flow from the mouths of Chang Xuan and Jitian, who were inextricably linked with these dragons. Falling to his knees, Chang Xuan asked how it was that the Great Taishuan land was today doomed to total destruction. The evil entity decided not to stop there. It waved its hand with the fireball with it, saying that it wanted to see what they were capable of. Fiery projectiles flew down, destroying the area of the holy place, but the barrier was still able to hold them back. The masters in the barrier strained their strength to hold back the enemy's powerful attack. Then the evil entity raised its hand even higher, and the fireball began to look even more dangerous. A huge black spear appeared in the entity's hand, and it swung to throw it. The entity screamed for these ants to die, and the spear flew forward with lightning speed. This time the barrier couldn't withstand the attack, and all the masters behind the barrier fell off their feet, losing their balance. The barrier had completely disappeared, and the masters of the two great holy places lay powerlessly on the destroyed square. The evil entity laughed, exclaiming that they were so weak that they could not withstand even one blow from him. They would be better off surrendering immediately and becoming his food. But suddenly, Chang Xuan stood up, again about to give orders to his disciples and not intending to give up. His face was covered in bruises, and he told them to immediately take the disciples below the head-out level and the people from the purple-blue land away from here. Hezui, Mo-Ren, and Genrin immediately realized that their holy mentor and elder brother was up to something. Releasing more energy, Chang Xuan confirmed their guesses, saying that he was going to use all his power to destroy him. Jitian, who was standing behind the man, asked him if he was really going to sacrifice himself. The evil entity, laughing, asked the man if he really thought he could stop him. Chang Xuan turned to Jitian and exclaimed that he was leaving Taishuan's disciples to him. Jitian waved his hand and opened a portal, and he said that this was the passage to the purple-blue Holy Land, and he told everyone to go there for temporary shelter. Without thinking, the disciples of the two sects immediately ran into the portal. Meanwhile, a huge hammer appeared in the hands of the evil entity, and it began to swing it, saying that no one would be able to escape. Changming and Wu Shuang called out to their mentor, not wanting to just leave him to his death. But Chang Xuan responded by shouting loudly at them to leave quickly. But suddenly, somewhere in the middle of all this fire and chaos, a bright flash flashed, and something flew out from under the rubble. The hammer of the evil entity that was flying towards the masters ran into some kind of barrier. This blow caused an even brighter flash to appear on the top of the mountain. Looking up, Chang Xuan could see the outline of some kind of cloth fluttering in the wind. When their vision came into focus, everyone around them noticed that it was the Taishuan card of eternal life. Changming and Wu Shuang simultaneously shouted that this was Master Ye's painting. Raising his hands, Chang Xuan shouted that the elder must have sensed Taishuan's distress, and so helped through the painting. Jitian, not understanding anything, froze in place, wondering what was going on and who this Senior Ye was. Hearing the familiar name, Xing Sui wondered if they were talking about that Master Ye from Xiaoqi village. The girl smiled contentedly, thinking that she knew he was definitely an unusual person. The evil entity waved its hand to make a new weapon appear in its hand, and it exclaimed that this pathetic technique dared to stop it. Jumping up in place, the entity struck again, which was met with a barter of canvas. Meanwhile, Changqing was tossing and turning in his bed, covering his ears with his hands. His whole body was shaking slightly. The man opened his red eyes wide, full of anger. Sitting up abruptly in bed, he shouted that it was too noisy today. He slammed the bed, screaming for it to stop as a wave of energy emanated from his hand. And then his hand began to appear from the canvas that was hanging high in the air in the middle of the battlefield. This hand became larger and larger, reaching out further and further. Changqing's huge figure appeared in the air with his hand outstretched, making the evil entity seem very small in comparison. The evil entity raised its head to look at the figure, and recognizing the danger, it hesitantly told him to stop. The evil entity was ready to beg for mercy when a huge palm struck it. The evil entity was pressed into the floor of the square. It was completely flattened. Fire and lava splashed in all directions. Instead of that huge entity, a small light appeared, which quietly said that it turns out that there is such a terrible force here. She said in horror that her recent actions seemed to have disturbed the Great Master. Firepaw galloped away, bouncing off the tiles of the square, and he said that he could not afford to get into such a conflict. Fire reached back to his bell, exclaiming that he needed to save his life as quickly as possible. And the little fire climbed back into its bell, which still radiated evil energy, but it was no longer dangerous. Jitian shouted and asked how this bronze bell was pacified. Chang Xuan fell to his knees, his hands clasped in a prayerful gesture, his body shaking, and he began to thank Senior Ye for saving him. The man began to bow actively, saying that the spirit of the ancestors had appeared, and that the heavens were blessing Taishuan. The disciples followed their teacher's example and also began to bow, giving part to Changqing. Jitian realized that this seemed to be the master, the one behind Chang Xuan. After such a fight, Changqing simply fell asleep, wondering who was doing the repairs at such a time. Meanwhile, the scroll began to glow even brighter and increase in size. Wu Shuang looked up at the sky and exclaimed that it was simply majestic. Chang Feng and Xing Shui also couldn't take their eyes off the sky where bright sparks of light were flying. And the scroll grew larger and larger, and now it covered the entire territory of the holy place. Suddenly, the buildings of the Taishuan holy place began to glow with bright light, and Jitian exclaimed that he had never seen anything like it before, and he had already lived for 1,000 years. The students who were also standing in the square were also surprised and wondered what was happening. As it turned out, Master Yi's painting restored the Taishuan holy place. The great master bestowed this grand scene upon them. The bronze bell also began to glow and flew towards the Taishuan shrine. Having reached the building, the bell disappeared inside, and a bright flash illuminated everything around. Changxuan happily said that it was Elder Ye who had fused the bronze bell with the seal of Taishuan, making it the center of the mountain's protective array. He noticed that even the energy leaks were completely restored as before. Changxuan was stunned, and all he could say was that it was simply amazing. Jitian walked closer to him and put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that what happened today had opened his eyes. He asked him if he could help arrange a meeting, because he wanted to meet this master so much. Stroking his beard, Changxuan smiled at the man and said that he himself had just seen Master Ye's abilities. He told him that they could not just go to him so hastily without false preparation. Leaning closer to Zitian, He happily told him that it would be better for them to wait a few days until he had healed his wounds, and then they could arrange everything properly. Jutian couldn't think of anything to say in response, so he replied that there was only one thing to do. After bowing to Chang Xuan, Jutian wished him a speedy recovery, which made Chang Xuan think that he was being too hasty. Chang Xuan also bowed to the man and told him that after such a battle, Ziking's disciples were also tired, so they should rest as well. After Zitian and his disciples left, Wu Shuang ran up to the teacher and asked him if he remembered what Master Ye had said when he gave him the painting. She noticed that then Senior Ye said that he felt something special in his soul and created this painting. Chang Xuan immediately remembered Chang Qing's words, that the more he looked at this painting, the more he felt that something was missing. He wondered if it might be an atmospheric issue. Senior Ye said that at first the palaces in the painting did not look majestic enough, and the overall atmosphere was dull. On second glance, they looked more like ruins, and overall the painting did not look very attractive. Therefore, Changqing repainted the palaces and added brightness, so that Mount Taishuan looked like a fairy tale place. Chang Xuan was dumbfounded as he repeated the man's words about him redrawing the ruins. And then he, realizing what the girl wanted to say, asked her if she really thought that what happened today was predicted by the Elder Yi. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes as she replied with a smile that she believed that was exactly the case. Looking back at the new palaces, Chang Xuan said that it was no wonder that Senior Ye had such incredible abilities. He bowed to him again, thanking him for his protection, and he said that they were forever in his debt. The next day, someone in a dark cloak reached Xiaoqi village. The figure quickly and quietly made his way into the village, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. As it turned out that someone was Nangong. Walking through the streets of the village, he thought that he had never imagined that there could be such an unusual place of power on the territory of the holy place of Taishuyan. Streams of energy led him to a small shop. The man noticed that the highest concentration of Tao was concentrated here. But suddenly he was struck by a revelation when he noticed that it was not only the Tao that was collected here. It turned out that he sensed the presence of the aura of heavenly materials and rare treasures. Taking off his hood, he wondered if this place was an ancient ruin, or the home of a great master. The door of the shop slowly opened, and even stronger streams of energy flew towards Nangong. The old man's body shook as he suddenly felt himself covered in sweat. Changqing cautiously peeked out from behind the door. In front of his doors, he noticed an old man standing in a strange pose, his face contorted with fear. Changqing immediately rushed to ask him what was wrong with him and whether he was okay. Coming closer, he asked him if he was overheated. And Nangong, looking at him, thought that this young man at first glance seemed like a completely ordinary person. There was not a hint of true energy around him. The man wondered how he had managed to pass the end of the Dao path without a scratch, and Changqing called out to the elder again, noticing that he was not responding. Nangong suddenly bowed to Changqing and introduced himself to him, saying that he had met a true master. Changqing stepped back in surprise and asked if it had really started again. Changqing walked Nangong to his backyard. Pouring tea into a cup, he told him that he seemed to be seeing things in the heat. Having handed the cup to the old man, he continued to refresh him a little. Nangong folded his hands in a polite gesture and thanked the man. Looking at the board where the pieces were arranged, Nangong quietly muttered that this was black capture of 13 souls. White protects 12 yang springs. Hearing these words, Changqing, with shining eyes, asked his new acquaintance if he understood the game of Go. Nangong responded by exclaiming that he dare not lie to the master. He had dedicated his entire life to studying this game. In response, Changqing happily said that this was wonderful, and he had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. Nangong asked again in amazement, and thought that it turned out that his whole life had been waiting for this moment. The game began, and Nangong thought that everything in his life had led him to play with this great master. Changqing told the man that he had heard that great Go masters, when making a move, already calculate millions of possible game developments. He asked him if he thought it was true. Taking up the piece to make a new move, Nangong replied that it was correct. Looking at the board, the man thought that he could not understand this move of the master. Suddenly, it dawned on him that perhaps this master had defeated him with the help of Saint Master Taixuan. And now, by chance, he met him face to face. Changqing took a piece to make a counter move, and Nangong felt as if he was being knocked off his feet by an incredible force. Feeling incredible pressure, the man thought that this must be a test from the master. Reaching forward, he thought that if he could just grab it, it would already be an incredible success. With a sharp wave of his hand, Nangong made his 214th move. Changqing's face showed growing curiosity and mischief as he began to respond to this move. His fingers reached out to the board, making the final decisive move. In response to this move, a strong tremor ran through Nangong's entire body. He said that all his life, all people called him the holy master of the game of Go. But today, in this game, he realized that there will always be someone stronger, and the heavens are higher than the heavens. Following his words, Nangong felt something stirring in his head. He noticed that the mystery of his power, which had held him back for almost 1,000 years, was beginning to unravel. With shaking hands, the man reached over the figure, thinking that if he could hold on just a little longer, he could win. His eyes sparkled with an incredible desire to win, to unravel this mystery. But suddenly a voice sounded in his head. A tree that grew in Changqing's garden addressed Nangong, calling him an uneducated baby. Nangong stared at the tree in surprise, which told him that he was not yet ready to break through. Nangong noticed that this was a willow spirit, a 1,000-year-old demon tree. If it was planted in this courtyard, then there was a powerful master behind it. He wondered why it suddenly spoke. Bowing to the tree and finding himself somewhere detached from reality, Nangong apologized for his outburst of emotions, and then he asked the tree why it said that he was not yet ready for the breakthrough. The tree told the old man, calling him a fool, to look at the master's board again, and Nangong immediately returned to reality. Looking at the board, the man saw that the figures on it formed some kind of symbol that signified misfortune. Nangong wondered if the master was hinting to him that breaking through at this time would bring him misfortune. Changqing, boredly fingering a piece, said that during a game, if you don't maintain the right state of mind, you can at best lose a few pieces. After placing the piece on the board, he continued by saying that in the worst case, one could lose the entire game. Nangong thought that the master had noticed that his condition was unstable. If he tried to break through by force, at best he would fail, losing energy, and at worst he would lose his mind. The tree confirmed the man's suspicions, telling him that the master, who was contemplating what, did not want to humiliate him directly. So he gave a gentle hint, so he should quickly thank him. Following the tree's advice, Nangong immediately stood up from the table. He folded his hands in a polite gesture and bowed, saying that the matter was truly superior to all. The man admitted his admiration. Changqing, not understanding anything, wondered how he could give up after just a few moves. He thought that he still had a few more hidden combinations. He told the man that he was being too modest, and he told him that they could continue. But Nangong replied that even if he devoted his whole life, he would not be able to achieve even 1/10 of his skill, and he would no longer dare to show his insignificance. Following his words, once again finding himself somewhere far from reality, Nangong extended his palms, onto which a leaf from the tree flew. The tree told the man that he was being prudent after all, that these leaves were his opportunity, and that he should leave quickly. Nangong thanked the tree by bowing to it again. After that, he bowed to Changqing, telling him that he had troubled him too much today, and he bid him farewell. Continuing to bow at every step, Nangong walked backwards towards the exit. Changqing's face darkened, and he wondered why this old man had left so suddenly. Looking at the tree, he wondered if he was allergic to willow fluff. Nangong happily flew away, saying that he didn't expect that such a master was hiding within the holy Taishuan. Now he understood why he lost back then. Meanwhile, Taishuan and Xining had already finished their battle. Looking at the list in his hands, Changshuan happily noticed that each of them had swords, pills, symbols, and amulets. There were small achievements, while Zhitian thought with irritation that not only did they have no achievements, but they had also lost 2 valuable relics. After clearing his throat, he asked the man when he was going to take him to meet that same elder. Changshuan turned around in a panic and quickly began to justify himself, saying that it was not that he did not want to take it to him, but that it would simply be inappropriate. Zhitian waved his hand and said that he was not rushing him. It was just that the master of the game of Go, Nangong, would arrive soon, and his goal was precisely this mentor. Changshuan was taken aback and asked the man again. He told him that the elder Nangong had already mastered the path through the game of Go and reached the level of emptiness, and that he would probably break through to a new level in the next 50 Leo years. Changshuan thought that he shouldn't conflict with such a person, no matter how much he calculated. He never thought that Zhitian would use his name to force him to introduce him to Master Ye. A voice rang out in the courtyard, announcing the arrival of the Go Master Nangong Xuanji. Nangong entered the hall where Changshuan and Zhitian were. The former immediately began to bow to the elder, and the latter ran towards him. Nangong smiled as he greeted the 2 holy lords. Turning to Changshuan, he said that he had come today without an invitation, but hoped to be received favorably. Bowing respectfully again, Changshuan exclaimed that he dared not do otherwise. Smiling stupidly, He greeted the Go Master once more, saying that this was the part for Tai Xuan. Taking the man by the shoulder, Nangong told him that there was no need for unnecessary ceremony. He happily noted that last time he had destroyed his 4 water-spouting dragons array. Chang Xuan felt himself getting nervous, and Xuanji exclaimed that it was truly impressive. Jitian decided to intervene in the conversation, telling the Go Master that he didn't know something. He told him that although Chang Xuan knew the game, he would not have the strength to break his array. It was the work of another master, Chang Xuan, in response to this, turned away, blushing. Jitian laughed maliciously and asked the man if he wanted to tell them whose doing it was. An irritated Chang Xuan grabbed Jitian by the collar, asking him if he was overstepping his bounds, to which the man asked him if he was still hiding the truth. Jitian thought that everyone knew that Senior Nangong was a fan of this game. He would never miss the opportunity to meet a worthy opponent. Suddenly, Nangong said that he had already met this same master before arriving in Taishuan. Jitian and Chang Xuan were quite surprised and asked him again. Laughing, Nangong said that this master had exceeded all his expectations. Jitian exclaimed that he had already reached the peak of emptiness. Could it be that master's strength was his? Nangong reached into his sleeve to take out something and said that if the man saw it, everything would become clear. And Nangong took out that very leaf from the demon tree. Jitian asked why this leaf had such colossal energy, and Chang Xuan noticed that it was a leaf from the master's 1,000-year-old tree. Nangong said that it was true. Just one leaf from this tree could help him break through the limit of emptiness and reach the level of great perfection. The power of this master was beyond their understanding. Jitian opened his mouth wide in surprise, asking who this person was. Nanling, Qingqiu, is where the Spirit Leaf clan settled, and the Fox Fortress is located here. The Black Emperor reached the most prosperous region of the Fox clan after a few days. Taking human form, he said that it was not in vain that he had run for several days and nights. Hiding on the roof of one of the buildings, he said that there was probably a Hunyuan stone here, which was necessary for the master's training. Without thinking twice, the Black Emperor jumped off the roof. He was walking along the streets when suddenly a cry was heard that in honor of the engagement of the 13th princess to the young master of the Black Tiger clan, there was a sale at this market for 3 days. The girl standing at the entrance to the shop shouted that the shop was closed tomorrow. The owner was invited to a wedding ceremony. Another girl shouted that there were rare images of their ancestor in an exclusive edition. The power of the Demon Lord would guarantee their progress. The Black Emperor listened carefully to all these conversations, and he realized that the two clan had decided to marry their daughter to the Black Tiger clan. Passing by another shop, 2 young men noticed him. One of them immediately recognized the Black Emperor and called him. The 2 guys rushed to the Black Emperor and told him that the 7 great demons were currently looking for him everywhere in Nanling, and he still dared to show up here? One of them said that since he had been seriously injured then, they would not attack him, but he should surrender immediately. The Black Emperor only laughed in response to this, his energy sparkling around him. Spiritual energy burst out of his body in a powerful stream, pushing the guys in different directions. The Black Emperor raised his hand, lifting the 2 boys off the ground with his energy. He exclaimed that they were such fools and asked them how they saw that he was wounded. And he himself thought that after blessing the portrait of the Black Emperor of his master, he felt stronger than before. One of the offenders exclaimed in panic, asking the Black Emperor if he was really ready to break through to the rank of Demon Emperor. Continuing to squeeze the necks of the offenders, the Black Emperor said that he heard that their 13th princess was going to marry Mingyan of the Black Tiger clan, and he remembered with a grin that just a month ago he had been the head of a conspiracy against him. The Black Emperor slowly clenched his black-nailed fingers. The grip on the boys' necks became even tighter. They were practically suffocating. One of them defiantly asked the Black Emperor what was wrong with it, and he exclaimed that there would be an ancestor from the Spirit Fox clan at the ceremony, so he shouldn't even think about disturbing the order. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and noted that he had given him excellent news. Clenching his fist even tighter to break the necks of the offenders, he said that since their ancestor would be at the ceremony, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enter the forbidden lands of the Fox clan to obtain the Hunyuan stone for the master. The next day, all the townspeople were informed that the young Black Tiger master Ming Yan had come to greet the bride. The procession walked through the streets of the city, but it was absolutely silent, which made people worried. And they started talking about the fact that apparently the Black Tiger clan did not want to recognize this marriage. Ming Yan himself rode through the city gates on a huge black tiger. He thought that he didn't want everyone to be ashamed of him for marrying a girl from another clan. He thought about how the 2 guards' bodies from yesterday were filled with the Black Emperor's aura. Ming Yan gritted his teeth. thinking that this bastard wouldn't dare to appear in front of him, and even if he did, he would die on the spot. Suddenly, the townspeople began to shout that the orchestra had finally arrived, and just in time. Turning around, Ming Yan asked who dared to disgrace him. As it turned out, it was the Black Emperor and several other men who were actively jumping and singing a song. Getting closer, the Black Emperor congratulated Ming Yan, saying that he had specifically asked the boys to play the Jianghu smile. Ming Yan got off the tiger and pointed his finger at the Black Emperor, asking him how he dared to appear in front of him. A fireball glowed in his hand, and the man rushed forward, shouting that he had not kept him alive so that he could be here today. The men standing behind the Black Emperor immediately ran away in fear. The Black Emperor grinned and asked his opponent if this was all he could do, and he easily dodged Ming Yan's attack. And then he began to attack himself, waving his finger. Dark chains immediately appeared around Ming Yan's body, restricting his movements. But the Black Emperor, manipulating his chains, swung his hand downwards, and Ming Yan, led by the chains, flew straight headfirst into the ground. Finding himself pinned to the ground, he asked the Black Emperor if he had really been cultivating all this for 3 months, and he himself thought that he had been seriously wounded then. But now he had not only recovered, but had also become much stronger. The Black Emperor smiled again, congratulating the man on his wedding with the 13th princess from the purest bloodline of the Fox clan. Still clinging to the ground, Ming Yan hissed at him to stop being hypocritical and let him go immediately, otherwise he would bear the consequences. The Black Emperor did not resist and snapped his fingers, causing the chains to disappear. And then he simply walked away, telling Ming Yan that they would see each other again at the wedding ceremony. Ming Yan shouted after him, asking him how he dared to interfere with him. The Black Emperor looked over his shoulder at him with a smile and said that he was not in the way. He was only a man of his word. Rising to his feet, Ming Yan spoke to the servant, ordering him to inform the Spirit Fox clan that the Black Emperor had reached the Demon Emperor realm, and to convey that the guards at the wedding were to be careful. After some time, that servant reached the Peach Hill Palace, which was the residence of the head of the Spiritual Fox clan. The man began giving orders to the guards to hurry and find the Black Emperor. The palace guards fled in a crowd, and the Black Emperor watched them from above. Having taken up residence in a tree, he said that he had managed to lure the foxes out of the mountain, but they had fallen into the trap after all. Turning into his animal form, he jumped down from the tree. As he ran forward through the grove, he thought that there would be only one old fox at the ceremony, so it wouldn't be that easy to enter or leave the forbidden area. Suddenly, a white flash appeared behind him. The Black Emperor couldn't help but notice someone at his side, and after a few moments, a white fox stopped in front of him. The fox, quickly moving its paws, climbed onto the branch of the nearest tree. Turning to the Black Emperor, she said that she didn't even notice him at first. The fox grinned and said that this was the same legendary Black Emperor in person. Addressing the human form, the Black Emperor exclaimed that since she recognized him, he would come to her in trouble. The fox asked again, a bright pink light shining from her body. The fox also acquired her human form. As it turned out, it was the same 13th princess. Sitting on a branch, she told the man that this was exactly what she was counting on, because she wanted to evaluate his strength. She lay down on a branch and addressed him in a sweet voice. The Black Emperor smiled stupidly, his cheeks turning red as he thought that he would never have thought that foxes could be so beautiful. Laughing a loud laugh, the princess jumped down from the branch, clinging to the man's chest, and told him that they were here together. But the Black Emperor only hit her on the neck, stunning her, and he threw her onto his shoulder, saying that he was a real wolf and such tricks didn't work on him. He began to jump vigorously on the ground, moving forward with the girl on his shoulder. He told her that he was going to the Fox Hill, so she would show him the way. Meanwhile, the clan elder appeared in the banquet hall, thanking all the elders and brothers of the clan and inviting them to the wedding ceremony. The crowd shouted that it was time for them to begin the wedding ceremony, and they asked the elder where the newlyweds were. The men in the crowd were shouting that they had heard that the 13th princess was amazing and they couldn't wait to see her. Irritated, Fox clan elder Jia Shanyao quickly calmed the crowd down, saying that the bride needed even more time to prepare. Ming Yan's cry rang out, shouting that he couldn't wait for her any longer. He asked the elder why this fox had not yet appeared, and he walked through the crowd that showered him with congratulations. Ming Yan started to climb the stairs towards the elder, who told him to be careful. The two of them were very lucky that the ancestors gave their approval for the marriage. Grabbing the elder by the neck, Ming Yan said that their ancestor had already lost his strength, so they were waiting for the Black Tiger clan to help them. Shanyao told the man that he should watch his words. In response, the man only pushed Shanyao away, causing him to fly backwards into the wall. Ming Yan shouted that he had the black tiger banner in his hands, so this fox had better show up quickly. The elder's body shook and he weakly replied that he would tell her. Shan Yao quickly stood up and ran away. Ming Yan watched him go. He chuckled and thought that if the Black Tiger clan didn't need the primordial chaos stone, they would never need their help. He thought that soon he would break through the demon emperor's quarter. And then the entire spiritual fox clan would become the pawns of the first tigers, and all 13 daughters would become his toys. Meanwhile, the 13th princess lay on the ground, slowly coming to her senses. Opening her eyes, she saw the Black Emperor in front of her, who noticed that she had woken up. Sitting down on the ground, she noticed that her hands were tied with a rope behind her back. Tightening the rope, the Black Emperor said that since she recognized him, she must be one of the princesses. Taking the girl by the chin, he told her that he wanted her to take him to the sacred forbidden land of her clan. The princess looked away, and then smiled and said that she would do so. The girl asked the man how he seemed to have gotten there. The Black Emperor replied to her that he had taken advantage of the opportunity, namely the wedding ceremony of the 13th princess and Ming Yan. The princess asked him if he knew about the 13th princess. Looking around, the man replied that everyone knew about her, and he said that she had the purest blood among all the spiritual foxes. She had been hidden from everyone's eyes since childhood, and now she had been released into the world. The princess took the Black Emperor to a small mansion in the middle of the forest. Turning to the man, she asked him if she could go now. But the Black Emperor only pushed her in the back, telling her to be a good hostage and not talk nonsense. He and the princess headed towards the entrance of the building, and on the roof, a fox was sitting crouched. Meanwhile, Ming Yan asked Shan Yao if he had seen the Black Emperor at today's celebration, to which he replied in the negative. Baring his teeth, Ming Yan wondered if he was teasing him. Suddenly, a maid burst into the hall, shouting that they were in trouble. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that Her Highness was missing. Running up to the maid, who was shaking with fear, the elder asked her how this happened. Kneeling, the girl stuttered as she explained that Her Highness had sent away all the servants, saying that she would dress herself. She said that when she went in to check on the princess, she was no longer there. Ming Yan slapped the maid in the face, asking her what she was being paid for. Shan Yao asked the young master to calm down and said that he would immediately send people to find her. Burning with rage, Ming Yan thought that this fox would pay him back for everything. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor and the princess had already entered the ancient palace, and the girl, lying on the ground, asked the man what he thought about this marriage. Rummaging through the chests and throwing the contents in all directions, he replied that it seemed to him that Ming Yan was only thinking about himself. He raised his head and said that he was sorry that the princess would have to marry such a guy. The princess sighed and began to talk about who she would like to marry. But she immediately came to her senses, changing her words so as not to reveal her identity. And she said that the princess had said that only a powerful, elegant man with a pleasant and easy character, capable of bringing people to their knees with one movement, could become her husband. The princess sadly leaned her hand on the floor, asking if such a person really existed. Turning to look at the girl, the Black Emperor asked her how she could say such a thing in front of him. And then he said, raising his hands up, that his master's development is simply unattainable, but he is not arrogant and gives others a chance. He grinned and asked the girl if she knew how long his master had been cultivating. The princess estimated that since he had already reached the realm of the Demon Emperor, he must have been cultivating for about 500 years. In response to this, the Black Emperor merely showed her 5 fingers, and then, beaming with pride, he explained that he had only been cultivating for 5 years. The princess screamed in surprise that this simply couldn't be. The Black Emperor continued to rummage through the chests, while the girl was puzzled as to how it was possible to achieve such a result in just 5 years. Blushing, she thought that if he really was that strong, she would be glad if he allowed her to serve him all her life. Looking at the girl again, the Black Emperor told her that when he was done here, he would take her to him. The princess immediately beamed and did not refuse such an offer. The man didn't answer her anymore because he noticed something strange. As it turned out, he noticed that next to another chest there was a pile of primordial chaos stones. Overjoyed, the Black Emperor ran as fast as he could towards the stones. But the princess reached out, grabbing the man by the skin on his shoulders and stopping him. She told him that he shouldn't take them. It was too dangerous. The Black Emperor did not listen and went on, saying that there was nothing to be afraid of because everyone was celebrating. The girl's face darkened when she noticed that the party had not yet begun. Crouching down to collect the stones in a bag, the Black Emperor asked her how she knew about it. The princess replied that she knew because she was the bride, and what kind of holiday would it be without a bride? Having collected all the stones in a bag, the Black Emperor asked again, Looking again at the chest, he noticed that something inside it was glowing with a bright light. And then a bright flash burst out of it, glowing with an evil light. This flash ordered the Black Emperor to throw stones. The man obeyed and put the bag in his pants, jumping away from the chest. Turning around, he exclaimed that this would be too humiliating for him. And then, while two bright flashes were flying at him, he ran to the exit. The princess kept up with him and even overtook him. The Black Emperor, sensing something was wrong, asked the girl what she was planning. The princess didn't answer but just quickly jumped out through the closing doors. Standing outside the doors, she thought that she wanted to see what this Black Emperor was capable of. Her hand reached for the lever by the door. Pulling him down, causing the doors to close even faster, she thought that if he could get out, she would meet his owner. The doors closed, leaving a small gap in which the Black Emperor shouted at the girl that she was a stupid fox. The doors slammed shut, and the room plunged into darkness, in which only unfriendly flashes sparkled. Chains suddenly appeared around the Black Emperor's body, restricting his movements. The voice from the chest told the man that he had not only spoken offensive words on forbidden sacred territory, so he even dared to steal the stones of the unsurpassed chaos. A figure of a woman with 9 foxtails appeared above the chest, and she said that the penalty for this was death. After hearing this, the Black Emperor broke the chains without much difficulty. He said he was sorry, but his master needed these stones, and they should be shown respect. The ancestor of the Fox clan 2C said that he was still there. Even she couldn't use him for practice. She asked him who his master was then, since he wanted to cultivate the unrivaled Chaos Stones. The man waved his hand in annoyance and replied that his master could kill her with one hand. Tusai waved her hand in response, and a bright flame shone on her palm as she said that she had been cultivating for hundreds of years, but had never met anyone so arrogant. She fired her fire forward, attacking, and said that she would have to teach him a lesson. The Black Emperor crossed his arms over his chest, defending himself from the attack with a barrier. And then he also rushed to attack the woman. Their spiritual energies met, causing a bright flash. There was an explosion and 2C was sent flying. Blood started to flow from the corner of her lips, and she decided to attack her opponent again to kill him. The Black Emperor, however, exclaimed with a smile that she could not kill him. And then he waved his hand and a scroll appeared in it. The scroll unfurled, growing in size, and appeared behind the man, revealing a picture. 2C looked at the canvas and asked if it was the Demon Emperor's scroll. Meanwhile, bright streams of energy began to swirl around the scroll. 2C felt as if something invisible was pushing her back and she was unable to resist. The pressure was so strong that the woman was thrown from her seat and flew straight into the wall. Blood spurted from the woman's mouth as she hit her back against the wall. Sat on the ground and held on her side, 2C said that she couldn't believe that this scroll had returned to the world again. The Black Emperor, with the help of this scroll, attacked the wall, creating a new exit for himself. When the matter was finished, the Black Emperor rolled up the scroll, saying that he had nothing personal with their clan, he just came to pick up a few stones. Looking back at the woman, he told her that everyone was on their own. Meanwhile, the 13th princess had already escaped from the Forbidden Sacred Zone and found herself on the edge of the cliff. Her father and his servant stood behind her, and the girl asked her father if he had been looking for her. Shanyao asked the girl how she dared to do this before her wedding. Did she really want to make him crawl on his knees in front of the Black Tiger clan and apologize? The servants told the princess that she should not act so recklessly, and if not for the sake of the elder, then for the sake of the ancestor. Shanyao agreed with these words, saying that the ancestor was unable to break through and suffered a blow, and only the Black Tiger banner could repair her internal damage. As the princess's father continued to count her out, the figure of the Black Emperor flashed behind him. The girl couldn't help but notice this, and she was surprised that he actually managed to escape. She asked her father what if she found a stronger supporter for their clan. Shanyao asked her what she was talking about. Who could be more powerful than the Black Tiger clan? Spreading her arms, the princess told the man to just wait and see for himself. And then she took a step back and started falling off the cliff. Shanyao and the servants rushed to the edge to save the girl. They screamed helplessly, standing at the edge, and someone appeared behind them. The Black Emperor pushed the servants aside and rushed down himself. He jumped over Shanyao and he asked what he was doing here. Having caught the girl, the Black Emperor asked her what she was doing. Having begun to sob ostentatiously, the princess said that it was only the thought of this wedding and the fact that she would not be able to meet his master that made her commit suicide. With the princess on his back, the Black Emperor jumped back onto the rock with ease. Shanyao ordered the man to immediately release his daughter and not interfere in the affairs of his clan. The Black Emperor, with a grin, exclaimed to him that he did not understand anything. Jumping over the elder again, the Black Emperor told him that his daughter had better go serve his master. They rushed from the spot, and the Black Emperor could be heard saying that this would be a blessing for their entire clan. Sitting on the man's back, the princess thought happily that it had worked after all. Shanyao glanced at the two servants and motioned for him to quickly bring his daughter back. A voice was heard behind him, which sent shivers down the elder's spine, and the voice asked if the dog had really escaped. As it turned out, it was 2C. Shanyao asked her what she was doing here. The woman replied that this boy had taken the princess hostage, entered the sacred forbidden zone, and stole the stones of the primordial chaos. Shanyao immediately began to worry about the princess and Mingyan's marriage. 2C told him to announce to everyone that the Black Emperor had forcibly kidnapped the 13th princess in order to take revenge on the Black Tiger clan. Shanyao spoke loudly to his ancestor, bowing to her, and then he said hesitantly that they needed this Black Tiger banner to cure her. 2C waved her hand and said that she had already found something much more powerful than that banner. Pushing off the ground, she exclaimed that the Demon Emperor's scroll would be compensation for the princess's kidnapping. Returning to the ceremonial square, Shanyao told Mingyan everything. He said that this shameless Black Emperor not only took away his daughter, but also caused serious harm to the people. He exclaimed that he still dared to speak arrogantly about young Master Mingyan, which made him even more angry. Seething with anger, Mingyan asked how this bastard dared to kidnap his bride on her wedding day. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was such a shame for his clan. Following this, the man began to shout a spell, calling upon his ancestor, causing a bright flash to appear on his forehead. A tiger figurine flew out from Mingyan's clothes, and someone noticed that it was a jade talisman that had been passed down from generation to generation. The servants exclaimed that legend said that it could only be used once at the most critical moment. A dark tornado raged in the middle of the square, revealing to everyone the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. The tornado died down and a cloaked figure appeared in the sky. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, Mingyan told his ancestor that it was he who had summoned him. Everyone in the square immediately fell to their knees. Shanyao couldn't believe that the man actually summoned the ancestor. The servants thought that this old man was a ruthless monster who had made his way through murder. So the Black Emperor was definitely finished. Ancestor Mingjuechang asked Mingyan in a menacing voice why he had summoned him. The man said that a year ago, a man had caught a powerful demon king who called himself the Black Emperor, and he asked his ancestor to rid them of him. Mingyan exclaimed that today, this same man kidnapped the 13th princess of the Spirit Fox clan who was supposed to marry him. This is an insult to their clan. Concluding his speech, the man said that this was precisely why he had called upon his ancestor. Suddenly, something flew into Mingyan's stomach at a high speed, and Ming Duekong exclaimed that he was worthless. The ancestor said that the man could not get rid of his enemies himself, so he will receive a return blow. He asked what plane this guy was from. Shanyao bowed and replied that he came from the central plane and seemed to be a black dog. Juecheng laughed, noting that it was just a dog raised by a man, and he was asking where 2C was. He asked if she had simply allowed one of her descendants to be taken away. Shanyao replied that Lady 2C had already gone to fetch the princess. Hearing this, the Black Tiger ancestor frowned, thinking that this filthy fox had actually taken action to pursue some minor demon king. The man waved his hand, dark sparks of energy dancing around his fingers. These sparks turned into a chain that closed around Mingyan's neck. Under the action of this chain, Mingyan's body rose from the ground. The man's chest glowed red and a banner flew out from it. The banner flew straight into the hands of the ancestor, and Jukong said that a man did not deserve to hold this banner. Frowning again, he said that he would sort everything out, and in the meantime he could think about his behavior. Mingyan gasped and weakly replied that he didn't dare to contradict the ancestor's water. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor and the 13th princess rushed forward, cutting through the sky. Finally, they stopped on the branches of some tree, and the man pointed his finger down. Pointing to his master's yard, he told the girl that he was there. The princess thought that her own estate was simply a wonderful place for cultivation. The Black Emperor and the princess jumped from a tree near the walls of the estate, and suddenly the girl felt a familiar presence, and she wondered what this fox was doing here. Looking up, she noticed the branches of the demon tree, and she felt like she couldn't move. The Black Emperor grabbed a tree branch, stopping him. He told the tree to be lighter. He leads this girl to bow to the master. Looking at the tree, the Black Emperor asked it why its leaves were so even. It had only been gone for a few days. The tree replied that the owner noticed that it was very overgrown, so he decided to trim its leaves himself. The princess wondered what kind of person this master was that he dared to cut the leaves of a demonic tree of such a level. Behind the Black Emperor, a woman's scream was heard, ordering him to return the treasure. It turned out to be 2C. The Black Emperor jumped to the side in time, dodging the woman's attack. He exclaimed that he didn't think she would pursue him, to which she told him to stop talking and give her the Demon Emperor's scroll, and then she would spare his life. The Black Emperor replied that he might have been afraid of her in the lands of the Fox clan, but here, she would have to be more respectful to him, shouting that if he didn't want it the good way, then he would have to do it the bad way. 2C rushed forward. She swung her hand with sharp claws. The Black Emperor crossed his arms, defending himself from the blow. Sharp claws tore through the man's skin, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Turning around, the Black Emperor asked Brother Tree to help him. But the tree replied that it was not time yet. 2C meanwhile threw a bright ball of their energy forward, shouting that this stupid dog was finished. The princess raised her hand to stop her ancestor. Changqing was walking around the yard, humming some children's song. Using scissors, I carefully cut the leaves from the branch. Having finished cutting the leaves, he threw the branch behind his back. Without even noticing it, he threw the branch with such force that it flew quickly, cutting through the air. The fierce battle between 2C and the Black Emperor continued. Suddenly, 2C noticed something approaching and turned her gaze towards it. As it turned out, it was that very branch, and it exploded with energy right in front of the woman's face. Shedding a tear of joy, the Black Emperor thanked his brother Tree, saying that it was just in time. But the tree replied that it was not it, but the master. Finally, 2C noticed the presence of the 10,000-year-old demon tree. She screamed that he may be strong, but she is not weak either. The tree, in response to this, merely sent out its branch into its space. After hitting 2C on the head, the tree told her that it advised her not to disturb the owner and just leave. The woman screamed angrily, asking who it thought it was that it dared give her orders. Using its spiritual powers again, the tree exclaimed that it was simply outrageous to make such noise in the owner's yard and attack his pet. Unable to withstand such force, 2C fell face down on the ground. Finding herself pressed firmly to the ground, she thought that there were few in the world who could surpass her. She could not fall like this from the branches of some tree. Looking at the tree, she wondered what kind of power its owner had. After finishing his scissors job, Changqing finally heard some sounds coming from behind the wall. Frowning, he asked what that noise was. Coming out onto the walls, he menacingly asked who was going on here. The princess and the Black Emperor immediately froze in fear. Changqing walked on, his spiritual energy raging around his body. 2C noticed that she could feel this all-consuming oppressive feeling. The currents were too strong for anyone to withstand, and the princess, her ancestor, and the Black Emperor began to be carried back. Finally, unable to withstand such force, they all turned into their animal forms. Changqing noticed the red fox and his dog growling at each other, and he realized that it was just animals quarreling. The man shouted at them to stop. The Black Emperor mockingly asked 2C if she could see how strong his master was. 2C growled in response, saying that a dog like him was a disgrace to the demon clan. While the animals continued to growl at each other, Changqing sat down and tried to calm them down again. He told them that they were only bothering everyone like that. 2C's eyes glowed a dangerous red light as she thought her chance had come. She rushed forward at Changqi, intending to test his strength. But the man only grabbed her by the fur and shouted irritably, asking her if she really wanted to scratch him. With a wave of his hand, he sent the fox flying, telling her to get out of here, otherwise he would quickly make a fur coat out of her. After finishing with 2C, Changqing turned around after hearing some more sounds. As it turned out, it was the 13th princess, who was whining pitifully and squeezing her paw. Changqing rushed to hug the white fox, exclaiming that she was so cute. Looking at the fox, he noticed that she was wounded. Taking her more comfortably, he told her that he would carry her into the house and help her. 2C didn't go far. She bared her fangs, thinking about how shameless he was. Changqing hit the Black Emperor on the head and told him not to see him married next time. The Black Emperor whined pitifully, admitting his mistake. 2C barked in annoyance, mentally telling the man to return the 13th princess. The princess smiled slyly, telling her ancestor not to worry because she had done it on purpose. She told her that, as she had said before, with this man by their side, they would be able to forget about the Black Tiger clan once and for all. Hiding behind the doors of Changqing's house, she finally told her ancestor that she would definitely find a powerful artifact to cure her. 2C thought in confusion that there was no need for her to rush here back then. Several masters gathered at the Yin-Yang Shrine for a meeting. They sat in a circle in one of the halls of a beautiful palace. At the head of the meeting sat the wisest lord of the Yin-Yang Shrine, Duan Zhengde. The servant told the Lord that according to the report from the disciples guarding the human world, Ming Juechang, the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan and the ancestor of the Fox clan 2C, had broken through the border of the southern ridge, and they had now set foot on the central continent. Duan Zhangdi jumped up, asking why the two demon lords had invaded the human world. The servant replied that it seemed she was chasing a black dog. Zhangdi wondered what this dog had done to disturb them so much, and he thought that something was fishy here. He waved his huge brush and thought that the demon lords would be dealt with by the great sages of the 4 sacred lands, so he should go to them. The man came out and shouted to his disciples to stay there and be on guard. The disciples bowed to him, accepting the instructions. Leaping onto his sword, the great lord quickly rose into the air and flew away. He flew over the villages, cutting quickly through the air. After casting a linking spell, he relayed the message that the Black Tiger clan's ancestor and the Fox 2C had broken into the central continent. Judging from their tracks, they were heading north. He asked what they would do. A bright flash flew higher to deliver a message to another lord. After some time, this flash flew into the hall of another holy place. She walked straight towards the woman who sat on the throne in the luxurious hall. The wisest lord of the great Luo Shrine, Luo Wanfeng, replied that no matter what their purpose was, they could not turn a blind eye to it. She told the man that she was already moving out. Wanfeng waved her hand and a flash flew up, sending a new message. This message reached Chang Xuan and Xu Jitian, who were sitting playing Go. Jitian said that the demon lancer had been inactive for many years, and now 2 overlords had entered their lands. After making a move in Go, Chang Xuan replied that there was probably a reason for it. Jitian noticed that the man was not at all worried that the Taishuan lands were located north of the southern ridge, and the man made a countermove. Stroking his beard, Chang Xuan replied that to get to Mount Taishuan, they would first have to pass through Master Ye's domain, and he asked the man if he thought they could handle it. Swinging his hand sharply to place the figure, Chang Xuan exclaimed that they could come if they were tired of life, and then 2C ran away with high leaps. Frowning, she exclaimed that she would never come back here again. Her hands were shaking, and she thought that this tree itself was powerful, and his owner is even more terrible. Black tentacles reached out towards 2C, who was running, cutting through the air. Feeling the presence, the woman turned her head, completely unexpectedly. These tentacles grabbed her, disrupting her movements. 2C made a pitiful attempt to escape from the tentacles' grip, but she failed. Ming Juechang greeted 2C, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bound by Juechang's energy, the woman looked at the man, her body trembling slightly. Leaning closer, the man asked her if she was also pursuing the Black Emperor, and then he said that she had come here in vain. 2C smirked and asked him about it and what happened. Juechang replied that if the Fox clan agreed to submit to his Black Tiger clan from now on, he would deal with this dog. Remembering the incredibly strong master and his tree, 2C smirked and thought that she could help him die if that was what he wanted. The woman said in a shaking voice that she caught up with the dog, but instead of giving up, he seriously injured her. Juechang told her not to lie. The Black Emperor was not strong enough to defeat her. The woman replied that he had the Demon Emperor's scroll. The man asked again if he really had the legendary sacred item of the demons. He understood why this fox was chasing him like that, and he thought that if he wanted to become a demon lord, he needed this scroll. He looked at her face, trying hard to understand whether the woman was lying or not. Not noticing anything strange, he asked her where the dog was. 2C chuckled silently as she said that the Black Emperor was hiding in a small place at the foot of Mount Taishuan, and with the blessing of the scroll, his cultivation level had increased greatly and he had become very arrogant. She said that he threatened her, saying that with the Demon Emperor's scroll in his hands, the demon clan would completely dominate the Black Tiger clan in a few years. Juechang immediately became furious upon hearing this and asked how this ignorant boy even dared to say such a thing. He quickly waved his hand and his clan's banner appeared in the air. The man grabbed the banner and ran forward at full speed to teach him a lesson. 2C looked after him, thinking that his death was already very close. Suddenly, from somewhere behind the mountains, a menacing voice was heard, saying that the ancestor of the spiritual foxes still remained. The woman quickly turned towards the sound of the voice and asked the speaker who he was. Duan Zhangde and Luo Wanfeng flew out from behind the mountains with majestic flying. They and a couple of other masters surrounded 2C. The woman asked what they wanted, immediately recognizing them. Zhangde exclaimed that she should not pretend to be stupid, because she herself knew that she had broken the treaty between humans and demons by invading their lands without permission. She knew the consequences. Wanfeng asked the woman sternly what the purpose of her visit here was. 2C chuckled and thought that she could handle both problems at once. blaming it all on Ming Juechang. She covered her face with her sleeve, but tears were visible running down her cheeks as she called out to the great masters in a trembling voice. Trying to evoke pity, she cried even harder, telling him that Ming Juechang of the Black Tiger clan had forced her to help him search for the treasure. Continuing to cry, she said that Ming Juechang was insatiable and relied on the Black Tiger banner, knowing that it would protect him. He went to the foot of Mount Taishuan to retrieve the Demon Emperor's scroll. Wan Feng asked again, "Was this really the legendary treasure that could be used to transform into a demon lord?" Tu Si replied that Yue Xiang found him. Afraid that she would ruin everything, he beat her and left alone. Chengde thought that there really was a Black Tiger aura here, and Tu Si's injuries didn't seem fake. He told the woman that she would follow him because she was being forced to, and they would not insist on her participation. And he asked her to leave their lands as soon as possible. Tu Si did not refuse, saying that she would now carry out the great sage's instructions. Thinking that this was definitely the end for this tiger, she quickly flew away. Meanwhile, in the settlement of Xiaoqi, everything was calm. People were going about their business. Chang Qing finished bandaging the paw of the 13th princess, who was in the form of a fox. Picking her up in his arms, the man smiled at her and said that everything would heal very soon. The princess looked at the man's smile and thought that a person with a high level of self-cultivation cared about her so much. The princess felt an arrow of love pierce her heart. The Black Emperor smiled and turned to the princess, saying that his master was very kind and amiable, just as he had said. Suddenly, the sky above Changqing's head suddenly darkened, turning brown. Chang Qing, noticing this, looked up and immediately wondered what was going on. A bright explosion and black lightning began to descend from the sky, and someone's figure was visible in the explosion. As it turned out, it was Ming Juechang, who told the Black Emperor to immediately give him the Demon Emperor's scroll, otherwise he would kill him. Upon seeing the man, the Black Emperor immediately bared his fangs and cursed out loud. The princess also exclaimed in surprise, completely not expecting the arrival of the ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. Quietly rustling its leaves, the tree demon asked who was making the noise here. Landing on the ground, Juekang immediately noticed a tree, a bright flash of light shining from its leaves. The man said that he didn't expect to meet the great demon tree here. He asked the Black Emperor if he was so confident just because he was under his protection. The veins on Juechang's face bulged. His eyes turned white, and lightning flashed from his body as he began to chant. The banner grew in size and flew into the sky, painting everything around it red as the man flew into the air. A huge wave of powerful energy burst out and rushed straight towards the tree in the yard. The tree was surprised to find that he had suppressed its power. The Black Emperor, excited, asked the tree how it was. The tree replied that the enemy had a demonic weapon in his hand, so he was trapped. The princess immediately understood and exclaimed that this was the banner of the Black Tiger clan. She said that with this banner, Ming Juechang's strength would increase by at least 50%. The Black Emperor ran out into the street to deal with everyone who dared to show arrogance and disrespect to his master. Watching the Black Emperor, Changqing couldn't figure out where his dog had run off to again. The Black Emperor had already met with Jueqiang and pounced on him, shouting at him not to be so arrogant. Jueqiang bared his teeth and asked if this was really the Black Emperor. Sending out a large wave of dense energy to attack the enemy, he shouted that he had arrived just in time. The Black Emperor had no intention of retreating. He desperately rushed towards this wave. He bounced off the ground to get closer to his opponent. But when he got closer, Jueqiang, as if waiting for the right moment, punched him in the face. He began to strike blow after blow to knock him out. Blood began to flow from the Black Emperor's mouth. With another sharp blow, the man sent the Black Emperor flying, and he met the stone with his back. Jueqiang laughed and exclaimed that this was all his strength. It was a disgrace and nothing more. Using his powers, he bound the Black Emperor and pulled him towards him, telling him to give him the scroll or else he would take away both his soul and body. Baring his fangs, the Black Emperor replied that he had better run away since he had disturbed his master. The man asked again, and then asked him if he really decided to scare him like that before his death. But suddenly, somewhere to the side, someone's cry was heard, calling for the Black Emperor. Chang Qing quickly ran out of the courtyard, shouting that he had decided to fight with someone again. Looking at the man, Jueqiang felt his heavy gaze and heavy aura. The man in front of him glowed with a bright light, which completely disarmed him. After a few moments, Jueqiang transformed into his animal form, the form of a black tiger. Meanwhile, the enraged Changqing asked the Black Emperor whether he had already forgotten everything he had told him. Jueqiang couldn't understand where such a strong man came from. Shaking his head in search of his dog, Changqing told him that he would show him now. But instead of his dog, he found a black tiger on the grass in front of his house. Jueqiang looked at the man, baring his fangs as if preparing to pounce. Cold sweat ran down Changqing's face as he wondered what the black tiger was doing here. The man quickly turned around to find some kind of weapon. The first thing that caught his eye was a cutting knife that was displayed on the table. Leaning his back against the wall, he walked slowly to get the knife, trying not to draw attention to himself. Changqing grabbed the knife, held it out with shaking hands, and hesitantly told the tiger not to come closer, while he himself wondered if he could kill the tiger with this thing. Jue Chang thought that the aura of this knife was much stronger than the aura of his clan's sacred weapon. He wondered whether it was a fake or a real immortal weapon. Jue Chang slowly walked forward and he began to say that he did not want bloodshed. They could find a compromise. However, Changqing imagined it as if a slightly frightened beast was growling threateningly at him. Changqing's whole body was shaking with fear, but he was reassured by the thought that the tiger was still a little scared, and he thought that he needed to run away as quickly as possible. Turning to face the Black Emperor, the man shouted at him to leave quickly. The Black Emperor began to mock Jue Kong, telling him that now he himself saw how strong his master was, and if he asked for arrogance again, then he would definitely be finished. Changqing froze, noticing that his dog was provoking the tiger, and he mentally begged him not to do this. The provocation succeeded, and Jue Kong shouted angrily that he could be killed but not humiliated, so he would kill him. The tiger's eyes lit up with a dangerous red light, as he thought that if a battle was unavoidable, he would have to attack first. Jue Chang threw his head back and bit his tongue, causing blood to flow from his mouth. And then he began to put together various techniques with his paws. He slammed his paws on the ground, causing his energy to spread out in black circles. A bright flash lit up the sky and several bolts of lightning struck the ground. While trying not to be blown away by the strong wind, the Black Emperor noticed that this was the Demon Clan's secret technique of blood and soul sacrifice. Meanwhile, Zhang De, Wan Feng, and several other masters were approaching the Xiaoqi settlement. They saw a hurricane raging over the rooftops of the houses. Zhang De exclaimed that it seemed like Ming Zhucheng had already taken action. He took a small token from his clothes and looked at it. By running his finger over the token, he caused the image of Tai Xuan's disciple to appear in the sky. He asked the guy irritably if they could hurry up since they were already there. Wearily clutching his forehead, the student said that the master had given him other instructions. He said that the great sage Duan Zhangde had the power to make Ming Juechang regret ever setting foot in Xiaoqi. Even more irritated, Zhangde exclaimed that this was simply outrageous. Meanwhile, the sky became more and more colored in a bright, almost bloody red color. Wan Feng noticed that an incredibly powerful dark energy was emanating from that place. She noticed that it seemed like Ming Juechang had used some ancient secret technique. Bowing to Zhangde, she told him that she had always considered him the wisest of sages. She and her students told him in unison that he had to sort out this misunderstanding. Zhang Di shouted in annoyance, asking what they meant. Wan Feng nervously asked him why he didn't go on reconnaissance while they kept watch here. Zhang De pointed his finger at the woman, telling her that she had settled in well. He suddenly turned his head to the side, sensing Ming Juechang's aura. Despite his dissatisfaction, he still went to investigate, following Juechang's aura. But suddenly the sword he was flying forward on simply began to fall down, causing Zhang De himself to also begin to fall. As he fell down, he wondered why his magic suddenly stopped working. He fell heavily to the ground, but immediately rose to look ahead. The entire Xiaoqi settlement was filled with Juechang's aura, and Zhang De noticed that Juechang had decided to use his body as a formation and offered his blood as a sacrifice. He thought that it was because of this influence that his sword had just lost control. The villagers quickly ran through the streets, with flashes of Juechang's power following behind them. Zhang De struggled forward into the thick of energy, thinking that he had to stop it. Meanwhile, Juechang cried out that the ancient black tiger god had returned to his body. Changqing shuddered, thinking that this tiger was now definitely angry and that it was the end for him. He began waving the knife with his eyes closed in an attempt to scare the tiger away from him. Juechang thought that he had spent 1,500 years of his life so that the ancient god could take over his body. Even with an immortal weapon, no one could do anything to him. Opening its mouth, the tiger let out a loud roar, accompanied by a wave of energy. This wave flew straight at Changqing, knocking him and the Black Emperor off their feet. Changqing was surprised that some tiger could use a sound wave like some kind of villain. With another roar, Juechang knocked the knife out of Changqing's hands and it flew far back. With a quick leap, the tiger flew forward to pounce on the man and tear him to pieces. The Black Emperor and the tree became agitated and screamed, trying to force the master to dodge. Changqing's body was still shaking, and he reached into his clothes, thinking that it was time for desperate swords. Changqing was also starting to get irritated, thinking that this tiger had brought him to this point. Quickly taking out something from his clothes, Changqing waved his hand to point it at the tiger. The Black Emperor said with relief that he knew his master had a plan. Juekong noticed that a green box had appeared in front of him and wondered what it was. But it was ground catnip. Almost immediately, the tiger was hooked on the catnip, losing his mind, his tongue hanging out. Shaking his head to clear his head, Juekong thought that he couldn't fall for such a petty trick. But the next moment he could not resist, and his mind began to leave him again as he began to follow the box. Changqing squatted down and said with a slight grin that he didn't think it would work. He looked at the tiger who was happily rolling on the ground, licking this box, thinking that tigers are also cats. While biting the box, Juechang couldn't stop, thinking that even if he knew his weakness, he couldn't underestimate him. Meanwhile, Changqing quickly grabbed the knife that Juechang had knocked out of his hands and struck. There was a loud, plaintive, pain-filled cry, and blood gushed in all directions. Standing up, Changqing sighed tiredly. He looked down and said that the knife went in like a glove. Juechang's body went limp and his soul began to leave his body. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up with delight, and he exclaimed that his master was as resourceful and wonderful as ever. The tree said that without its owner, it would not have been able to deal with Ming Juechang. After thinking about it, Changqing said that he should make the same teasing stick and fucking white fox. Meanwhile, Zhangde was still struggling to move forward. But suddenly his path became clear. Looking around, he noticed that all the dark aura had disappeared in an instant. Wanfeng, noticing that the danger had passed, went down to the man and asked him if everything was okay, since Ming Juechang's aura had disappeared. Zhangde replied that no one could fight face-to-face with the Black Tiger God Tree. He said that even for them, it would be a loss. Sighing, he concluded by saying that Ming Juechang seemed to have won. Wanfeng asked the man if he meant that this old man only relied on the forbidden divine submission technique to seize the Emperor's scroll, and his aura disappeared only because he ran away. The masters rushed forward. Zhangde confirmed the woman's assumptions, saying that they should catch him as soon as possible before he reached the mountain. The man exclaimed that otherwise everyone would be in extreme danger. The Black Emperor grinned as he stood over Yukang's corpse, asking him if he now knew how strong his master was. Changqing scratched his head and asked whether tigers were protected animals in the cultivation world. And then he came closer and began to pull the tiger by the paw, thinking that in any case it should be hidden. With quick movements, the man dragged the tiger carcass into his yard. 13 Princess asked in surprise if it was really Ming Juechang. Coming closer, she, still not believing her eyes, asked if he was really dead. The Black Emperor grinned and proudly replied that the master had dealt with this old man without any difficulty. While Changqing was thinking about what to do with the tiger's body, roast it or stew it, the princess looked at him in amazement, thinking that she could not believe that the piece of man actually existed. She, feeling a chilling fear, thought that she had persuaded her ancestor in time. Otherwise, she herself would have died on the spot today. Changqing glanced at the fox and asked her with concern if her wounds were painful. He squatted down to pet her, and she thought that this man's strength surpassed that of all the cultivators she had met before. Even the ancestor was not that strong. The princess obsequiously reached out to the man's hand, caressing him, thinking that she couldn't miss such a chance. She decided to suck up to him even more and jumped onto his lap. She began to cuddle up to him even more actively, which only made Changqing happy, and he exclaimed that she was so cute. Taking her in his arms, he joyfully announced that she would now be his pet. Becoming even more moved by this man, the princess mentally apologized to her ancestor, intending to completely immerse herself in the care of this man. She mentally told her ancestor that this was not a long-term plan to make their clan great, as nothing could compare to her master's love for her. Watching the master and the princess, the Black Emperor thought that, as he thought, his master had quickly won the princess's heart with his charm. Meanwhile, Zhangde Wanfeng landed on the ground in front of Changqing's shop. Looking around, the woman exclaimed that they were late. He had already left. The man crouched down, noticing a bloodstain on the ground. Wanfeng assumed that the former owner of the scroll had fallen into the tiger's mouth. Zhangde didn't answer. He raised his hand over the blood. A bright flash of light appeared on his palm. After a few moments, he exclaimed in fear that this blood belonged to a black tiger. The man's body shook and he muttered softly that he still couldn't sense Ming Juechang's aura. He said that then there was only one explanation. Ming Juechang had died. Wanfeng asked again if he really thought that someone here, right here, killed the black tiger god himself. Zhangde stood up and answered in the affirmative, and then the woman asked him if he had said that no one could handle him. He replied that perhaps there really was someone in this town who exceeded all expectations, and he thought that now it was clear why Chang Xuan just continued playing chess. It seemed like he knew there was a trump card here. Turning around, Zhang De said that since everything here was over, they could go. This town was Taishuan territory. Even if there was something dark here, Changshuan could handle it himself. Wanfeng asked him after him if he was interested in who killed Ming Juichang. The man simply said that he had rushed here as fast as he could, and the master who had killed him had left only a pool of blood. He asked her if she herself did not understand what this meant. The woman exclaimed that this meant he didn't want to be disturbed, so he chose a quick victory. Looking back at the woman, Zhang De said that sometimes being too curious is not good. It can even cost lives. After some time, night began to fall on Xiaoqi, and the sky was lit up by a red sunset. Changqing set up a kennel and a bowl for the fox in the yard, saying that she would now live here. He told the fox where everything was. The Black Emperor sat under the tree and watched him. Tree asked the dog if their master really wanted the 13th princess to sleep in the yard, to which the Black Emperor replied that it was most likely some kind of plan. Changqing began to massage his shoulder, saying that they were all tired today. It was time to sleep. The princess followed Changqing. She purred softly, saying that she didn't want to sleep here. She wanted to sleep with him in the house. Having picked up the fox in his arms, the man asked her if she really wanted to sleep with him. The princess smiled and purred happily, agreeing with him. Changqing didn't argue. He hugged the fox to his chest and carried her into the house. The tree said that it understood, and the master wanted to check if she was truly submissive. The Black Emperor did not deny this idea and exclaimed that he was a genius. The tree said that today's battle with the Black Tiger Demon Lord had cost him too much energy. He needed to get some sleep. The Black Emperor sadly asked him how long he would sleep. The tree replied that it would sleep from several days to several decades. It said that it wanted to share with him the power of heaven and earth that was contained in the spiritual spring, that its owner watered it with when he planted it. He handed the leaf to the Black Emperor with the branches, saying that he had imprisoned her in this leaf. The Black Emperor accepted the leaf, and the tree told him to become stronger but promised that it would protect its master. Otherwise, when it wakes up, there will be no trace left of its improvement. Raising his paws, the Black Emperor replied that he understood everything. And in response to this, the tree fell asleep. Its energy began to fill the courtyard. The energy of the tree spread into the house, and Changqing, who was also already asleep, inhaled it. The whole house was illuminated by a not very bright purple flash. The next day, Changqing opened his eyes with difficulty, the sun shining on his face through the window. Sitting up in bed, he noticed that for some reason he had the feeling that the bed was somehow cramped. Looking at the other side of the bed, he noticed that a girl was sleeping on it. It was the 13th princess. Changqing was quite surprised by this. He could not understand how it happened that he went to bed with a fox and woke up with some girl. The princess also woke up and sat up in bed, yawning. Noticing that Changqing had also woken up, she rushed to hug him with a joyful cry. The man quickly dodged, causing the girl to fly to the floor and did not ask her what she was like. Looking at the girl, he noticed that a fox tail was dangling behind her back, very similar to a fox's tail. Then Changqing asked the girl if she really was the white fox. Sitting on the floor, the princess smiled and replied that everything was so. Covering his face with his hand, Changqing thought bitterly that he had now definitely become a hero from some movie. Removing his hand from his face, he looked at the girl again and noticed that she looked good. After a while, Changqing tidied himself up and opened the door to go out into the courtyard. The princess, clinging to the man's hand, followed him out. Changqing told her that she could let go now, to which she replied that she wanted to always be with her master. Someone barked from the side, and Changqing turned his head to look at the source of the sound. In front of him, he saw a huge black dog. The man, taken aback, asked who it was. After recovering from the shock, he realized that it was his Black Emperor in front of him. Looking at his paws, he asked him why they had become so powerful. Reaching out to the dog, he asked him how he had changed so much in one night. Had he really overeaten? The Black Emperor simply turned around and walked away from Changqing and the princess. Reaching the table, he barked, drawing attention to the table on which something was lying. Changqing pulled his hand out of the girl's grip and quickly walked towards the table. Coming closer, he noticed that on the table were the very stones that he had absorbed during training, and there were still so many of them. He asked the Black Emperor if he had really brought this. The dog happily wagged his tail, pleased with himself, and barked, as if to answer that this was so. Changqing leaned over to the dog and kissed the top of his head. The man was so happy that he began to hug and pet the Black Emperor, saying what a good little dog he was. The Black Emperor smiled smugly and told the princess not to envy him. The princess thought with irritation that this stinking dog had actually used her clan's primordial chaos chambers to steal her master's favor. A little later in the day, Changqing heard the villagers talking, one of them asking if she had heard anything yesterday. The woman replied that the tiger's roar was so terrifying, and the guy asked where such a roar came from, where they could have gotten such a tiger. The man replied that he wanted to report it to the authorities first, but the roar soon disappeared. Changqing was frightened by the thought that someone had heard what happened yesterday. He slammed the doors shut and pressed his back against them, thinking that if the government investigated and found a tiger corpse in his house, it would be impossible to explain. Soon, Changqing had an idea on how to fix this, and within a few hours he was out in public with a plate of food. The princess asked him where they were going, to which he replied that they were going to share. He asked the girl if she was afraid that they would not reveal the secret if she continued to walk around with him like that, to which the princess told him not to worry. She said that she had cast a spell so that strangers could not see her ears and tail. Having accepted this explanation, Changqing ran towards the crowd, shouting that he had overdone it a bit with the shashlik. There was still a lot left, so everyone could take some. People immediately began to react to the smell of meat and reached out to the man. People thanked the man. Someone asked him what kind of meat it was. Changqing awkwardly replied that it was just ordinary game. And then he quickly changed the subject, telling them not to bother their heads with it and to try it. People were eating delicious food, and Changqing was thinking that the law did not apply to everyone. Everyone had already tasted his fried tiger, and he continued to walk around the village offering meat to anyone he could find. One woman noticed that Master Ye was so handsome and also a great cook. His future wife was a real lucky woman. Another woman leaned towards him and asked him if the girl behind him was his new companion. She was talking about the princess. The woman noticed that he had recently brought a girl to his place, and now he had taken a new one. Changqing waved his hands, denying everything the woman said. He began to make excuses, but he couldn't say anything sensible. The princess asked the man where he was going next and called him master. The women began to whisper about the various things that today's youth were up to, but Changqing shouted at them that it was not at all what they thought. One of the women noted that the girl was too thin and would hardly be able to give birth normally. And then she told him that she had a niece, a diligent and capable girl. She had an excellent figure, and she would definitely give birth to an heir. She asked the man if he wanted her to introduce them. Changqing quickly waved his hands and shook his head, refusing such a proposal. The princess bit her lip, irritated that this woman dared to talk about her body like that. She was determined to show off her princess charm today. After some time, Changqing and the princess headed back home. The man sighed and said that they had finally gotten rid of that tiger. He turned to ask the princess something, but she quickly walked forward, not paying attention to him. Looking at her back, Changqing wondered what was wrong with her, whether she was feeling unwell or perhaps tired. He thought wearily that he needed to catch her as quickly as possible. Running forward again, the man looked into the girl's face and thanked her not for today, saying that he couldn't have done it alone. Suddenly, he noticed tears running down the princess's cheeks. Turning around, she sobbed and asked the man if he really thought she had a bad figure. He waved his hands and blushed, and replied that Auntie Wang had spoken without thinking, and she shouldn't pay attention to such things. The princess leaned closer to the man and asked him what he thought then. Changqing blushed even more and gave her a thumbs up and exclaimed that her body was simply 10 out of 10, 1 in a million. Without any embarrassment, the princess asked him what he was waiting for then, and told him that he should hurry up and take advantage of it. The Black Emperor looked at the girl with his mouth open and thought that if he didn't only like female dogs, he definitely wouldn't have been able to restrain himself. Changqing scratched his cheek in bewilderment and asked again, but suddenly he came closer to the girl, put his hand on her shoulder, and asked her if she could pose as he said. The princess looked at the hand on her shoulder, her cheeks turned red, and she said that she would do whatever her master wished. A couple of hours later, they were already in one of the halls. The princess's face turned red. Her whole body was trembling slightly. Sweat poured down Changqing's face as he declared that he was simply fine. Standing in a certain position while Changqing was drawing her, the princess asked him how much longer she had to stand there, to which he replied that just a little while longer. The Black Emperor entered the room and thought with disappointment that he had already freed his friend, and they were still doing this. The princess asked the Black Emperor if this was some special hobby of the master. The dog answered her that she was so short-sighted that she did not see the most obvious things. He told her that this painting could help her raise her cultivation level as quickly as he did. The princess thought with fascination that this meant that the master was simply afraid that she could not bear it, so he decided to improve her development. The Black Emperor answered her that she had taken a wrong turn, because it might be that her charm would not work on her master. After applying the final touch, Changqing removed the brush from the paper and exclaimed that he was finished. The paper on the table glowed with a bright light. Bright sparks began to swirl around the princess's body, and she wondered what was happening. The paper rose from the table and flew. It was still glowing. The painting grew in size and opened up before the princess's eyes. Changqing said that he would name this work The Fox of the Green Hills, making the immortals rejoice. Meanwhile, near the sacred palace of the Fox clan, everything was calm. But suddenly, the sky burst into lightning. The maids raised their heads. One noticed that purple energy had suddenly appeared, and the other asked why the thunder had burst out then. The third maid called out to them to look at the peach trees and pointed her finger at the trees. As it turned out, fire began to appear on the branches of the trees, which burned the flowers. Looking down at their feet, the maids noticed that the grass was also on fire. They ran away from there to call the elder about their ancestor. Meanwhile, Elder Shanyao and Tusi looked at the sky, which was covered in lightning. The man asked his ancestor what it was. Tusi frowned and noticed that someone was forcibly taking away their energy. Shanyao asked if they really wanted to destroy them. The woman wondered who it could be. As she was about to leave, she told the elder to stay here and protect the palace. Looking back at the man, she said that she would go to the southern ridge and visit Mr. Q Long. On the southern ridge, in the gorge of the sacred dragon of Mount Shawandashan, it was calm, and the sun was shining brightly. People gathered at the bottom of the gorge, and Tusi quickly flew over them. Looking down, she noticed that there were elders of the Black Tiger clan below. She wondered what they were doing here. The woman hurried to land down, and the two elders did not notice. The elders bowed to the woman in greeting, and one of them said that they had come here to ask Mr. Q Long to tell their ancestors' fortune. Tusi asked if Ming Jue Cheng hadn't returned yet. The elder replied that besides the fact that he had not yet returned, the lamp in which the ancestor's soul was kept had gone out a couple of days ago. Tusi quietly remarked that when the soul disappears, the lamp also goes out. She screamed, asking them if she wanted to tell them that Ming Jue Cheng had died. The elder shouted back in irritation that no one could match the strength of the ancestor. He could not die so easily. The woman shrugged and said she didn't say anything then. She, remembering Changqing, thought that Jue Kong had brought this upon himself. Walking along the path to heaven, he ended up in hell, and all he could do was give up. The elders began to ask Tusi if she knew anything. They said that they lost contact with the ancestor after he left the Fox clan's territory. A voice came from behind them, telling them not to continue. Ming Jue Chang would reap the consequences. Turning around, they noticed that it was Mr. Chu Long. Demon Lord Chu Long said that although the song of transformation had already been played, the counterattack was already near. Ming Jue Kong was too arrogant to break the agreement and break into the central plain. The elders of the Black Tiger clan could not find anything to object to. One of them fell to his knees, saying that their ancestor was to blame. And then he desperately said that he was very strong. He had many secret techniques at his disposal, so how could he be defeated so easily? Another prayed to Qiu Long to tell their fortunes. Qiu Long agreed and reached into his clothes to get something. He took out from his cloak a golden token that was in the shape of a turtle shell. The token glowed with a bright light and flew into the air. Tusi screamed and closed her eyes, covering them with her hand to avoid the bright light. Qiu Long muttered that he was right. He looked at the coins in his hands from which pieces had broken off, and the man said that fire and thunder were in an alternating phase. He said that it meant great evil. The elders of the Black Tiger clan asked again. Qiu Long said that it was a divine punishment. Ming Jue Chang was doomed to death and was burned. It seems that he died at the hands of no ordinary cultivator because the power of strength has no end. The elders shouted, asking the master who it was because they could take revenge. Qiu Long said that the heavenly secret cannot be revealed. If he continues, even he himself will be implicated. He told them to go back and take care of themselves so that the Black Tiger clan will not get into trouble. The elders asked him if even he could not resist. Another elder hastened to thank the master for the warning and said that she would return immediately. Without thinking twice, the elders jumped high into the sky, moving away from the rift. Turning to Tu Si, Qiu Long asked her why she had come to see him. After bowing to the master, the woman said that something strange had happened in the sky above her clan's palace, and all of their aura had been stolen. Qiu Long waved his hand and an image of the palace rooftops appeared. He looked at the image, shaking his head thoughtfully. He said that the aura could only be used by members of the same clan. This means that someone from their clan summoned her to another place. Tusi asked what this other place was, since all her people lived in the valley. Qiu Long noticed that their 13th princess ran away from the wedding a couple of days ago. The woman asked if this had anything to do with her. The man answered her, saying that if he understood correctly, then the entire aura should now be with her. Tu Sai exclaimed that this was impossible after all. Her cultivation level was not at the level of a demon lord. She could not bear that much aura, and she asked the man to find out who was behind this. With a sigh, Qiu Long agreed, saying that he would try. He broke the coins in his hands. and then their fragments rose into the sky, engulfed in flames. The coins regained their shape, and suddenly a bright magic circle glowed around them as Chulong began to chant. The sky, covered by clouds, burst into lightning again. The man continued to chant, and these lightning bolts from the sky rushed towards his hand. Suddenly, the sky opened up and a huge bolt of lightning struck the ground, right at the spot where Chulong was standing, while Tusi was thrown back by the force of the strike. After being struck by lightning, Chulong fell to his knees. He began to cough and blood came out of his mouth. His body was shaking and he said it was God's punishment. No more fortune-telling. The next day, a swordmaster appeared in the sky above Xiaoqi. It was Chang Xuan, who was thinking irritably that old Shu Jitian had finally left. As he landed on the ground, he thought that this was probably due to Master Ye's efforts. The man entered the village to express his gratitude in person. Suddenly, someone's hand touched Chang Xuan's shoulder, and a familiar voice called his name. Turning around, the man saw that it was Jitian, who asked him where he was heading. Confused, Chang Xuan asked him why he was still here. Hadn't he left? Jitian smiled and said that he had refused his request to visit Master Ye yesterday. But fortunately, he had met these two guests from the Yan capital. He remembered how, as he was walking away, he met the emperor of the Yan kingdom on the way, and next to him was a girl. The man then bowed to them and asked Tianshan where he planned to go after so many years of asceticism. Tianshan replied that he was very keen to visit Xiaoqi town. Jitian asked him in confusion why he needed to go there. Yingxing happily answered for her grandfather that he wanted to visit Master Ye. Jitian realized with surprise that this was the same Master Ye that Chang Xuan had spoken of. He thought that now this old man would not be able to hide his precious master. Certainly not when the emperor of the Yan kingdom was here. Jitian grabbed Tianshan's hand and exclaimed that they knew it. He told them that he was just about to visit him, so they could go together. Chang Xuan became even more angry, and he thought that this old geezer really was lucky. Jitian waved his hand towards Yingxing and Tianshan to introduce them. But Chang Xuan interrupted him, saying that how could he not know the emperor of Great Yan? Tianshan walked up to the man and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that they hadn't seen each other for so long. Jitian didn't expect that the two of them were acquainted, so he asked again. Chang Xuan said that they were certainly acquainted, since it was this man who had issued the decree that only practitioners of the Yan kingdom were considered worthy Taoist masters, and all others were considered heretics. Tianshan asked irritably about this and that, and then noted that he, as a ruler, was obliged to unite his people. Yingying walked up to Tianshan and pulled his sleeve, asking him to calm down. She said that they were currently in the Taishuan shrine, so it was better not to quarrel with Master He. The man exclaimed irritably that this did not mean that he would start bowing to him here. Chang Xuan told him to go back then, since Master Ye wouldn't be happy to see him. Tianshan shouted, asking if he was really the patron of their shrine, since they were hiding him from prying eyes. Chang Xuan laughed, saying that it was so. Otherwise, why would he live in seclusion in Xiaoqi and give the Taishuan shrine his protection? The great ancestor turned to Jitian and asked him whether he was telling the truth. Jitian thought for a moment and said that it must be true. He said that a couple of days ago he saw with his own eyes Master Ye, who suppressed the spirit of the immortal weapon. He also used his powers to help the Taishuan shrine restore the damaged main temple hall. Hearing this, the great ancestor opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe it. And then he turned to Chang Xuan, asking if they could somehow come to an agreement. Tianshan exclaimed that the Yan imperial family was willing to make the Taishuan shrine the national sect of the Yan. Jitian asked the man if he was serious, and Chang Xuan simply froze in surprise. Great ancestor said he was serious, but they needed to meet Master Ye. After clearing his throat and coming to his senses, Chang Xuan said that since they wanted it so ardently, he would agree. And then he thought with fear that his Taishuan treasure was actually so popular that suddenly there were only threats. Turning back to the great ancestor, the man said that Master Ye didn't like ignorant people, so he shouldn't be rash and talk about their agreement. The great ancestor agreed, saying that he would keep this secret. And he thought with excitement that he had never dealt with such a superior before. What should he say when they met? Meanwhile, Changqing came out of his shop and saw people on the threshold. Yingxing immediately beamed and called out to Mr. Ye happily. She rushed to hug the man, saying that she had come to visit him again. Tianshan was surprised by such closeness between the young people. Changqing began to push the girl away from him with an awkward smile. As she continued to cling to him, he thought about how so many people were looking at this. How shameful it was. Turning to all the people, he hesitantly told them to pass through. The men, still shocked, entered the house. Yingxing was still fawning over Changqing, and he was telling her not to touch him again. Looking around the courtyard, Zitian was surprised to find the Black Emperor there. Tianshan asked how it was that there was a demon king in the Middle Kingdom. Changshuan, no longer surprised, walked on smugly, asking the men who, with Master Ye's level of cultivation, would get an ordinary dog. Looking back, he told them that the Demon King was just the tip of the iceberg. Opening the doors to the courtyard, he revealed to the men a beautiful place, saying that this was a true place of creation. Meanwhile, Yingxing told Changqing that she missed him, and then asked him if he missed her. While the girl hugged his hand, he quietly and hesitantly replied that he missed her too, and he himself was panicking and thinking that she should take her hands off him. Otherwise, Fox, if she saw this, would give him another scolding in the evening. Yingxing leaned closer to the man and told him that she had already told the elders and her father about them. A chill ran down Changqing's spine, and he felt someone's gaze on him. Turning around, he panicked and told Yingxing not to talk nonsense. Turning back, he shouted, saying that they had simple communication and nothing more. Changsen noticed with a smile that Master Ye and Madame Yan seemed to be very close. Changqing waved his hands vigorously, saying that everything was not right, and thought that Fox might hear everything. Trying to change the subject, the man waved his hand towards the table and told everyone to sit down quickly. A white fox jumped onto the table. All your male guests were surprised by this and asked if he really had another pet. They noticed that this pet had such a strong aura. Tianshan noticed that this fox seemed to be a demon lord as well, and Zitian noticed that its aura was demonic. The fox glanced towards Yingxing, causing her to shudder a little. The girl followed the fox's gaze, and it turned out that it was looking at her chest. Turning to the human form, the princess said that the master did not like small breasts. Yingxing covered her chest with her hand and exclaimed in response that she shouldn't think that because she was beautiful, she could do anything. Meanwhile, Changqing heated up some water and brewed some hot tea. Jitian discovered that this was the very tea from the Path of Knowledge leaf. Changsen happily exclaimed that it was definitely him. The smell was even stronger than last time. Yingxing also began to enjoy the aroma, and the man asked what could be better for a cultivator than this. Tianshan began to drink tea, secretly watching Yingxing and Changqing. He thought that if she became Master Yi's bride, then all that would be left for him to do was enjoy peace. Changqing asked the guests why they had come to see him today. After placing the cup on the table, Changshuan folded his hands in a polite gesture and said that he had recently acquired a new brush. He reached into his clothes to get it, saying that the last time he was here, he was without gifts. Taking out a small box, he said that today he wanted to make it all up. Changshuan handed the box to Changqing, who also reached out to take it, asking what the point of being so polite was. Changqing opened the box and a bright light flowed out. Taking the brush in his hands and examining it more closely, the man exclaimed that it was a wonderful brush. Changshuan obsequiously said that compared to the great bathymetric records of Changqing, this brush was a drop in the ocean. Jitian thought irritably that if he had known that Mr. Ye would like this brush so much, he would not have used it as a bet. Turning to Changqing, he also reached into his sleeve. Taking out a small box, he said that today was their first meeting, so he also prepared a small gift. Changqing scratched his head awkwardly and remarked that it was very kind of him. He took the box in his hands, saying that he would gladly accept the gift. When he opened the drawer, he found that there was ink inside, and he exclaimed that it was a wonderful gift. He said that any merit should be rewarded, so he would give him his calligraphy and painting as a return gift. He told Jitian that if he needed any calligraphy or painting, he could just say so. Not believing his luck, Jitian happily asked again. Having come to his senses, he coughed awkwardly and said in an even calm tone that he wanted to work with swords. Jitian thought that Xing Shui had received enlightenment from Master Ye and had broken through to the first stage. If Master was willing to give him this treasure, it would definitely help him. Changqing replied that he would draw it without any problem. Sitting down at the table, Changqing discovered that there was not a single sheet of paper on his desk. He thought sadly that he had run out of all the rice paper yesterday. Awkwardly getting up from the table, Changqing scratched his neck and told the guests to sit down somewhere for now, while he went to smoke some papers. In response to this, Yingxing spoke up. The girl joyfully exclaimed that he did not need to go anywhere. She would do everything. She waved her hand. A bright flash of light appeared on her palm, and then a huge stack of paper appeared above her head. The paper fell on the table. The girl told the man that she knew how much he loved painting, so she brought a whole stack from the imperial capital. Changqing, smiling, grabbed the girl's hand with both hands and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. Smiling, he thought that paper was his most consumed product, and it was quite expensive, so he could save a lot of money. Yingxing took off the ring from her hand, where a stack of paper lay. Pulling it towards Changqing, She shyly said that there was still a lot of paper in this storage ring, so she was giving it all away. Changsun noticed that Her Highness had given Master a simple rice paper, and he was beaming with happiness. Zitian thought that apparently for such great masters as Master Ye, ancient treasures were nothing. Scratching his beard, Tianshan thoughtfully said to himself that they couldn't understand such a person. Chongqing didn't spread out fresh paper on the table, preparing to start working on a gift for Zitian. He quickly ran his new brush over the paper, and after a while he noticed that he was almost finished. Zitian, watching Master Yi closely, thought that he couldn't even imagine what Master Yi would give him. Chongqing finished his work, putting the words themselves on the paper, and he quietly said to himself, "A hall strewn with flowers, with many guests." The man's energy glowed brighter and brighter as he worked, and he muttered the following words: "Sword of the Frost of the 14 Regions." Zitian watched the master's work without taking his eyes off, and an incredible picture appeared before his eyes. As sweat poured down his face, he thought about the incredible power of the sword. He thought about how he felt, how the true meaning of the sword helped, turning the perishable into the miraculous. Changqing rose even higher in the man's eyes, and glowing swords began to appear around him. These swords suddenly started flying towards Zitian, but he managed to retreat, and they stuck into the ground. But the swords did not stop flying towards Zitian, and he raised his hand to make a barrier to protect himself. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees in helplessness. He was dumbfounded to realize that he had cultivated for so many years, but compared to Master Ye, he was still a baby. Changsheng noticed that Zitian's face had become distorted, and he was making strange sounds. And he thought that this old man could not withstand the master's strength and was starting to lose his mind. Using his powers, Changsheng broke into the illusion created by Changqing's powers. He found Zitian there and flew up behind him. Placing his hand on his back, he began to stabilize his comrade. Changsheng closed his eyes and began to recite the spell. His hand began to put pressure on Zitian's back, while Changsheng used the path of the heart to help. Finally, Zitian woke up, already finding himself in some other place. The last thing he saw in this place was a bright flash that blinded him. Kneeling, Zitian woke up in Changqing's courtyard, breathing heavily, dumbfounded with fear. Rising to his feet, he conveyed his thoughts to Changshuan, thanking him for helping him. Otherwise, he would have been disgraced in front of Master Ye. Chongqing was putting the finishing touches on the words. Turning to his guests, he placed his brush on the table and waved his hand towards the painting, asking what they thought of it. Looking at the work, Changsheng sublimely remarked that this calligraphy not only gives a sense of naturalness, but also hints at an immense divine meaning. Zitian agreed with these words and added that what was even more incredible was that each word contained completely different ways of wielding a sword. But when they come together, they form true meaning. Yingxing asked the man what he meant. Zitian glanced at the girl and began to explain, telling him that it was like a mountain range. He began to draw parallels, saying that some mountains towered over others, but they all formed one magnificent ridge. After this explanation, Yingxing happily exclaimed that she understood everything. Zitian thought that the true meaning of Master Ye's calligraphy was much deeper. Tianshan thought that he could only understand the superficial part of it. Zitian looked at Master Ye with uncertainty and asked him if he really wanted to give this calligraphy to him. Changqing glanced at the man and replied that this was the least he could offer him. And he himself slyly thought that this simple calligraphy would bring him an expensive ink bar. Tears welled up in Zitian's eyes as he placed his fist into his palm and thanked him loudly. He fell to his knees, exclaiming that he wanted to pay his respects, while Changqing jumped back in fear. He immediately awkwardly asked the man to get up, saying that it was nothing. Tianshan thought that if he had just a little more time, Su Jitian's face would have been lost, and Changshuan thought that Master Ye was actually aware of his position in the shrine, but he still found it hard to accept. Changqing sighed heavily, placed his hand on his forehead and thought that he was being given too much honor. Suddenly he said that since they had all gathered here today, they needed to have dinner, and he asked them what they thought about black tiger stew. Yingxing seemed to be quite happy about eating the stew, and the rest of the guests, dumbfounded, asked again, "A black tiger?" After some time, many plates with various snacks and meat appeared on the table. In the middle stood a copper cauldron, on which also lay meat, shrimp, mushrooms, and much more. Taking a piece of meat with his chopsticks, Changqing began the dinner and told the guests not to be shy and to help themselves. Everyone else also took pieces of meat, but they were in no hurry to eat it but looked at it carefully. Tianshan mentally contacted Zitian and told him that there were rumors that the Black Tiger Demon Lord Ming Juecheng had broken into the central plain for several days. But in the end, he suddenly entered the Taishuan shrine and disappeared. Nodding, Zitian also responded in his mind, guessing that he might have been killed by Master Ye. The three male guests all glanced at the meat that was emitting demonic energy and thought that Ming Juechang was in front of them. Tianshan shook and began to breathe heavily, wondering if it was possible that what was in front of him was actually Ming Juechang's meat. While Changqing was actively eating meat and Yingxing was trying to keep up with him, Tianshan thought that to Master Ye of that level, a cultivator was nothing more than a wild beast. Mentally addressing Yingxing, the man told her that this meat contained violent energy and she couldn't handle it at her current level of cultivation, so it was better for her not to eat it. Looking sadly at the delicious-looking meat, Yingxing meekly said that she would not eat it. And the next moment, Changqing, with a smile on his face, offered the girl to try the meat, and he said that it was very tasty. The girl waved her hands, thanking the man for his concern, and said that she could not eat meat. Changqing was quite upset by this statement and asked again. Looking at the girl, he wondered if she was on a diet and thought that he didn't think that girls in the cultivation world did this too. Then he turned to the men with a smile, telling them to eat more, otherwise he alone would not be able to eat it all. The men did not refuse the owner and tried their first piece. Chewing the meat and not feeling anything, they noticed that it was quite good, and not as scary as they thought. Tianshan noticed that he felt her body warming up, and the next moment this same heat hit all the men. While calmly chewing the meat, Changqing noticed the strange behavior of his guests and asked them what was wrong with them. Changxuan, whose face was red from the heat, apologized and said that they needed to take a break. All three men stood up from the table and bowed to the master of the house, all of them with red faces. Changqing was upset and quietly asked if they really ran to the toilet right after 2 pieces. He looked at the meat suspiciously, wondering if it had gone bad, and he thought that he even put that ice ball in there to keep it cold. Meanwhile, Changshuan, Zitian, and Tianshan reached one of the mountains outside of Xiaoqi. They quickly ran forward. Tianshan shouted that he couldn't resist such a powerful energy. Changshuan noticed that they were in the void refinement realm. He, with a red face, said that they needed to find a way to deal with this as soon as possible. Zitian, with an equally red face, replied that it would open soon. All the men put their hands together in a certain gesture, and a light shone around their palms. Gathering in a circle, they touched each other's palms, and energy swirled around them. A bright beam of light shone over the forest, in which the outlines of swords could be seen. Having reached a certain valley, they sat down on the ground. Turning away to a stone and sticking out their tongues, Tianshan thanked the others for their help. He noted that if they had not taken action, everyone would have been doomed. Changshuan, breathing heavily, noticed that they had finally been able to disperse the future key energy in their bodies. Zitian sighed and said that Master Ye's house was not only full of opportunities, but also full of great dangers. Yingxing, who was still sitting at the table with Changqing, asked him how long he had been living in this place. Putting his chopsticks on the table, Changqing replied that he had been here for more than 5 years. The girl asked him if he had never even thought about going somewhere. The man replied that he had sometimes yearned for the outside world, but somehow he had not been able to get out. He remembered how he was once walking through the forest with a lantern in his hand, and from all sides he was being looked at by eyes glowing red. He told the girl that he couldn't get out because there were a lot of monsters outside the town that were just trying to harm him. He walked through the forest, shaking with fear and feeling numerous gazes on his back. But when he turned around, all eyes immediately disappeared. There was no one behind him. As it turned out, the monsters were hiding from Changqing behind the trees and could not understand what kind of monster it was. They thought that it was better not to mess with it. Changqing sighed and said that it was all complicated. Yingxing thought that what Mr. Ye was trying to convey was that the slightest move by an extremely powerful person could cause chaos in the world. He simply cared about the people and could not leave here. Changqing asked the girl if she had encountered any danger on the way here. In response, she said that she and her grandfather had taken a couple of guards with them. Hearing this, the man thought that now he understood how he could leave this place. Turning back to the man, Yingxing noticed that Xiaoqi was not that far from Qinghe. Therefore, once you reach Qinghe, you can directly get to the imperial capital through the teleportation system. Changqing asked again, dumbfounded, about the teleportation system. Yingxing said that with her help, one could travel to any part of the Yan Empire. Changqing animatedly asked the girl whether calligraphy and painting were in demand in the capital, to which she replied that of course they were. She said that they have several academies and, naturally, there are literary and intellectual figures there. Each of them is rich in knowledge and loves to collect calligraphy or paintings. Changqing thought that he shouldn't underestimate the Yan family's influence, and the surroundings in the capital were not bad either. He wondered if he should stop there then. Since they loved painting and calligraphy, Yingxing asked him if he had never been to the capital, and then she invited him to go there with them. The man was delighted and thought that he hadn't even had time to say a word before she had suggested it, as if he had started to fall asleep and she had put a pillow under him. After clearing his throat, he said that he would show respect and agree since Madame Yan so kindly invited him. Yingxing happily exclaimed that it was very wonderful, and she asked him when they would leave. Changqing told her that they would leave tomorrow. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening was heard. Changqing stood up to see who had returned and was surprised to find that only one of the three had returned. As it turned out, it was Tianshan, who told the man that the others both said that since the gifts had been delivered, they would not bother him anymore. He himself thought that the level of those masters was quite high, but their meridians were still damaged after that black tiger meat, and they were unable to return. Yingxing rushed over to her grandfather and told him that Mr. Ye wanted to go with them to the capital and stay there for a while. Tianshan opened his mouth wide in surprise and asked again. Turning away, he clenched his fist and exclaimed that it was simply wonderful. The man bowed to Changqing, saying that it was a great honor for his family that the master wished to go to the capital. Filled with enthusiasm, Changqing went to the room to get ready and told the guests that they would then leave tomorrow morning. Night had fallen, and everyone had already gone to their rooms. Tianshan also found himself in one of the guest rooms. He sighed and reached into his clothes to get something. After digging around a bit, he pulled out a small sign that glowed with a bright light. An image of the Yan Emperor Zun Nian appeared, and he asked how things were going since he had taken the initiative to go to the young master. Tianshan happily announced that he and Mr. Ye would be returning to the capital tomorrow. Zun Nian was quite surprised by this news and asked again. Tianshan said he wants them to restore and open twice as many calligraphy and painting shops as soon as possible. The emperor was surprised by such an unexpected request and asked why all this was happening. The man responded by saying that Mr. Ye loved this business, and they had to make him feel like he was needed by the capital. Running his hand across his neck as if cutting off his own head, he frowned and said that if they didn't follow this, then it was all over for them. Changqing, in his room, began to examine Yingxing's gift, the legendary Ring of Preservation. Clutching his head, he exclaimed that the ring belonged to him, but he did not feel the spiritual power, so how could he use it? He asked if it could be like in the novels, where you have to extend the blood for it to work. Looking at his finger, he thought that a drop of his own blood could create some kind of connection between Rome and the artifact. Without further thought, Changqing instantly bit off the skin on his finger, causing blood to flow from his finger. Drops of red liquid fell on the ring and the table. Changqing began to observe the ring, which was still emitting a faint glow. Suddenly, the ring glowed even brighter and rose into the air. Changqing wondered what was going on. He involuntarily closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he discovered that he was now in a different place and assumed that he had fallen into a ring. Looking around, he noticed that inside the ring there was at least 1,800 square meters. He was a table on a magic circle, and a shining dragon was circling around it. Raising his hands in the air, Changqing exclaimed that this was simply breathtaking, his voice echoing around. The next morning arrived. Tianshan and Yingxing were already standing in the courtyard, ready to leave. Stroking his beard, the man said that all of their companions were already there, and Mr. Ye should only feel safe and comfortable on the trip. Changqing had also already woken up and began his preparations for departure, and he began to put on his clothes. He tied his hair with a ribbon as usual, securing it in a bun at the back of his head. Taking the 13th princess in the form of a fox in his arms, he left his room to join the others, apologizing for the wait. Tianshan and his granddaughter began to examine the man's new clothes, and the girl exclaimed that he was simply handsome. Changqing awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that this was some kind of ritual, a new adventure. New clothes. Tianshan said that Master Ye was already very elegant, and in his new outfit he became even more unrivaled. Looking at Changqing with his ruddy face, Yingxing thought that she definitely had to find a way to keep him in the capital so that he would be with her for the rest of his life. And finally, the four left the shop. The Black Emperor walked his master to the door but did not follow him any further. Looking over her master's shoulder at the Black Emperor, the princess asked him if he would not go with them. The Black Emperor replied that there were many people in the Yan Empire who wished trouble for the Lord, so if he went with them, he would only bring unnecessary trouble. He told the girl that therefore he would protect them secretly, and she should take care of him on the way, to which she told him not to worry. All three mounted their horses and galloped through the town straight to its exit. Changqing began to look around, examining the streets of the town, and he noticed that it was strange that in broad daylight there was not a single townsman on the street. Meanwhile, all the townspeople were tied up and hidden behind houses. Swords were pointed at their necks, and someone told them not to make a sound. The man told them that anyone who dared to stand in Mr. Yi's way would face serious consequences. Tian Shan turned to Changqing and asked him what was wrong. The man smiled in response and said that everything was fine. It was just strange that such a usually noisy street was so quiet today. Tian Shan didn't answer but only proudly thought that it was understandable, since he had taken care of it. Finally, after some time, the horses with people on their backs left the town of Xiaoqi. Changqing looked back at the city gate and thought melancholically that, after 5 years, he was finally leaving Xiaoqi. They rode quietly for several hours and already reached a green forest. Changqing told his companions that he heard that there were monsters in the forest nearby, so they needed to be careful. Tian Shan hastened to reassure the man, saying that he had already hired security so no one would dare to stand in their way. Meanwhile, a man was hiding in the bushes, holding a sword in his hands. He wasn't alone there. He and his subordinate were sitting in the bushes and quietly watching Tian Shan, Yingxing, and Changqing drive along the road. As it turned out, it was Liu Changhe and his subordinate. The guy asked him, looking back at the mountain of corpses behind him, whether they could fight in the same spirit, since they had already killed so many. Changhe responded by exclaiming that clearing the way for Master Ye and protecting him was their top priority. Rising to his feet with difficulty, he said that they simply had to continue. The man moved forward with quick leaps, and he told his subordinates that they needed to move on and kill all the monsters. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Great Yan, Emperor Zunian had already begun to await the great guest. The prince of the Great Yan Empire, Yan Jinghong, asked his father why they had to humiliate themselves like that. They couldn't undermine the authority of the heavens. Zun Nian looked back at his son and told him to remember that the opportunity to meet Grandmaster Ye was the greatest blessing in his life. Jinghong didn't argue with his father any further, but just clicked his tongue in irritation. Noticing this, the man told him not to be so dismissive, because Yingxing had only been with him for a short time and had already received a second spiritual root. He said that now she is even more respected by her ancestors, and her future achievements will certainly be immeasurable. Jinghong asked him if that was why he wanted him to meet him. He exclaimed that the spiritual root is given by God's grace, no one can control it. Unable to bear it any longer, Zunnian shouted at his son to shut up. He began to point his finger at him in irritation and shout that his son was only in the middle-level tree root realm, hadn't even entered the Dao, and he had made him the crown prince despite all the negative cries from the palace. He began to pinch his son's ear, shouting that now, having built his own palace and recruited henchmen, he had become so arrogant that he dared to doubt Master Yi. Turning away, Zunnian said that if he had known that this would happen, he would have made Yingxing the crown princess, since at least no one doubted her cultivation. After some time, Zunian and his son reached the portal at the gate of the capital of Great Yan. Looking back, the emperor ordered the workers to work faster, because Master Ye would be here soon. Jinghong stood among the officials, all of whom agreed with the emperor's order. The crown prince thought that it was their shame that rich officials had to be flattered. This Ye was making them look like fools. They also smelted a gold statue of him. Gritting his teeth, Jinghong thought that this master was nothing but a charlatan. Looking at the portal, he, still gritting his teeth, thought that he also needed to bow his head before this charlatan. Meanwhile, Changqing, Tianshan, and Yingxing passed through the portal, and Master Ye exclaimed that this teleportation system was something else. The emperor, his son, and other officials greeted Master Ye in unison, folding their hands in a polite gesture. Changqing, who had not expected this, turned to Tianshan and quietly asked him who they were. But then the emperor approached him and introduced himself, saying that he was Yingxing's father, and pointed to the man next to him, saying that he was not his brother. Remembering Yingxing's words about telling all the families about them, Changqing wondered if her family had come to force him into marriage. He thought about what he urgently needed to do, and the ring on his hand began to glow with a bright light. He waved his hand, and a jar full of canned peaches appeared from the ring. Changqing pulled her, saying that he had prepared a small gift and hoped that they would accept it. Zun Nian happily accepted the gift and asked the man what it was, while Jinghong looked at the jar incredulously. He venomously asked his father whether he was really so feigning joy over some nonsense in order to humiliate himself even more. Zun Nian shouted, ordering his son to stop being rude. Changqing awkwardly scratched his neck, but still answered the question, saying that these were canned fruits that he grew himself. He said with a smile that he had heard that they were a kind of cure-all. There is also a saying, "Canned peaches will bless every child in the north." Jinghong shouted, pointing his finger at Changqing, telling him to stop talking nonsense, because he had long ago realized that he had evil intentions. There was nothing in the world that could cure all diseases. Yingxing raised her voice and called out to her brother to stop. And the next moment, a loud cry was heard from Tianshan, who shouted at him to shut up. Jinghong immediately became embarrassed and looked away. He began to mumble something in his defense. But the irritated man interrupted him, shouting that for being so rude to Master Ye, he could say goodbye to his position as crown prince. Hearing this, Changqing thought that since this guy was a prince, it was no wonder he was so arrogant. But suddenly he came to his senses, realizing that if this guy was a prince, then he was surrounded entirely by members of the imperial family. Jinghong fell to his knees in front of his grandfather. Pointing his finger at Changqing, he shouted that he couldn't stand this scoundrel deceiving everyone in broad daylight. Even more irritated, Tianshan sternly asked his grandson if he really wanted to say that he and his father were such fools. He asked him with disgust if he was really the most rational and sober-minded person here. Jinghong raised his hands and waved them, indicating that he didn't mean it that way. Shouting that he was a fool, Tianshan slapped his grandson on the cheek. After accepting the jar from the emperor, he said that these fruits were a gift from Master Ye and a real treasure. He noticed that golden and emperor sounded the same, meaning Master Ye had prepared it especially for them. As he prepared to strike again, the man asked his grandson how he dared to slander the shrine. Zunian tried to calm the man down. Changqing thought nervously. If he had known in advance that they were from the imperial family, he would never have given such a gift. Tianshan turned to Changqing with a smile and apologized for the crown prince, saying that he would teach him a lesson. Waving his hand towards the carriages, the man said that they could leave now. He held the carriage curtains while Changqing climbed the steps. Changqing sat awkwardly in the carriage. The princess sat down next to him. He said uncertainly that everything would be fine, since they seemed to respect him. And he himself was nervously thinking about how he could have screwed up so badly in front of the imperial family. The coachman struck the reins, and the carriage moved forward. Changqing pulled back the curtain and looked out of the window. From his window, he could see all the beauties of the capital of Great Yan. As he watched the buildings, he suddenly felt the picture blurring. Clutching his head, he thought that it was as if he was feeling déjà vu, as if he had simply returned to an old place. At the same time, in front of the evergreen temple on the eastern hill, there stood a statue of Changqing, illuminated by the sun. The people standing in front of it noticed that the statue seemed to glow, and someone even suggested that the saint might appear from it now. Somewhere in the imperial school, Great Waves of the East, a lecture was being given on the teachings of Confucius. The students sat diligently at their desks, listening attentively to the teacher. The heir to the throne's tutor, Zhang Chen, sat at the table with a book in his hands, reading the teachings of Confucius to his students. Suddenly, a thin stream of energy touched his nose. Zhang Chen immediately turned away and asked irritably where the Taoist energy came from. Brushing her away with his hand, he loudly asked who dared to disturb the lesson. Suddenly, a man ran into the classroom shouting that they were in trouble. Running closer to the teacher, the man tripped over the board and fell sprawled out on the floor. Zhang Chen asked him what was the matter. He said that it was not proper to rush into the great waves of the east like that. The man stood up, his nose bleeding, folded his hands in a polite gesture, and excitedly said that it was related to the statues of the 6 sages of Wendao in the Hall of Saints. He said that every single one of these statues had faded. Zhang Chen immediately jumped to his feet, turned over the table he was sitting at, and asked again. Having reached the Hall of Saints, the man saw for himself that the statues had indeed faded, and he wondered how this had happened. The Crown Prince Yan Jinghong was summoned to the Hall of Saints. As he walked into the hall, he thought about how he had stood on peas all night because of his ancestor, and now he was shaking all over. Zhang Chen folded his hands in a polite gesture and greeted the Crown Prince. The prince asked him what had happened so urgently that his personal presence was required. The man waved his hand towards the statues and said that he had just discovered Taoist energy at school, and after that he was told that the golden statues of the 6 saints had faded. Jinghong looked forward and only now noticed that the statues had changed, his mouth wide open in surprise. He exclaimed that they had been standing here for thousands of years, and then asked why this had happened now. Zhang Chen bowed to the prince and told him that similar strange things had been happening throughout the kingdom for several months. Leaning closer, he quietly said in his ear that he had observed that this had begun to happen after His Highness had built the so-called Evergreen Temple on the Eastern Hill. Jinghong asked him if everything he was telling him was true, to which the man asked him if he didn't believe him. A guard appeared at the door to the hall, who had come with a report. Zhang Chen turned around and asked him what was the matter. The guard said that yesterday, Tao particles had gathered around the statue at the Evergreen Temple on the Eastern Hill, and a faint multicolored light was seen when work on it was completed. Suddenly, Jinghong exclaimed that he knew. He said irritably that as soon as this Ye Changqing entered the capital, strange things started happening. It must be his tricks. He quickly left the hall shouting that this man had the conscience to show such disrespect and humiliation to the statues of great saints. He ordered that a carriage be prepared for him immediately. He walked forward with loud steps and said loudly that he would get this guy. Meanwhile, everything was calm in Ye Changqing's residence. The maids hung the canvas on the wall under careful supervision. Yingxing, who was in charge, told them to hang it to the right and higher up. She asked Changqing, who was drinking tea nearby, about how he liked the house, to which he replied that it was a very nice place and thanked the girl. Joyfully sipping his tea, he thought about how great it was in the royal palace, and that he didn't have to do all the dirty work himself. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from somewhere calling Ye Changqing, causing him to choke on his tea. The man turned his head to look at the person shouting, and the person shouted at him to come out to him. Looking out the window, Changqing asked hesitantly whether he had done something wrong. As it turned out, it was Jinghong who was shouting under the windows for him to stop hiding and come out. The enraged Yingxing opened the door with a loud sound. Blushing, she screamed, asking her brother what he was doing here. Upon entering the manor, Jinghong told his sister that it was none of her business. He wanted Ye Changqing. Taking out his sword, the man held it to Changqing's neck, urging him to tell the whole truth about what he had done. Changqing looked at the blade with fear in his eyes. His whole body was shaking, and he tried to calm the crown prince and said that there was some kind of misunderstanding. And he himself frantically tried to understand what had happened, because he had only been here for the second day, and they already wanted to cut his head off. He noticed that it was similar to that meeting with the tiger. Jinghong did not put away his sword and said that he had been able to deceive his father and ancestor with cunning, but he could not deceive him. Changqing was about to say something when Jinghong suddenly noticed some kind of glow. Looking over the man's shoulder, he noticed that the painting on the wall had lit up. He walked past Changqing, wanting to take a closer look at the painting. Coming closer, he discovered a pile of canvases that were glowing and swirling in the air. He noted that the brush strokes on these canvases are so powerful and the technique is incredibly sophisticated, the artist's unique talent is immediately visible. Changqing watched the man, not understanding why he first wanted to kill him, but now praised him. Jinghong thought that it seemed to him as if these paintings wanted to convey magical power to him. Suddenly, everything around was filled with light, and this light lifted Jinghong up. The prince gritted his teeth and thought that because of his closed spiritual roots, he was still unable to enter the Tao even though he was the crown prince. That's why everyone laughed at him and considered him a laughing stock. Tears welled up in Jinghong's eyes as he thought about finally finding the key. He reached his hand out towards the bright flash, thinking that he just needed to do this right. Still watching Prince Changqing, he waved his hand and gently called out to him. Jinghong heard him and came to his senses. He awkwardly cleared his throat. He told Changqing not to dare to fawn on him, and then ordered him to tell him where he got these canvases from. Turning away from the prince, Changqing replied that he was the one who drew them. The prince asked him irritably how he could paint such masterpieces. Moving closer to the table, Changqing picked up one of the paintings and told Jinghong to look at it for himself if he didn't believe him. He showed the prince the canvas he had taken from the table. He told him that this painting was not finished yet. He wanted to add a poem to it. All that was left was to finish it. Changqing asked the prince if he could help him with the last 2 lines, since he was very well read. Jinghong raised his chin arrogantly and replied that he could do it, and Changqing began to read the first lines of the poem. Far from home, everything becomes so wild and new. Upon hearing these lines, the crown prince immediately felt as if he had been transported to some other place. He said, unable to hide his admiration, that these lines were simply incredible. He noticed that their imagery was continuous and the rhyme was simply flawless. He said that even if he read all the poems, books, and articles in the world, it would not be able to compare with these lines. Changqing continued, "The doors are open with dreams. The pond is surrounded by flowers." Turning to the prince, the man asked him what he thought of these lines. Jinghong nodded, repeating these lines after Changqing, and suddenly he noticed that it was a simple quatrain. Taking this as praise, Changqing turned around and walked towards the table, saying that he would then compose a full poem. Yingxing volunteered to rub the ink for the master, and he only thanked her for it. Jinghong, not forgetting his doubts, thought that this guy was definitely a charlatan, so how could he be so eloquent? He turned and walked away, thinking that he had better go back and discuss this with his mentor again. Looking back, Changqing was surprised to find that the crown prince had left him. He asked Yingxing why her brother had left so abruptly, to which the girl replied that she herself did not know. Jinghong then walked out of the mansion and got into his carriage. He thought that, although he didn't want to admit it, that quatrain was really good. He noticed that it was so exquisite that even he could not compare with it. Looking out the window, he thought that, judging by the power emanating from his canvas, this guy was clearly an unusual person. But Jing Hong quickly stopped himself. He put his hand on his face, thinking that he even looked like a charlatan. But then how could he be so talented? He told the driver to take him to the Evergreen Temple. The driver, having accepted the order, sharply struck the reins. The horses took off, pulling the carriage behind them. As night approached, Jing Hong reached the temple. He began to climb the stairs, thinking that there was a temple and a golden statue that his father had built for this guy. So maybe he could find something. As he walked up to the square, he couldn't help but notice the golden statue. Looking at her, he noted that she really emanated power, just like his paintings. After beginning to chant the spell, Jing Hong walked closer to the statue and extended his hand forward. Suddenly, he felt his spiritual roots begin to open up. This made him wonder if it was true that Ye Changqing was a messenger of God, as his father said. Meanwhile, people gathered in the Eastern Palace. Among them was Zhang Chen. One man approached him and said that His Highness had visited the residence allocated to the gentleman. Another said that the emperor trusted him very much, which made His Highness the prince susceptible to suggestion. Zhang Chen responded to this by saying that no matter what the outcome, they must swear that they would always be loyal to His Highness. The men folded their hands in a polite gesture and said in unison that they would always be faithful to him. The servant announced that His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince had arrived, and all the men immediately turned to look at him. Jing Hong happily entered the hall and asked the men why they had gathered since it was already so late. One of the officials asked the prince why there was such a strange glow surrounding his head. Zhang Chen approached the prince and asked him if he had finally entered the Tao. Clenching his fist, Jing Hong replied that he had finally managed to do it after so many years. Looking at the mark on his forehead, he said that he used to think that being smart and having war skills was enough to govern a country, and that cultivating and other things were just a waste of time. He looked around. The whole hall was filled with beautiful views filled with the energy of the Tao, and the man said that he was too ignorant back then. Frowning, he exclaimed that now his eyes were opened and he understood everything. Clenching his fist, he said that it was possible to enter the Tao through study, and the principles of heaven and earth were contained in various Taoist studies. Zhang Chen stared at the prince in shock with his mouth open, not understanding what was wrong with him. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, he asked the man hesitantly how he had come to this conclusion. Recalling his recent cultivation at the statue, he replied that Lord Ye had repaid his evil with good and rewarded him with initiation. He said that this was the only way he could come to this conclusion. The officials asked him in amazement if he was talking about that same Ye Changqing. Standing before the officials, Jing Hong exclaimed that everything was correct. The great Ye was a true Mahayana Taoist. So the golden statues were eclipsed and turned into ordinary statues. Zhang Chen thought irritably that this couldn't be happening, and then he would just be made to look like a fool. Jing Hong grabbed Zhang Chen's hand and pulled him towards the exhale, exclaiming that they needed to go to the palace and tell his father everything. After some time, the two of them reached the imperial palace. Jing Hong bowed to his father, apologizing for disturbing him so late. With a wide smile, he said that today he finally realized that Mr. Ye is truly the greatest talent in this world. He is the hope of the state. Still in shock, Zhang Chen hesitantly agreed with these words. Zun Nian laughed happily, saying that this was simply great news. Placing his hands on his son's shoulders, he said that he had now tired of the true path and entered the Tao, finally living up to his expectations. Jing Hong folded his hands in a polite gesture and exclaimed, suggesting that his father erect a golden statue of Master Ye in the Hall of Saints and begin to revere him as a saint. This inspired the younger generation to strive for perfection. Zun Nian replied that it was a wonderful idea. Waving his hand, he said that he hoped that in this way all the students in the Great Waves of the East would succeed and justify the hard work of their elders. Meanwhile, Changqing was sitting outside next to the kin musical instrument. Putting his hands on his hips, he noticed that he suddenly began to feel much stronger, which was strange. Morning came. The sun was already high above the roofs of the estate where Changqing lived. Stretching, he walked out of his bedroom and into the street. Walking through the square, Changqing decided that he would go for a walk today. Suddenly, he met Jing Hong at the door. Jing Hong smiled awkwardly at the master and wished him good morning. Changqing scratched his head thoughtfully and asked the prince why he had come to him so early. Smiling, the man replied that he would always remember what happened last night. He finally realized everything. Changqing broke out in a cold sweat, and he thought in fear that this prince was really that vindictive. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, he hastened to apologize for his rude remarks towards him. Jinghong waved his hand, brushing off the apology, and exclaimed that it was thanks to him that he became who he was today. Clenching his fist, he said with annoyance that he was very sorry that they had not met earlier. Changqing scratched his chin, thinking that he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Passing by the prince, the man told him that he had arranged a meeting with his sister today, so to speak, about an excursion. The streets were already full of people. Loud conversations could be heard. A carriage was driving slowly down the street. Changqing moved the curtain aside with admiration and looked out, saying that he understood this was the capital. He noticed that she was much more majestic than Xiaoqi. Yingxing was sitting next to Changqing and watching him. The girls who were on the street suddenly noticed the man in the carriage and immediately turned all their attention to him. They remarked with admiration that he was so beautiful and similar to the old woman at the Evergreen Temple on the Eastern Hill. Without wasting time, the girls ran closer to the carriage to take a closer look at the handsome man. The driver jerked the reins sharply, stopping the horses so as not to knock down the girls. The girls ran to the window and stared at Changqing until he realized what was happening. The girls started asking if he was married, and then said that even if he was married, they wouldn't mind becoming his second or third wives. Changqing was taken aback by this and blushed, saying that they were very cute. But what about mutual love and all that? Closing his eyes, he sheepishly told them that if they were interested in him, they should start with friendship. Changqing happily thought that all the girls in the capital were crazy about him. That's how lucky he was. While Yingxing sternly looked at his back. Unable to bear it any longer, Yingxing walked towards the window, pushing Changqing away. Looking sternly at the girls, she asked them in a grave voice about what they had just talked about. The girls immediately recognized Her Highness the Princess and were frightened. Burning with rage but trying to smile, Yingxing told them to get lost, and quickly, or she would take everything from them. The next moment, the girls ran away with tears in their eyes from fear. Changqing didn't understand where the girls ran so quickly, and he shouted after them so that they would at least tell him their names. Yingxing pouted and turned away from the window. Looking at the man, she thought sullenly that these vulgar girls dared to lay eyes on the master. Turning to Yingxing, Changqing asked her where they were going after all. Looking out the window again, the girl pointed her finger forward somewhere and said that they were going there. Ahead, Changqing could see a tall building with red roofs. It was a lunar palace that had 4 floors, which were divided into pavilions for calligraphy, painting, chess, and music. Yingxing told Changqing that everyone with similar interest gathered here, pointing to a certain floor. She said that on each floor there were the best masters in their fields. Changqing listened to the girl's story and smiled at her, preparing to go to this interesting place. He rubbed his hands in anticipation of finally being able to chat with the experts. They got out of the carriage and headed towards the gate. Yingxing noticed that there were a lot of people today. The mistress of the Moon Palace, Liu Rui, came out of the gate with cherry blossom branches in her hands and called Yingxing, apologizing that they did not meet properly. The girl approached the woman and told her that she did not need to stand on ceremony with her, because here, in the Lunar Palace, it was not status that was valued, but knowledge and skills. Liu Rui told the girl that she was right and asked her who was next to her. Changqing folded his hands in a polite gesture and introduced himself, giving his name and saying that he was crazy about fine arts. He said that he had heard about this place, so he decided to visit it. But Yingxing thought that the master had achieved perfection in all 4 arts. So why was he so modest? But suddenly it dawned on her, and she realized that this was all because she said that status was not important here. He remembered this and deliberately did not focus on it. Liu Rui told them that they had arrived just in time since Madame Wang was here today, and led them inside while Yingxing looked after Changqing with admiration. Changqing asked Yingxing who Madame Wang was. The girl replied that she was the youngest calligrapher in the world, but she herself was a bit strange. She said that her brother once invited her 3 times to join the Great Waves of the East, but she never agreed. Changqing noticed that they had chosen the perfect day before the visit. Meanwhile, inside the building there was a hubbub, and a girl stood at a table in front of the crowd. She slowly brushed the paper, drawing hieroglyphs. As it turned out, it was that same Mrs. Wang Mo. She finished her calligraphy and asked the servant for help. The servant picked up the calligraphy and loudly announced that this was calligraphy. Lord Wang, no title. People exclaimed that it was simply stunning, elegant, and indestructible calligraphy. The young man raised his hand and shouted out a bet of 500 coins. Another man, hitting the guy with his shoulder, asked him what kind of insult this was, whether he really wanted to buy this masterpiece for only 500 coins. Immediately, active betting began. People shouted over each other, raising the bets by 1,000. Changqing watched this in a dumbfounded manner, thinking that he had never imagined that calligraphy was so popular in the capital. which made him wonder how much he could sell his works for. He noted that he did not expect at all that the best calligrapher would be a woman. Yingxing enthusiastically picked up on this, saying that although she was young, she had already achieved a lot and was worthy of the title of master. Suddenly, someone's arrogant voice was heard asking if she was really worthy. The young master of the Shi kingdom, Chen Chang'an, said that these works were no higher than the level of a simple calligraphy circle. Wang Mo heard this and asked again. Wang Mo's fans shouted at him about who he was and how dare he say such things to Mrs. Wang. Standing up from his chair, Chang'an said that he heard the news that geniuses would gather in the Moon Palace today, so he came here from the Xia kingdom to watch. He said arrogantly and mockingly that they were not masters at all, but just commoners trying to become famous. Wang Mo screamed, asking him what he was even talking about. Liu Rui walked down the stairs to the man, calling him by name and apologizing for disappointing him. Hearing Chen Chang'an's name, everyone present asked in surprise. Changqing asked Yingxing who this person was, whether he was someone famous. The girl replied that he was a renowned young calligrapher of the Xia kingdom. The girl exclaimed that she had not expected him to come to them at all. With his head raised proudly, Chang'an said that it was he, and then said that he would show them what real calligraphy should look like. He waved to his servants and ordered them to unfold his work. The servants took out the scroll and began to unroll it to show its contents to everyone. An incredibly beautiful inscription appeared before everyone's eyes. Wang Mo thought that this work was indeed not bad. Chang'an's calligraphy level was indeed higher than hers. Chang'an stood in front of his work and, folding his arms across his chest, said that if Lady Wang was their best calligrapher, then he advised the Moon Palace to close its doors so as not to embarrass itself further. Wang Mo's fans immediately became angry, saying that he was so arrogant that they wanted to punch him. Even Yingxing became angry, waving her fists, asking him how he dared to look down on her Yan kingdom so much. Chang'an pointed his fingers forward and said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. He just liked to see how angry they were all but couldn't do anything about it. Changqing spoke up, telling the man that he was overestimating himself, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Frowning, Chang'an glanced towards the voice and Mario wondered who said it. Changqing did not hide, but responded directly to the question. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, those present began to wonder who the man was, but everyone was seeing him for the first time. Yingxing worriedly noticed that Chen Chang'an was an important person in the Xia kingdom. He was an elite. She asked him if she really wanted to get involved with him. With his hands on his hips, Changqing told her not to worry. Coming closer to Changqing, Chang'an told him that he should answer his question then. And he, raising his head, asked him what was wrong with his calligraphy. Changqing replied that at first glance it looked good, but there was no spirit of calligraphy in it at all. Hearing this, the man laughed and asked the other what kind of spirit this was. He came even closer defiantly and exclaimed that he had apparently gone mad. Changqing replied to him that if he did not understand, it did not mean that no one else understood. Addressing the crowd, Chang'an said that today, all those who had at least some understanding of calligraphy had gathered here. He shouted that if anyone understood this very spirit, then he would leave this place in disgrace. And then he said that if none were found, the golden sign of the lunar palace would have to be removed. Changqing, unafraid, agreed to these conditions with a smile on his face. Walking forward through the hall, he told him to then prepare for his shame. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, Changqing stood behind the table on which lay a piece of paper. Yingxing watched eagerly as Master Ye was about to write another piece of calligraphy. Wang Mo thought that she had been studying this art since childhood, but she had never been able to reach the spiritual level. This young master is trying to save her from shame, but he might not be able to do it, and then Chen Chang'an will humiliate him. Chang'an turned to Liu Rui and told her that her moon palace would be destroyed by the hands of that ignorant man. Liu Rui glanced at Changqing and replied that she didn't think so because she trusted Mr. Ye. Changqing thought about what to write to him. But soon a wonderful idea struck him and he enthusiastically dipped his brush into the ink. The man began to work actively and bright sparks of light began to shine around him again. After a while, he finished his work and raised his brush up. He carefully placed the brush on the stand that stood on the table. Yingxing immediately wanted to come closer to take a look. Wang Mo was also interested. Chang'an noted that this ignoramus's movements were so sloppy that he was afraid to even look at this masterpiece. The girls came closer and looked at the canvas. A bright light shone from the canvas onto them, causing the girls to exclaim in surprise. The writing on the canvas glowed with a bright light, emitting bright sparks in all directions. Wang Mo noticed that the parchment seemed to be blooming like flowers. Yingxing exclaimed in admiration that it was so beautiful. He wrote only a few words, but she wanted to marry him even more. Wang Mo, embarrassed, asked again and asked whether they were trying to fool her. Seeing this reaction, Chang'an also decided to take a look. He began to come closer, asking the girls what they saw there. He walked over to the table and looked at the canvas that lay there. To his surprise, a bright glow emanated from the canvas on the table, something he had never seen before. The glow was so bright that Chang'an covered his face with his hands and asked how this was possible. Opening his eyes, he discovered that he was already in another place. A girl was standing in front of him. The man wondered how one could achieve such a level. Seeing this reaction, the crowd shouted that they wanted to see it too. Liu Rui ordered the maids to lift the cloth for everyone to see. The girls held up a banner that read, "Just because you're so beautiful." Everyone present gasped in surprise, their eyes shining with delight. Coming closer, they began to admire the work, saying that it was simply beautiful calligraphy. Changqing, seeing this reaction, smiled contentedly and thought that, judging by everything, his calligraphy would be worth a lot of money. Liu Rui asked Chang'an if he was convinced, to which he responded by clenching his jaw tightly. Waving his sleeve, the man shouted that, well, he had won, and he headed for the exit. Liu Rui folded her arms across her chest, frowned, and told him to stop. Boiling with anger, the man asked her what else they wanted from him. The woman noticed that he himself had said that the loser would be disgraced, and she asked him if he had already forgotten about it. The crowd quickly picked up on this and shouted that it was time to fulfill the promise. Chang'an flinched and took a step back, panic appearing on his face as he muttered that they were simply mocking him. Smiling slyly, Liu Rui said that if he had won, she would have accepted defeat and taken down the signboard from the other palace. But now that the bet was lost, it was time to pay the bills. She looked at the man with a crazy look and said that he himself said that the sign of the Moon Palace was too useless. Chang'an's voice trembled as he asked if they really wanted it that way. He remembered that he came from a noble family in the Xia Kingdom. Liu Rui shrugged and replied that there were no titles in this place. Everyone was judged by their talent, and since he was here, he also fell under this rule. She waved her hand towards the exit, which the crowd had already cleared. Chang'an cursed and took tentative steps forward, his servant asking him what he was doing. He dropped to his knees and walked towards the exit. His servants also dropped to their knees. The man shouted that they would regret this. Yingxing gave Liu Rui 2 thumbs up and said with a smile that she was doing well. Changqing thought that the owner, as expected of her, was indeed domineering. Bowing to Changqing, Liu Rui thanked him for his help, to which he said that it was nothing. Calligraphy developed the mind, so he was only glad. He said that he simply couldn't stand by and watch as Mr. Chen tried to assert himself at the expense of Master Wang. The girl blushed and waved her hands, awkwardly asking her how he could call her master. Looking at the man with a shining gaze, she said that she would like to learn from him. Changqing told her that she could go with them then. He himself still had to learn everything, so they could make progress together. Wang Mo was taken aback by such humble words. She folded her hands in a polite gesture, bowed, and said that she was ready to follow him and improve herself day and night. Yingxing grabbed Changqing's hand and led him away, telling Wang Mo that he was busy. Beaming with joy, the girl asked Liu Rui to take them to the 2nd floor. Liu Rui agreed and waved her hand towards the stairs. They walked up a couple of flights of stairs and the woman said this was the painting floor. They entered the hall where all the students were sitting at tables. Changqing noted that everything looked so neat. Pointing his finger at the girl who was walking from table to table, Changqing asked the hostess who it was. Liu Rui replied that it was Xu Xiyue. She was in charge of this pavilion. Changqing noticed that she was so gentle, her character must be the same. But suddenly, Xu Xiyue slammed one of the students on the table, telling him to stop. The student, shaking with fear, asked her what was the matter. Leaning closer, the girl asked him with a smile and a firm face why the paints on the palette were arranged in that particular way. She asked him why all the primary colors were on the right. Almost crying, the student replied that he was left-handed, and that was why it was more convenient for him. In a stern tone, Xu Xiyu said that the paints on the palette should be arranged as she said. Liu Rui turned to look at the guests and told them not to be surprised. She said that she had very strange requests in some aspects, but those who were trained by her had excellent skills and fame. As Xu Xiyue passed by another student's desk, she noticed something that caught her attention. She grabbed the piece of paper and screamed, asking what it was because she said that today they were drawing a goddess. The girl shook and replied that she had drawn a goddess descending from heaven to people. Then Xu Xiyu asked her what she was listening to when she said that a goddess could only be in heaven. In her defense, the girl, almost sobbing, replied that she thought that the goddess would become more alive and beautiful after descending from heaven. Then Xu Xiyu told her that if she didn't want to listen to her, then she wouldn't be her student, she could get up and get lost. The student immediately dropped to her knees. Starting to bow to the teacher, she began to ask her for forgiveness and to give her another chance. But suddenly she belatedly noticed that her quick actions had moved the table from its ideal position. Shu Shiyu clenched her teeth, her jaw muscles twitching in anger, and she clicked her tongue in annoyance. The poor student desperately thought that this was definitely the end for her. Chang Qing, watching all this, quietly chuckled and thought that this girl was really neurotic. Shu Shiyu told the girl in a grave tone that she would never learn to draw well if she didn't follow the rules, so she had better start looking for a way out of here. A voice suddenly came from her side, telling her that this was not right, and Shu Shiyue paid attention. Finally, looking around, she noticed that new people had appeared in the hall. Turning around, she asked them who said it. Liu Rui introduced the girl to Ye Changqing, who had come here with Her Royal Highness. Shu Shiyu frowned and thought that another parasite had come to profit from the rich and handsome. With her hands folded in a lazy, polite gesture, she asked the man if he had any advice for her. Changqing replied that he didn't really want to give advice, but he just had some ideas about training methods for her. Showing haughty interest, the girl asked him what it was. She was all ears. The man told her that she was very fixated on details, or rather, that she asked others to do everything according to the standards that she had come up with. But in the world of absolute themes, not to mention painting, there are so many people, so many visions. Training according to individual characteristics is the surest way. With her arms folded across her chest, Shu Shiyue mockingly asked him if he had ever taught before and could just say that. Changqing couldn't think of anything to say, so he just stood there with his mouth open. Recalling his experience, he said that he could not call his experience such, and thought about how all those children from the private school ran away to take the path of immortals. The girl asked him what qualifications he had to advise her on teaching methods. Changqing rubbed his chin with his fingers thoughtfully and replied that it was not the words that had meaning. Smiling, he suggested that she solve it differently. He suggested that she choose a student for herself and help him paint a picture. He told her that after this others would appreciate the difference, and he asked her what she thought about it. Shu Shiyu only laughed in response to this, covering her mouth with her hand, and then she asked him if he was really joking. She said that she taught all the students here herself. Isn't it strange to give someone to him? Changqing shook his finger in denial and said that he would not choose her disciple. Folding her arms across her chest again, she asked him who he would choose then. Changqing placed his hand on the shoulder of Yingxing, who was standing next to him, and pulled her towards him, saying that he would teach her. The amazed girl asked again, not expecting him to drag her into it at all. Shu Shiyu laughed arrogantly and said that she didn't want to upset him, but as far as she knew, Her Highness had no talent for painting. She asked him if he really wanted to choose her. These words struck Yingxing in his heart, deeply wounding him. Changqing stepped forward and exclaimed that he believed that Lady Yan was smart enough to learn. Blushing, Yingxing covered her lips with her hands and said that she didn't know that he thought so highly of her. After these words, the girl immediately became determined, and she exclaimed that she would not let him down. Shu Shiyu bit her lip in annoyance and thought that this guy was just an arrogant upstart. Turning around, she called out to Hu Luanhua. One of the students immediately rose from his seat and shouted loudly in response to the call. Turning back to Changqing, Shu Shiyue told him that they would see each other in an hour. Changqing didn't argue, but just smiled confidently and wished her luck. In the middle of the hall, 2 tables were placed at which Yingxing and the student Shu Shiyue sat, with the teachers standing behind them. Yingxing turned to Changqing and said that she had never drawn before. She asked him if he wanted to teach her some techniques. The man approached her, taking a brush from the table. He began moving his brush across the canvas, demonstrating different techniques to her, and told her that she needed to memorize 5 brush pressure techniques: flat, round, stay, heavy, and changing. After finishing showing, he straightened up and said that the key to painting lies in the heart. Looking at the girl, he told her to draw what was most important to her. Then her feelings would naturally flow into her drawing. Yingxing clenched her fists, trying to quickly figure out what was most important to her. Suddenly, she quickly understood everything, her cheeks immediately turning red with enthusiasm. She took the brush in her hand and moved it across the paper with a shaking hand. Thinking that, after Mr. Ye's words, her brush had involuntarily begun to draw, she began to put all her energy into this drawing, thinking that her brush seemed to be filled with life. Looking at Yingxing and Changqing, Shu Shiyue noticed that there were more words than actions. She irritably told them that they would still have to see what they could draw like that. Shu Shiyu's student asked her what to draw for him. The girl waved her hand and said that their opponent was worthless, so he could draw whatever he wanted, they would still win. And after that, she said that she would go and rest. The girl walked away, but suddenly, halfway through her step, she stopped abruptly. Turning around, she sternly told the guy not to forget to return all the accessories and the place to her without any marks. An hour later, both candidates' paintings were finished, and they placed their brushes on stands. The candidates left their desks and stood next to their teachers, and Liu Ruyi announced that the paintings were finished, so she invited everyone present to evaluate them. Chang Qing and Xu Shiyue came closer and stood face to face. The mistress of the Moon Palace asked whose work they would look at first. Chang Qing responded by exclaiming that the ladies went first, so they should first take a look at the work of Madame Xu's disciple. He chuckled and thought that, in his many years of experience, the one who goes first always loses. Xu Shiyue didn't refuse. She said that then she would let them see her skills. Calling her student, she ordered him to show everyone what he had drawn, and the boy immediately hurried to carry out the order. He raised his canvas and said that he had painted the majestic emperor of the Yan Kingdom. Xu Shiyue's other disciples immediately began to shout out loudly, saying that everything turned out as expected of Madame Xu's disciple. It was a beautiful picture. Xu Shiyue asked Chang Qing if he had anything to say about this work. Chang Qing began by saying that Madame Xu's disciple's skills were indeed good, but something was wrong with this picture. Folding her arms across her chest and frowning, Xu Shiyue asked what he was talking about. After thinking and looking at the painting again, the man said that, if he remembered correctly, His Majesty was left-handed, and the sword in the painting was in his right hand. The girl did not expect at all that the man would suddenly notice something like this, and she asked again. Chang Qing didn't stop and quickly added that he heard something else that wasn't noticed in this picture. He said that he heard that members of the imperial family practiced magical martial arts and did not like to use weapons. Turning to Her Majesty Princess Yingxing, the man asked not whether he was speaking correctly. The girl hit the man on the shoulder and exclaimed that her father always says that a kingdom is built with fists. Chang Qing told his disciple Xu Shiyue that even he, a villager, knew such important things about His Majesty. But he had lived in the capital for so many years and had not even thought about it. The guy looked down in disappointment and couldn't find what to answer. Chang Qing asked him why he drew it incorrectly. The boy glanced at Xu Shiyue and told her that the teacher had told him that all the characters in their paintings should be rules, and that powerful people should hold weapons in their hands to appear powerful. Scratching his head, he continued by saying that she said that anyone who didn't follow these rules would be kicked out. Hearing this, Chang Qing sighed sadly. Turning to the girl, he told her that the limits set by her were to blame for everything. Because of them, the students did not lose their natural drawing skills. He asked her how then they could become excellent painters. Xu Shiyue was taken aback by these words. She opened her mouth to say something, but was immediately interrupted. Chang Qing looked back at Yingxing and told her to show everyone her work now. Picking up her painting from the table, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she had painted Mr. E. Chang Qing waved his hand, saying that he told her to draw the most important thing to her, so why did she draw him? Now he felt awkward. Xu Shiyu and her disciples' faces twisted into strange expressions. They wanted to say something about this painting, but no words came out of their mouths. Seeing the strange reaction, Chang Qing turned around to look at the painting and asked what was there. When he turned around, he saw a painting right in front of him, in which he, Yingxing, and Jinghong were depicted in very strange poses and proportions. Beaming with joy and anticipation, Yingxing asked the man if he thought she had done well. Chang Qing said that she had exceeded all his expectations. He covered his face with his hand, resignedly thinking that this was definitely the end. They would lose. But suddenly, one of Xu Shiyue's students said that the poses were, of course, strange, but for some reason the painting emanated very strong energy. Xu Shiyu noticed that, unlike those standing at the edges, Mr. Ye in the painting had an incredible aura, even though he didn't look like that himself. Chang Qing didn't understand what these people were talking about, and he asked what they saw there. Xu Shiyu wondered if Her Highness could actually be a master painter with hidden talent. She bit her teeth and desperately thought that this couldn't be, because the lines and colors used were extremely bad and of poor quality, and the master's handwriting wasn't even visible. Cold sweat ran down her face as she thought excitedly that there was only one thing left to do then. Mr. Ye's teaching level was much higher than hers. After all, in just an hour, the princess, who previously had no talent for painting, was able to draw this. Looking at her sad student, she wondered if she had been simply suppressing talent in others and holding back their development all this time. Stepping forward, Chang Qing told the girl that he had no intention of competing with her in the first place. With a wave of his hand, he said that he simply wanted her to understand a simple truth. You can't stick to a pattern and rest on your laurels. Xu Shiyui's face turned red. Chang Qing's words about not sticking to the pattern flashed through her mind once again. Suddenly, a tear ran down her cheek. The girl quickly raised her hands to wipe away her tears, her whole body shaking with sobs. Noticing this, Changqing walked forward and stretched out his hand. He worriedly asked her what was wrong with her. Continuing to sob with tears streaming down her cheeks, Xu Shiyue told the man that he was right and she understood everything. Changqing, still smiling, replied a little awkwardly that it was nice, but he himself thought that he hadn't told her anything. Why was she crying? As Changqing continued to look at the crying girl, he felt a sudden realization hit him. He grabbed Yingxing's hand and shouted at Xu Shiyue that if she had nothing more to say, he would go, and ran out of the hall. Having reached Liu Ruyi, he told her to quickly take them to the next pavilion, while Yingxing happily thought about the fact that they were holding hands. Liu Ruyi didn't ask any more questions and waved her hand towards the stairs, inviting the guests to continue on to the third floor. As they climbed the stairs, Liu Ruyi told the man that he was so talented that she wondered who he was. Changqing told her that he was just an amateur of painting and calligraphy. These words shocked Liu Ruyi because she did not expect the man to call himself ordinary. She walked on, dumbfounded, thinking that this ordinary lover of painting and calligraphy had bypassed two masters of the pavilion. She clenched her fist in irritation and pursed her lips, thinking about how this man could call himself a simple amateur with a smile. Changqing said that he was simply acting out of his own personal aesthetic taste and that he enjoyed chatting with real masters, and Liu Ruyi laughed awkwardly in response. They reached another hall. Liu Ruyi pulled back the curtains of their beads, inviting the guests to enter. Waving her hand towards the depths of the hall, the woman said that this was their third pavilion, where people were sitting at tables playing chess. Liu Ruyi told Yingxing and Changqing that this pavilion was dedicated to the art of playing chess. Pointing to the girl at the head of the hall, she said that Lady Mochi was the best chess master in Great Yan. The mistress of the Moon Palace told them that they must have heard of her, to which Changqing replied that he had only been in the capital for a few days and had never heard of a name like Mochi. Liu Ruyi said that Mochi devoted her entire life to studying this art, and she is the only one in the Yan Kingdom who was taught by the chess master Nangong Xuanji himself. Hearing this, Changqing remembered that he had once played with an old man who claimed to be a chess genius, and he thought that the old man turned out to be a mediocre player. He lost to him in just a few moves. Liu Ruyi waved her hand towards the hall, telling the guests that they could come and take a look. Looking around the hall, Changqing exclaimed that it was simply a fantastic sight. Yingxing excitedly exclaimed that even the decoration resembled chessboards. Looking forward, she noticed a table in front of her and suggested that it was Mrs. Mo's table. She asked about what was on the shelves behind her. Liu Ruyi replied that it was the treasure of her moon palace. Namely, these are 13 ancient endgames. They stood in neat rows on the shelves. The woman said that until now, no one had ever won a single game with the lady. Changqing was intrigued by these words and mentally asked if this was true, and then he enthusiastically exclaimed that he would try it then. Hearing the voices, Mochi looked up from the papers. She noticed that two more people were following the mistress of the Moon Palace, and she wondered who they were. The woman came out from behind her table and bowed to the mistress of the palace, asking her who this guest was that had come to see them today. Liu Ruyi wanted to introduce Changqing, but he interrupted her. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, he asked Mochi if she could show him the 13 endgames. With her arms folded, Mochi said that this was the treasure of his pavilion. She asked him if he really thought that everyone could see it so easily. Frowning, she said that even though she didn't even know who he was, even if he was from some noble family, she still had to check him out. Changqing was surprised by this. He wondered why there was such difficulty, because these were just chess records. Mochi said that each of the 13 endgames contained an extreme, sinister charm that ordinary chess players could never even dream of. Coming closer, she said that if perfection was not enough, their power could not be comprehended. Looking into the man's face, she sternly told him that in such cases the meridians are damaged, the body dies, and the channels disappear. She said that Master Nangong Xuanji left behind a test. Only those who pass it can have the right to see the 13 endgames. Pointing her finger at Changqing, she exclaimed that this was also a defense against scoundrels like him. Liu Ruyi hurried to stop Mochi and told her not to be rude. She told her that Mr. Ye was a master of calligraphy and painting, and he had just proven it in the other two pavilions. Mochi retorted by saying that being able to write and draw does not mean being able to play chess. Covering his face with his hand, Changqing laughed softly, telling the woman to remember her words. With sparkling eyes, he asked Mrs. Mo to play with him. Mochi waved her hand towards an old man who was sitting at a chessboard, and she said that Mr. Yin was a chess master in the capital, and he was trying to pass this test. But even though he does nothing but prepare for it, he still loses. Changqing didn't respond to this and walked up to the old man. Looking at the board, he exclaimed that he would win, and the old man's body shook. Mochi shouted at the man not to overestimate his abilities lest he get into trouble later. Yingxing intervened in the conversation, telling the woman that it was okay. Mr. Yi's chess skills were much better than she thought. The old man suddenly muttered quietly that he should not retreat under any circumstances. The veins on his hands and face bulged. He grabbed his head. The capillaries in his eyes burst as he hysterically asked how he could play this out. Changqing bowed to the old man and politely asked him if he could try. Mr. Yin sighed heavily and said that he had not even been able to make a move for 3 days in a row. Such was this ancient endgame. And yet he rose from behind the chessboard. Stepping aside, he waved his hand towards his seat, inviting the young gentleman to take it. Changqing accepted this proposal and sat down in the place where the old man had previously sat. Taking the piece in his hands, Changqing made the first move, starting his game. As he made his move, bright flashes of light suddenly began to stream from the board, and opposite him, the figure of Nangong Xuanji appeared. The fake Nangong made his counter move by placing a black piece on the board. Mr. Yin, watching the game, exclaimed that the situation was precarious. Changqing calmly answered him that it was nothing. There was a threat, of course, but not a critical one. He said that you just need to get out of the current dilemma and move on. After making another move that sent bright sparks flying into the air, Changqing said that this way he could turn defeat into victory. Sweat ran down the old man's forehead as he watched the game, trying to understand everything. Continuing to make moves, Changqing said that one should not worry about losses, otherwise a breakthrough would not be possible. With a slight smile on his lips, he said that this was the trap of the test. Nangong Xuanji made his counter move, and the man calmly said that they would never be able to see the truth like that. Taking another piece in his hands, Changqing waved his hand, preparing to move the white piece to 58. He placed the piece on the board, intending to end this test with this move. After this move, the board lit up even brighter. Nangong Xuanji's figure disappeared, evaporating into bright flashes of light, indicating that the test had been passed. Shaking with admiration, Mr. Yin exclaimed that this was simply a wonderful move. Mochi didn't expect this gentleman to pass the test. She wondered how it was possible to be a master in calligraphy, painting, and chess at the same time. To which Yingxing simply replied that it was Mr. Ye. Mochi thought that she never imagined that someone would be able to pass the test in such a short period of time. As the others present, interested in passing the test, came closer to clap for Changqing. He thanked them and bowed. Straightening up, he asked Mochi if he could now take a look at those 13 endgames. The men behind the hostess of the pavilion began to talk about how this young man was probably the most experienced chess player in the last 100 years. Another said that if he could play even one endgame, he would receive a great blessing. Mochi sighed, resigned herself, and finally agreed. She walked over to the shelf behind her desk and picked up one of the boxes. And she said that even though the gentleman had won the test, she had to warn him. Turning to Changqing, she said that even if he was as strong as master, the endgames were not that simple, so he needed to be more careful. But Changqing, beaming with anticipation, interrupted the girl, saying that he understood everything. Stretching out his hands, he said that he could not wait to show off his talent, and he himself thought that she needed to stop fooling him with all sorts of superstitions, because these were just pieces of paper. They couldn't be dangerous. Mochi put her finger to her teeth and bit off some skin. Blood began to drip vigorously from the tip of her finger. These drops fell directly onto the endgame box. Mr. Yin, noticing the defense of the blood sacrifice, exclaimed that these endgames are really something. The box emitted a dark purple glow which looked quite ominous, and Mochi began to open the box. The lid opened, and inside the box was a sheet of paper with the initial position of the figures depicted on it. Those present in the hall suddenly said that they already felt a very strong energy, as if they were under the contemptuous gaze of a chess deity. Mochi took out a piece of paper that was glowing red from the box and said that everyone had already noticed that this endgame was dangerous. She said that chess players who have not reached the kingdom should not even try it. She exclaimed to the whole room that if an accident occurred as a result, she would not be held responsible for it. And then she handed this piece of paper to Changqing. Yingxing, standing behind Changqing, began to actively support him. The man looked at her with a smile. He sat down at the chessboard again and began to arrange the pieces according to the drawing on the sheet. As he set up the pieces, he noticed that the black 7 was pursuing and the white 8 was fighting for supremacy. He noted that it was very similar to a game he played in amateur competitions before the time travel. Mochi was surprised to see that the man had already started without taking any defensive measures. Yingxing smiled slyly and told the woman to get used to it. After all, this was Master Ye. A quarter of an hour later, Changqing was still sitting at the board, trying to come up with a solution. Those present in the hall noticed that it seemed to be a bit difficult for the gentleman too. They noticed that there was progress, but it was small. The man noted that it seemed that this endgame was really not that simple. Shaking her head, Mochi thought that she had been waiting for many years to meet a real master. The owner of the pavilion told her to tell the genius, yet Mochi thought that it was not Mr. Ye. Changqing was in his own universe, solving the problem. He thought that it was already the 11th move, and he thought that he would cope in no more than 5. Raising his head from the board, he thought that he felt somehow ashamed. Reaching out for a new figure again, he thought about trying one more option, and he placed the figure on the board again, and a magic circle began to glow from it. Suddenly, one of those present in the hall raised his head, noticing something, and called out to the others. As it turned out, what he noticed was that an image of his game had appeared above Changqing's head. Liu Ruye didn't expect to see this and asked how this was possible. Mochi exclaimed that even when her master played this game and entered the Dao, this did not happen. Mr. Yin exclaimed that this was simply amazing. Hesitantly reaching forward with his hand, he said that if you can get on this board, you can disappear in this endless struggle. Looking at the spiritual board, he exclaimed that all the calculations of this young man were simply unique. Liu Ruye asked Mochi if Mr. Ye could win. Mochi replied that it didn't matter anymore, since he had already won, and Changqing had made the final move. The endgame piece of paper fell onto the board, and a voice was heard congratulating him on holding onto the endgame victory. The paper rose into the air and lit up, and a voice said that he now had the right to receive the inheritance. Changqing smiled happily, looking forward to what kind of reward this endgame would give him. With his arms spread out to the sides, he stood up from the tables and closed his eyes, thinking that he was ready to receive this gift. A blue ball of energy, glowing red, flew out from the sheet of paper. This ball quickly flew to Changqing's chest and was absorbed into his chest. After that, the sheet of paper quietly fell back onto the table, covering the board. Changqing continued to stand with his arms spread out, as if he didn't feel that he had already received the Dao, and the others looked at him with confusion. Mochi asked Yingxing, "What was wrong with Mr. Ye?" To which the girl replied that she didn't know. Maybe he was trying to show his respect for the ancient endgame. Finally, Changqing opened his eyes and asked in disappointment what the hell this was. Waving his arms, he began to beat the piece of paper that was lying on the table, asking him if he really was trying to make a joke here. Noticing Changqing's strange behavior, Yingxing asked him if he was okay. Changqing scratched his cheek, smiled awkwardly at the girl, and said that he was fine. And then, he wondered if this could be some kind of puzzle that needed to be solved piece by piece. Turning to Mochi, he asked her if he could play the remaining 12 endgames. The unexpected woman asked him if he really wanted to challenge them too. Changqing answered her question affirmatively, without any doubt in himself. Others in the room began to talk about how this was the first time someone had dared to challenge all endgames. A real feat. Mochi remembered that her master had once tried to choose one of them, spent all his energy and fell, unable to get up. Noticing that the woman did not respond, Changqing asked what was wrong. Mochi smiled awkwardly and turned around, heading towards the shelves, saying that she would bring everything soon. Liu Rui watched all this from afar. Suddenly, she turned around and walked out of the hall. She had some kind of pendant in her hands. The woman thought that Mr. Ye was a real genius. She needed to urgently tell the headmaster about this. And the keychain began to glow with a bright green light. The light burst out of it and floated through the air in a bright stream. This green light immediately headed straight to the master's room on the top floor of the Moon Palace. A woman with white hair sat in front of the window smoking a pipe, and she was holding the same pendant in her hands. The pendant glowed a bright green light, and Liu Rui's voice came from within, apologizing to the lady for disturbing her. The master slowly took another drag on the smoke from their pipe. While exhaling smoke, she told Liu Rui that it was nothing serious and then asked what had happened. Liu Rui told her that there was a master here now who had defeated the ancient endgame kept by Mochi in less than an hour. Coming back into the hall, she told her that he was now trying to play the remaining 12. The master frowned slightly and asked again whether this guy was really going to play all the endgames in one sitting. Liu Rui answered in the affirmative, and then the master smiled and said that he should try then. She wanted to see how capable he was. Liu Rui's call came to an end. The master looked out the window and took another drag on her cigarette, wondering if the master she had been looking for so long had really come to see them today. Mochi placed the box containing the endgame on top of the other box with a soft thud. She waved her hand at the pyramid of boxes and told Changqing that all the remaining endgames were collected here. Changqing nodded his head slightly and thanked the woman. He took one box from the pyramid and put it on the table. He immediately began to open it, and a bright light was born from the box. The box burst open and a powerful wave of energy flowed out, causing Changqing's hair to flutter. In this box, there was again only a piece of paper, but now the figures there were standing differently. Changqing began to arrange the pieces again according to the piece of paper, and a board appeared behind him. After 45 minutes, Changqing was still actively trying to figure out the endgame. He abruptly placed the figure on the table, blue sparks flying in all directions from his hand. The spiritual board behind him began to crack. Mochi was surprised to see that he actually won the second game, and it took even less time than the first one, and the men behind Changqing exclaimed in unison that it was simply amazing. Changqing thought with disappointment that this endgame was much simpler than the previous one. The leaf, as the first time, rose into the air and said that he had won, and therefore could receive the inheritance. Changqing prepared himself and thought that there must be something interesting this time. But a blue ball of light flew out of the sheet of paper again. It also quickly flew towards Changqing and was absorbed into his chest. Changqing scratched his head in confusion and wondered why he got the same thing as last time. He awkwardly glanced back at Yingxing, who was standing behind him, and thought that he should try differently then. Changqing opened the third drawer and took out a sheet of paper with the arrangement of the pieces. He again slowly began to place the pieces in their places. After finishing arranging the pieces and assessing the situation, Changqing turned his head and called out to Yingxing. Yingxing approached the man and asked him how she could help him. Getting up from the table, he pointed his finger at a certain place on the board and asked the girl if she could see that cell. And then he told her to go and move the white pawn there. Yingxing was surprised by such a request. Pointing her finger at herself, she asked again. Changqing nodded briefly to her with a smile on his face and said that she understood everything correctly. Yingxing didn't argue with Master Ye and sat down at the table. She reached for the pawn, and at that moment she felt flashes of energy hitting her face. With trembling hands, she brought the pawn to the cage where, according to Changqing's instructions, she was supposed to place it. Mochi exclaimed to Yingxing to be more careful. And finally the pawn stood in its place, and a bright glow spread from it across the entire board. The board lit up with streamlight again, indicating that another test had been passed. The leaf rose into the air again and informed Yingxing that she had passed the test and could therefore receive the inheritance. But now the leaf said something new. He said that he left a piece of his soul in every endgame, and today he gives the teaching of the art of the infinite star. Unlike the previous games with Changqing, Yingxing's entire body was enveloped in a bright yellow glow, which lifted the girl into the air. Yingxing thought with admiration that Mr. Ye had given her the chance to receive such a rare blessing. Endgame said that the success of using this technique can be stunning and invincible. But before this technique can be used, one must master the realm of spiritual transformation. Yingxing returned back to the hall, the glow gently lowering her to the ground as she felt the changes in her body. She quickly knelt down and thanked Changqing for such a wonderful opportunity. Mochi couldn't believe that some amateur had received such a rare blessing. Others present began to speak enviously about how they wanted the same thing. Looking at the girl who was beaming with strength and joy, Changqing noticed with irritation that she was able to receive that blessing, but he was not. He bit his lip and wondered if it was because he had no spiritual roots. He clenched his fist so hard that the faithful pouted, and he thought that now the jokes were over. The veins on Changqing's face bulged, and a wild light lit up his eyes as he thought about how he would now fight to the last. He quickly picked up the next box and opened it, and then he opened all the other boxes, causing the entire hall to become illuminated with a bright glow. Filled with power, Changqing plunged into his universe and prepared to destroy these endgames. He made moves, loudly slamming his pieces onto the board. He exclaimed in irritation that they had angered him. He again won the trials and heard the words that were already familiar to him. A bright red flash flew out from the endgame and rushed towards his chest again. Congratulations for the victory rang out, and flashes of light flew towards Changqing one after another. Changqing shouted furiously that these endgames would be damned for fooling people like this. An hour later, Changqing took a deep breath, coming to his senses. He turned around and said sullenly that it was time for them to leave, while Yingxing looked at him with a gaze shining with admiration and thought that he was so cool. Mochi congratulated Master Ye and bowed to him as he and his companions headed towards the exit of the hall. Looking to the side, Mochi was dumbfounded to think that he had won all 13 endgames in less than 3 hours. The endgame papers were lying untidily on the floor. The pieces were still standing on the board. Mochi wondered what kind of person this was. Liu Rui, Changqing, and Yingxing left the chess pavilion and walked further. Liu Rui couldn't help but notice Changqing's mood, and she wondered why he was so angry after winning all the endgames. She thought with concern that perhaps she had not shown due hospitality somewhere. They were walking down a brightly lit corridor when Changqing heard a melody and stopped. He asked where this melody came from. Liu Rui quickly replied that it seemed to be a celestial being playing on the 4th floor. Hearing this, Changqing turned to the woman and asked her if this celestial being was the head of the 4th pavilion. The woman replied that she was a nun from the sect of immortals. She said that a month ago, this girl came to Rim, defeating the then head of the 4th pavilion with her chin playing skills. Now she sometimes comes to compete with those who want to, and she always wins. Changqing's anger subsided slightly, and he smiled and said that this was already interesting. The 3 of them entered the 4th pavilion, and Liu Rui said that it seemed like they would be able to see a magical spectacle again. There was already a man in the hall. He was strumming the strings with deft movements of his fingers, exclaiming that today he would emerge victorious. There was a screen in front of him, from behind which a female voice was heard, saying that if he got carried away too much, he would not be able to avoid falling. She struck the strings with a quick movement, producing a sharp sound. The girl began to play sharp chords as she plucked the strings, which flew out from behind the screen like blades. These sonic blades flew past the man, barely missing him, and only his hair. The man was surprised to find a scratch on his cheek from which blood began to flow. The man rolled on the floor, sobbing and screaming that he was the best of the best in his kingdom. The female voice only repeated to him, "If you rise too high, you will fall." Jumping to his feet, the man shouted for her to come out and fight him face to face. He would not be defeated. The girl replied that he was too weak. He couldn't even resist the pressure of the wind created by the melody. With tears in his eyes, the man said that he had already made a bet that if he lost, they would take some ugly woman like her as a wife. Changqing came closer and told the man that if he wanted to win, he shouldn't get personal. Looking at the man, he told him that his face was not even to be envied. The man shouted back, asking him how he dared to insult him. Changqing just put his hands on his shoulder and told him to agree, which he was doing well. He bowed to the lady behind the screen and asked her if he could fight her. But the girl suddenly replied that there was no need for this. She gave up. Everyone present in the hall was surprised by this outcome. That same man shouted, pointing his finger at Changqing and asking why this was so, since he had just arrived. As it turned out, Xingzue was hiding behind the screen. She came out and said that it was all because in her heart, Mr. Ye was the #1 master. After a while, Changqing, Xingxue, Liu Rui, and Yingxing gathered at the table with cups of tea in front of them. Changqing said that he suddenly heard a melody and recognized a familiar tune, and it turned out that it was Madame Xingxue. Smiling, the girl thanked the man for not forgetting her, and she said that she also recognized him immediately. Watching Changqing and Xingxue laughing with each other, Liu Rui thought that she usually acted so modestly, but now it was different. She glanced at Changqing and wondered again who he was. Changqing asked Xingxue why she suddenly returned to the imperial capital. Closing her eyes, Xingxue began to explain the reason, and began to recall the days before her arrival. She remembered how Zhitian told her that he had learned that Master Ye was going to the capital. He laughed and said that it was finally their turn to impress him. He told the girl to go to the Moon Palace in Great Yan, wait for him there and charm him as best she could. Leaning closer, he slyly told her to do it naturally so there would be no suspicion. Finally, Xingzuk told Changqing that she just wanted to see the imperial capital. Yingxing wondered irritably as to why it looked like this girl was close to Master Ye. She glanced at Xingxue and noticed that there was a red flame shining around her left eye. Yingxing noticed that this girl had strong spiritual roots, while she was only at the middle level of the golden elixir. And she thought that besides, she herself was Princess Yan, so she was definitely better than her. Changqing noticed that the girl had improved her skills, judging by her performance. Hangshuk thanked him shyly and said that she wanted to ask him for some advice. Yingxing intervened in the conversation, saying that her older sister's acting was not bad, but she was still far from Master Ye. Hearing the address elder sister, Xingxue immediately became angry, the veins on her forehead bulging. She wondered how the girl dared to call her that. But suddenly Changqing objected to Yingxing, saying that he did not agree with her. He said that although he was superior to Miss Xingxue in many ways, there were no better or worse in this skill. As long as the heart was in the matter, everyone would be worthy. Xingzhu grabbed the man's hand and pulled it towards her chest. Looking into his face, she said that she thought so too. Changqing scratched his head awkwardly and said that since it came to that, he should play too. Everyone present stood up from the table. Changqing went to the table on which the qin lay. Changqing pulled out his chair and sat down at the table, preparing to play. Yingxing and Xingxu stood behind the man on either side of him. They looked at each other and sparks seemed to shine between them. Xingzhu smirked and mentally told the other girl that she had already lost. Yingxing responded in her mind, telling her not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Meanwhile, Changqing had already tuned in and raised his hands to begin performing. His fingers touched the strings and began to pluck them, causing a pleasant melody to flow, and bright sparks of light also appeared around. This melody sounded beyond the lunar palace, reaching the noisy streets of the capital. People on the street exclaimed that this melody was so calming. Their souls became calmer, as if even the level of cultivation was improving. The people who were closest to the Moon Palace noticed that the melody was coming from there. One man exclaimed that this was a real blessing. Liu Rui watched Changqing's performance in amazement, and she thought that Miss Jingshui's playing skills were the most unique. But she realized that Master Ye's playing was like a light in the night, and Xingshui leaned forward, listening to the master's playing. Yingxing and Xingshu, standing behind the man, decided to focus on meditation. After some time, Yingxing noted that the master's melody taught her to control the spiritual power in her body. Xingshu found that her cultivation level seemed to have improved. Even her mental state became clearer. But then Changqing's game was interrupted by a loud rumble coming from his stomach. Xingzhu asked him if he was hungry, to which he awkwardly replied that he had completely lost track of time while wandering around the pavilions. Yingxing thought that now was her chance to hit on him. She hugged Changqing's hand and told him that she knew the best restaurant in the imperial capital. They should go there. The man did not refuse such an offer. Looking at Xingshui, he asked her if she would go with them. Beaming with joy, the girl replied that she couldn't refuse since he didn't invite her. But Yingxing's face darkened. Yingxing mentally asked Xingshui where she was going. She wanted to eat together, to which Xingshui replied that she could go and tell him, and then they would see who he chose. Changqing had already headed for the exit. He turned around and asked the girls about why they were standing there. Everyone came out of the Moon Palace to see off Changqing and his companions and wish him a good journey. Liu Rui returned to the palace and watched Changqing and his companions board the carriage, and she asked the others if they had heard the melody. Xu Xiyu exclaimed that this gentleman was not only excellent in music, but also in painting. Mochi smiled and said that he was unrivaled in chess, and Madame Wang said that he was also unrivaled in calligraphy. Liu Rui nodded and told the girls that they knew what to do then. The girls looked at each other and nodded. They took out pendants from their clothes and brought them to each other. The pendants glowed with a bright light. In unison, they shouted for the mistress of the Moon Palace to appear. A bright golden flash appeared in the sky. The girls again cried out in unison that they were expecting her, and immediately a woman with white hair appeared between them. She said it looked like they had found the one she had been looking for. The mistress of the Moon Palace, Murong Liju, asked the girls where this man was who could only belong to her. Meanwhile, Changqing, Xingshui, and Yingxing arrived at the restaurant, and the latter said that it was the best establishment in the entire imperial capital. Changqing glanced at the sign with the name and noticed that he had heard this name before. They walked inside and were greeted by a man with a mustache and a smile on his face. Yingxing told him that they needed a separate room. The man immediately stepped aside and waved the guests towards the stairs, telling them to come up with him. So they went up to the second floor of the restaurant. The man walked further down the corridor to one of the halls and invited the guests to enter. Opening the doors to let the guests out, the man said that this was the top box in their establishment. He noticed that there was a lot of sunlight and the decor was exquisite. After entering and looking around, Changqing noticed that this hall looked good. Changqing told his companions that they had been taking care of him ever since he arrived in the capital, so today he was treating everyone. Yingxing exclaimed that she could not allow the guest of the Great Yan to spend money, and she thought that her father would kill her if he knew about such a thing. Xingzhu bowed to him and said that if Master Ye wanted to show respect, she would agree. Changqing smiled at the girl and praised her. Waving his hand, he told the man still standing in the room to bring them menus. Yingxing sadly sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she muttered that Mr. Ye had praised someone else. Xingzhu thought that men pay for girls to show their strength, and she can't refuse at such a moment, otherwise she might insult them. Looking at the broken Yingxing, she thought with mockery that this girl still had to learn everything. Changqing and the girls had already sat down at the table, and the servant brought them a menu for each. Licking his lips in anticipation, Changqing began to open the menu to take a look at it. When he opened it, Changqing immediately bit his tongue in surprise. He quickly slammed the menu shut, sweat running down his face as he thought that this really was the coolest restaurant in the capital, because the prices here were simply outrageous. Frowning in annoyance, he thought that he wouldn't have offered to buy everyone a drink and made a fool of himself if he had known. He took a bag of money from his clothes and weighed it in his hand, not knowing if this money would be enough for him. Ying was the first to order and listed the dishes and a bottle of 82-year-old drunken immortal to the servant. Changqing heard about the wine and thought in horror that since it was 82 years old, it must be expensive. Seeing that Changqing had drooped, the girl asked him if he didn't like the food she had ordered. The guy hurried to calm her down and said that everything was very tasty, and then asked Xing Shui what she wanted. Slamming the menu shut, the girl replied that she was watching her weight, so she would order something vegetarian. The guy rubbed his forehead, relieved that it wouldn't be something expensive. Xing Shui ordered the Millennium Snow Lotus Soup, and Changqing bit his tongue again in surprise. The servant asked the boy what he would like to order. Changqing began to wipe the blood from his chin and said that he would not like anything. They had already ordered a lot. The man folded his hands in a polite gesture and said with a wide smile that everything would be served soon. Changqing looked sadly at his bag of money, mentally already saying goodbye to it. To avoid sitting in silence, the man started a conversation and asked Yingxing if she often came here, since she was so familiar with the menu, and he himself was wondering whether they would be given a discount for being a regular customer. The girl replied that it was true. Not only was the food delicious, but the atmosphere was also very elegant. She pointed to the painting behind Changqing and said that, for example, take the painting on the wall. It was an original work by Master Bi Lian. Changqing stood up from the table to look at the painting, and the servant had already brought the dishes. Master Ye asked Yingxing who this Bi Lian was, whether he was some famous artist. The servant replied that Master Bi Lian was the owner of this establishment. He loved lotuses very much and painted them well. Changqing scratched his chin and agreed, noting that this master really did draw well. But then he noticed that if you approach it from the point of view of artistic intent, this painting falls short. The servant immediately became angry when he heard his master being spoken of in an unflattering manner, and he thought that this guy was showing off in front of these girls. The servant came out of the hall and began to lament that this boy dared to speak rashly about Master Bi Liang. This is such boldness. There was a step behind the servant and a male voice called the servant by name. The servant immediately turned around at the familiar voice. Behind him stood a man in green robes with lotuses depicted on them, and as it turned out, it was that same Master Bi Lian. Master Bi Lian's face darkened with irritation as he asked the servant if he had just said anything about someone saying something about him. The servant ran up to his master and immediately told him that a young man had come to them and started criticizing his paintings. Bai Lian turned around and told the servant that he would like to meet this young master then. Without thinking twice, Bi Lian reached the hall where Changqing and his companions were sitting, and he entered, opening the doors wide. Bai Lian loudly apologized to his dear guests for disturbing them. Entering inside, he noticed that the same young gentleman was sitting at the table and greedily, barbarically eating meat. Finally, Changqing noticed that someone had come in, and with his mouth full of food, he asked him who it was. Bai Lian introduced himself in an irritated manner, saying that he was the master of the drunken immortal, nicknamed Bi Lian. Tearing himself away from his meal, Master Ye said that this is what that master looked like. Bai Lian said that he had received news that he had spoken out about his paintings. Continuing to chew, the man replied that that was all true. He just thought they lacked an artistic concept. Bai Lian folded his hands in a grand gesture and bowed slightly, asking the guest if he could give him some advice then. Xingzhu intervened in the conversation and said that they were eating here and the master did not have time to teach him. Changqing continued to eat with tears in his eyes, thinking that everything that had been paid would take a long time to swallow. Bai Lian said that this is just the first time someone has criticized his paintings. He said that he could do them a favor in return, if the master could paint a picture better than his today. He exclaimed that if he succeeded, then all the food would be free. Changqing's chopsticks froze halfway, and he almost choked on the food he was chewing. Turning around, he asked the man with his mouth full what he had just said. After swallowing the food, he jumped up from his seat, took Bi Lian's hands, and happily asked him if it was true. Bai Lian, who had not expected such a violent reaction, became a little excited. Sweat ran down his face, and he replied that he was not just saying that. Changqing didn't delay. He turned around and walked away, waving his hand and saying that he would show him everything right away. Smiling, he turned over his shoulder and asked for a brush to be brought to him. Bai Lian immediately turned to his servant and ordered him to quickly bring the brush, and the servant did not dare to object. Bai Lian looked back at Changqing, thinking that they would still have to see what this boy could do. After some time, a sheet of paper appeared on the table in front of Mr. E, and he already had a brush in his hands. Scratching his chin, he wondered what he should draw this time. He looked around and his gaze fell on the lotuses on Bai Lian's clothes. An idea immediately came to his mind. He grinned and said that he had come up with it. Changqing dipped his brush in ink and began to draw. and bright sparks flew off the sheet of paper again. After a while, he finished his work. Xingshui, Yingxing, and Bilian came closer to look at the drawing. When they looked at him, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The canvas depicted incredibly beautiful lotuses, and next to them was the author's signature. Suddenly, Xingshui, Yingxing, and Bilian heard words in their heads. I, like a fish in your lotus pond, want to wait with you for the bright white moonlight. Looking around, they suddenly noticed that they were surrounded by the same lotuses as in the painting. Xingshui asked if they had entered some space created by this painting, and Yingxing exclaimed that everything looked so real. Looking down, she found that she was standing knee-deep in water, the water touching her dress, wetting the fabric. Yingxing walked along the lake, splashing happily, and thinking that the water was indeed real. Bilian was also knee-deep in water, and he exclaimed that it was simply incredibly beautiful. Picking up one of the lotuses, he exclaimed that you will feel the fragrance of this flower. Suddenly, the sound of Changqing coughing to attract attention was heard. The girls blinked and immediately came to their senses. Finding themselves back in the restaurant hall, Bilian discovered that in his hands was the face of his servant, and not a lotus. Bilian slapped his servant on the cheek, causing him to fall to the floor, and Changqing asked him how he liked his painting. Bilian exclaimed that it was simply a masterpiece and walked closer, grabbing the man's hand. The restaurant owner's eyes sparkled with delight when he said that he was simply an incredible master. Compared to his paintings, his works were simply nothing. He was not worthy of bearing the title of artist. Changqing said that the lotus always emerges from the mud unblemished because it is washed away by transparent ripples and can only be admired from afar. He stated that only by understanding this would a man be able to paint beautiful lotuses. Bilian was shocked by Master Ye's words and slowly recited them in his head again. He then fell to his knees, folding his hands in a polite gesture, and said that he now realized that his life for the last few decades had been in vain. Bilian bent down even lower, almost hitting his forehead on the floor, and he gave Changqing the chance to accept his bow. Changqing looked at him in panic, not understanding why the man fell to his knees. He hastened to lift him from his knees, saying that there was no need for this. He simply wanted to give him advice. Bilian turned to his servant and resolutely exclaimed that from now on, this young master was an honored guest here, and everything was free for him. The servant did not dare to contradict his master. Sweat poured down his face as he bowed to his master. Changqing was very pleased with this news, and he asked again. Rubbing his palms, Bilian asked the man if he could keep this beautiful painting for himself. Without a second thought, Mr. Yi rolled up the painting and handed it to the restaurant owner. It was already approaching evening, and Changqing, Yingxing, and Xingshui finally left the restaurant. Still holding the gifted painting in her hands, Bilian and her servant went out to see Master Ye off, wishing him a safe journey. Changqing scratched his head and asked if it was okay for him to cancel the painting for food. Suddenly, the girls exclaimed that this was not normal. It was just too much. Changqing, thinking that they had told him this, began to justify himself, saying that no one had pulled the tongue of this Bilian. Yingxing looked back at Mr. Ye and told him that a painting like that would be worth an entire drunken immortal. Xingshu agreed with the girl and glanced at Changqing, saying that the guy was too arrogant. Changqing looked back at the restaurant and thought that no matter how beautiful the painting was, exchanging it for an entire restaurant was too much. Turning his head back, he stared at the girls' backs and thought that these two were like yin and yang. Bilian began to dance with his gift throughout all the halls of his restaurant. Pressing it to his chest, he sang out that today was his best profit. Suddenly, he noticed a woman sitting on the window. It was Murong Liju. She asked him why he was so happy, whether something good had happened. Having recognized this woman, Bilian asked not what she was doing here. Liju jumped from the window frame and landed on the floor in the hall. Sitting down on one of the chairs, she asked the restaurant owner whether Mr. E had just eaten there. Raising his head at the familiar name, the man asked her if this was the gentleman with the two girls. Liju replied that it was he and she was looking for him. Bilian smiled and boasted to her that she was already late. He had just left and left him the painting. He waved his hand, opening the scroll to show the masterpiece to the woman. An incredible scene appeared before Liju's face, from which bright sparks began to splash out. Covering her face from the sparks, Liju smiled and said that it was simply wonderful. Just one picture could make her feel his greatness. He was truly worthy of her. Looking at the painting, she noticed Changqing's signature in the form of his name. She immediately became thoughtful, trying to remember where she had heard that name before. Suddenly, she asked if this was not the name of the saint to whom the golden statue had been erected. Frightened, Bilian said that he heard that strange things had been happening in the Evergreen Temple on the East Hill for the past 2 days, Could it be because of him? Lizhu just smiled and she confidently said that this man could only belong to her. A few hours later, it was already midnight, and everything in Yan Palace had already calmed down. Suddenly, someone started jumping across the roofs of the palace, climbing higher and higher. As it turned out, it was Murong Lizhu, who flew like a bright flash in the night. She was flying through the air above the rooftops when something came towards her. Sensing something approaching, Lizhu turned around. She managed to react and put out her hand, reflecting something that was flying at her. Something ricocheted off her palm and flew straight into one of the roofs of the palace buildings, destroying the tiles on it. Following this, a figure of a man appeared in front of Lizhu. Tianshan asked her, addressing her by name, where she was heading. Lizhu's face darkened with irritation. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she said that she had never expected him. The woman hurried to jump off the roof and flew down in a bright flash. Tianshan jumped down from the roof after her and stood in front of her again. Lizhu noticed that he hadn't changed at all. She said that it had been so many years since her father had once told him that he would never reach the realm of transformation. She chuckled and said she didn't expect him to actually do that. Tianshan replied that it was all thanks to the great Yan. With the help of the master, he not only successfully reached the peak of divine transformation, but also honed his swordsmanship. Lizhu said that if that was the case, she would get straight to the point and he shouldn't try to play riddles with her. Frowning, she took out her phone and asked him who Master Ye was and where he came from. Raising his gaze to the woman, Tianshan asked her how she knew him. Taking a drag on her smoke, the woman smiled and said that his performance at the 4th pavilion of the Moon Palace was simply outstanding. She couldn't help but know about it. All these years she was looking for a man worthy of her. But all the young men did not disappoint. Now she finally saw real talent and realized that he was the only one in this world. Tianshan apologized for his bluntness and then said that she would not get it. Frowning, he advised her to get rid of Master Ye as soon as possible so as not to hurt herself. The stone-faced woman asked again, while small flashes of fire flew around her. She spread her arms out to the sides, and a huge fiery phoenix flew out from behind her back. The woman's eyes were transformed, her pupils did not narrow. Flashes of fire appeared under her eyes, and she said that they would see who dared not stop. A strong wave of energy shot towards Tianshan. He raised his hand to block it as it pushed him back. Looking up again at the woman who had already flown into the air, he asked her if she had really merged with a real phoenix. Lizhu asked him if he still thought that she would not get what she wanted. Closing his eyes, the man began to talk about how her family was one of the 4 oldest. And the fact of its merger with the phoenix only confirms that even after 100 years it will still remain the best in the Celestial Empire. Lizhu chuckled and continued to speak for the man, asking him about how even with all her perfection, she would not get him. The man shook his head and said that Master Ye was still out of her reach. The woman landed on the ground, the phoenix wings behind her slowly began to shrink, and she said that she had enough of compliments. It would be better to tell him more about Master Ye. Meanwhile, Changqing was outside, shivering from the cold. Sitting on the porch of his estate, he noticed that it was so cold in the evening. The 13th princess, in the form of a fox, approached him with a small bag in her teeth, purring, asking him if he had finished his business yet. Changqing accepted the bag from the fox and thanked her. He shook out the glowing stones from this bag and asked what he should do with these endgames. He snorted in annoyance, saying that he envied Madame Yan because she got the endless star of fate, while he only got some stones. 13. The princess watched with interest as her master held the stones in his hands. She could see the energy from the stone quickly flowing into Changqing's hand. The girl was amazed to see that her master was absorbing energy so quickly. She wondered how her master had spent his time there and thought about how those 2 days had seemed so long. Changqing, resigned, said that since nothing was happening, he would simply hold them in his hands. He snorted in irritation again and said that they also called that Biliana master. Raising his hands up, Changqing shouted that he was so angry. A few hours later, it was already dawn. Tianshan was sitting on the roof of one of the palace buildings, and next to him was Lizhu. She, after listening to the man, said that she did not expect that this Master Ye would actually be a celestial being who had descended to Earth. The man said that this gentleman is good at literally everything he does, but still remains so modest that it is simply impossible not to admire him. Lizhu nodded and said that she now understood that even if she was from a noble family and had the bloodline of a phoenix, she was still nothing in front of Mr. Ye. Tianshan quickly consoled her, telling her not to be upset. As long as she practiced diligently, she would be able to ascend in 1,000 years. Waving his hand, he told her once again that she would be better off forgetting about Master Yi. Lizhu suddenly smiled and asked him why she needed this. She exclaimed that even if he couldn't be hers alone, she still had to keep fighting. Looking back at Tianshan, she told him to take her to Master Ye. Tianshan slapped himself in the face, noticing that this woman was still just as stubborn. He reminded her that a man like Master Ye had no shortage of beautiful and charming girls. Jumping off the roof, Lizu replied that she didn't care. The next day, the sun shone brightly over Changqing's residence. The man came out of the bedroom and, yawning, asked where the sounds of Qin were coming from so early in the morning. Entering the hall, he noticed that Xing Shui, who was playing the instrument, and Ying Xing, who was drinking tea, were there, and the girls greeted the man. Changqing asked them if they really had so much free time that they were coming here so early. Xing Shu laughed and said that he was such a joker. Ying Xing smiled and said that being with him was the best way to spend time. Changqing no longer paid attention to them. He turned around and waved his hand and left. As he went into another room, he thought about the fact that a princess who was too lazy to learn imperial affairs and a master who did not want to take cultivation seriously had come to him. Lizu reached Changqing's residence and asked if this was where he lived. She immediately went to the door and began to try the handle to get inside. But then Tianshan stopped her, grabbing her wrist. He told her that although she admired Mr. Ye so much, she shouldn't be so impulsive and should be more restrained. The woman, inflamed with irritation, asked him how he could teach her anything. And from the hand that the man was still holding, flames poured straight into his face. Tianshan was caught off guard and immediately let go of the woman's hand. His face was covered in soot. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and complained about these hot-tempered phoenixes. Lizu nevertheless pushed the door, not opening it wide. As she walked inside, she exclaimed that they should just let her see her future husband. Meanwhile, Ying Xing was sweeping the courtyard with a broom when she noticed someone entering the residence. The first thing she noticed was that it was her grandfather, and she greeted him happily. Coming closer to his granddaughter, Tianshan asked her if Master Ye was here, to which the girl replied that he was in the backyard. Finally, the girl turned her gaze behind her grandfather and saw a new person. Lizu then stepped forward and ordered the girl to take her to Master Ye. Ying Xing spread his arms and asked the stranger who she was. Tianshan answered for her. He introduced Lizu to his granddaughter and told her to see her off. Ying Xing didn't argue with her business and waved her hand towards the backyard. Walking ahead of Lizu, the girl looked back suspiciously and wondered if she had come to pay her respects to Mr. Ye. So, following Ying Xing, Lizu and Tianshan walked through Changqing's residence. Waving towards the entrance to one of the halls, she informed them that they had arrived. The three of them immediately entered the hall where Changqing was indeed sitting. Looking at the back of the man's head, Lizu thought with anticipation that she would finally see her betrothed. But Tianshan stopped her again, putting his hand on her shoulder and screaming. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear not to interrupt Master Ye while he was focused. Lizu asked why not. The man exclaimed in response that this was a great opportunity. Meanwhile, Changqing used a small woodcutter to carve something out of wood. A powerful aura emanated from his figure in a strong stream. It appeared instantly, which surprised those who came. Lizu asked in shock whether such grandiose truths of the Tao really existed. Turning around with the wooden figure in his hands, Changqing exclaimed that he would show true art, and then he continued to plane the piece of wood, causing chips to fly in all directions. The entire Changqing residence was illuminated with bright light due to his energy. But it didn't stop there, and the energy shot up into the sky in a bright column. In complete shock, Tianshan asked what kind of scene was in front of Master Ye. Looking closely, he noticed that a dark forest was visible behind the man. In this forest, among the trees, stood the very same figurine that Changqing had carved out of wood. Once in this forest, Lizu noticed that the scene was filled with wind and rain. It was lonely and sad, but incredibly real. Looking at Changqing's back, the woman wondered if it was possible that the master had experienced this scene in the higher world. While bright flashes of energy passed through Tianshan's body, and he stood with his eyes closed, he said that he heard the distant melody of bagpipes. Ignoring the guests, Changqing continued to carve, and he noticed that the year was working so well today, with energy flowing from his piece in bright streams. Changqing laughed and happily said that there could only be one reason for this. The skill of the master sets it. But suddenly the man's hand jerked sharply, which surprised him. Led by an invisible force, Changqing felt something pulling him forward. His hand, which held the knife, began to chop at the wood again without control, and Changqing's eyebrows knitted together in excitement. The guests were still watching the master, and the light that came from behind him became even brighter. Watching Changqing furiously cut down the tree, Ying Xing exclaimed that this was even more grandiose and spectacular than that strange incident last time. Changqing continued waving his arms, but he himself could not understand what was happening to him and why he could stop. He strained with all his strength to make the hand stop, but it was useless. His hand glowed brightly, and he wondered if it was possible that he could enter the Tao using his wood carving skill. This thought calmed him down, and he surrendered himself to an unknown force. Closing his eyes, he noted that he felt as if a mystical current was running through his body. Yingxing pointed her finger forward and shouted that the scenery had changed. She exclaimed that another figure had appeared, and everyone could see some kind of master with a long beard. He put up 2 fingers and they lit up with a bright flash. Changqing was still standing with his eyes closed, reciting the spell, and this master had lowered himself and was behind him. A strong wave of energy reached the guests. Yingxing put her hand forward to block it. As she listened to the mantra, she smiled and noticed that this divine sound cleansed her mind and soul. Following this, a bright flash lit up the room again, and the guests again had to raise their hands to cover their faces. Changqing seemed to have finished his work. He raised his hand, on which stood his product. It glowed with a bright light, but everything was not calm for long. The figure, standing on the man's palm, began to glow with a bright blue light. The guests froze in shock, and Yingxing asked if Master Ye really carved this. Lizu's face was frozen in shock. She recognized this tower, but she couldn't utter a word. Tianshan asked her about this tower. He said that he lived for thousands of years but never saw a magical weapon, in short, that could destroy the surrounding emptiness. Lizu was finally able to answer, saying that if she was not mistaken, this tower was from the great primordial era of the ancient flood. She said that this is one of 2 heavenly saints left by the creator god. Looking at the tower in the man's hands, she exclaimed that it was the yellow tower of the sages. Tianshan said that only a few ancient texts mention the existence of a creator god. He frowned and said that as far as he knew, in the modern world most cultivators didn't even know the legend of the creator god. Lizu responded by saying that her ancient Murong clan worshipped ancient deities, so she knew a little about it. She said that the creator god left behind a yellow tower and a virtuous cloud of prosperity. She noticed that Master Ye had now recreated it. She exclaimed that in any case, it was not worth it to use Mr. Ye so recklessly for one's own purposes. After 15 minutes, Changqing awkwardly scratched his neck, turned around and said that he had simply had a burst of creative inspiration and was too carried away. Finally, the man noticed Tianshan and the woman standing next to him. Lizu blushed deeply. She raised her hand, covering her face. While she thought about what this master looked at her, Tianshan waved his hand towards the woman to introduce her. He said her name, but then he couldn't utter a word. Lizu did not wait any longer. She came out herself and introduced herself, bowing to Changqing, and he was delighted to see a mature and beautiful woman. Bowing even lower to him, Lizu noticed that she had met a gentleman. In a state of great shock, Tianshan called out to his friend. He glanced at her humble expression and thought that she had never behaved like this in the Great Yan Kingdom. And now she was leaning in front of Senior Ye. Lizu panicked and thought that it didn't matter that she was the gifted daughter of the ancient Murong clan. But in front of the master who could summon the Yellow Tower, she was ultimately as small as an ant. Changqing smiled and asked again, calling her by name once more. And then the lines of a poem came from his lips. Red flowers bloom with a dark scent. Clear strings create lingering sounds. These lines included the name and surname of Murong Lizu. The woman shyly covered her face with her sleeve and said that it was an honor for her to be seen by him from this side. Yingxing pouted in annoyance, thinking that Master Ye had never recited poetry to her like this. Changqing walked closer to Lizu and placed his hands on her shoulders, lifting her up from her bow. Smiling at her, he thought that this beauty had a high emotional intelligence. As he ran his hands over the fabric of the woman's clothes, he thought that the fabric seemed quite expensive. Walking back to the table, he thought that maybe she could see the pearl and buy the turret he had just carved. Laughing to himself, he thought that he was no ordinary scoundrel, but if they paid him well, he could be anyone. Grabbing Lizu's hands, he approached her and said that he noticed that she was unusually talented and beautiful, so she must be well versed in art. Pulling her by the hand, he walked towards the table with a smile. Waving his hand at the huge wooden statues behind him, Changqing told the woman how much she liked his work, leaving her confused. She said that although she loved art, but she had just founded the Moonflower Pavilion in the imperial capital, compared to his level, the difference between them was too great for her to judge. She folded her hands in a polite gesture and bowed to Mr. Ye, apologizing, saying that she could not give him any other answer. Changqing nodded his head, repeating Lizu's words that she had just recently founded that pavilion. After a couple of seconds, the information reached the man's brain, and his face stretched into a shocked expression as he asked again. Yingxing was also surprised that the person in front of her was the famous mistress of the Moonflower Pavilion. Looking at the woman, She thought that even if it was really her, it was too presumptuous to say such a thing about Master Ye's works. Chang King, having come to his senses, asked Li Zhu if she knew that there was no one who understood literature and martial arts better than her. And he said that in art everything is different. Everyone can have their own perspective, different thinking, so everyone sees something different. He said in a panic that this applied to both works of art and cultivation, so one should not be influenced by outsiders like him. Yingxing asked if these were Master Ye's recent discoveries. Stroking his beard, Tianshan replied that Master Ye had always been very insightful, which was why he was so respected. Li Zhu, after listening to the man, again folded her hands in a polite gesture and bowed slightly, thanking him for the lessons. She sank lower to her knees, and Chang Qing thought that it seemed like she understood what he meant. He smiled slyly and said that then he wanted to ask the lady something. Holding out his hand, on which stood his yellow tower, he asked her with a smile how much this small wooden sculpture might cost. Li Zhu asked again in a panic, and then she asked how the works of the peerless Master Ye could be judged by worldly things. Looking back at Tianshan, she looked excitedly into his face, as if asking what she should answer him. Tianshan, in response, held out his palms and mentally answered her that in front of Elder Ye, even he, such an old man, was just an inexperienced youth. Scratching his chin, he thought that he too had no idea how to answer her. Li Zhu bit her teeth as she thought, not understanding why Master Ye suddenly asked her such a question. Looking away, she collected her thoughts and thought that she definitely needed to give an answer, otherwise he might take it as disrespect. Changqing waited thoughtfully for an answer, and in his heart he rejoiced, exclaiming that the great circle of Yan arts would soon welcome the young genius. As Li Zhu got closer to the tower that was on the table, she noticed that the details were simply exquisite. The textures were fine, so it was a real masterpiece. Touching it hesitantly with her finger, the woman continued, saying that this was such a masterful enlightenment of art. She said its most magical aspect is not the skill of its execution. Finally, she concluded that such an item would cost at least 10,000 gold on the market. This price shocked Changqing. He stepped back and asked again. His whole body shook and tears ran down his cheeks as he grimaced. The man's soul was filled with pure joy when he realized that he would soon become rich. In the rush of his joy, Changqing didn't notice how he began to fall, but Li Zhu managed to approach him and catch him. She apologized to the man and gently put him on his feet. But the man thought that she could do whatever she wanted. Li Zhu apologized again and said that although she valued this creation at 10,000, she couldn't say that. Changqing looked at her with excitement. The woman exclaimed decisively that to value art and money was an insult to the creator. Changqing clearly didn't expect this, so he froze with his mouth open. Li Zhu continued and said that in her humble opinion, this tower sculpture is too valuable to be measured in money alone. These words frightened Changqing even more, causing him to recoil, not understanding whether she would buy it or not. Blushing slightly, the woman smiled and said that she was simply perfect, so one could say that she was priceless. Changqing scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, saying that he now understood what she was saying, and he thought that before he had thought that she was just trying to chat him up. Realizing that all was not lost, he brushed his bangs out of his face and smugly said that being so perfect was also a burden. Taking the yellow tower sculpture in his hands, Changqing told Li Zhu that it was fate that they met today. Coming closer, he handed her the tower and exclaimed that this small wooden sculpture was now hers. Turning away from the woman who was shaking in shock, Changqing began to pick his nose, arguing that from tomorrow onwards he should lower his standards, otherwise no one would buy anything from him. Li Zhu blushed again and raised the tower to her face. Smiling, she said that she had nothing to repay for the generosity. Turning around again, Changqing offered to pay her, and instead spend the next couple of days together so that they could exchange ideas on the harmony of the arts. Everyone present in the room was shocked by this proposal. Li Zhu blushed even more deeply, but she still agreed. And so for several days she came to him. One such night, Yingxing headed towards Changqing's residence, thinking that she would now see the Kokoni exchanging ideas there. She stamped her foot and walked to the mansion where Changqing lived, and immediately heard Li Zhu asking him what he thought of this reception. As she got closer, she heard more of the woman's remarks and began to get irritated. Changqing asked the woman how they could evaluate the painting if the candles had gone out, to which she replied that she had used luminous paints, and Yingxing had observed their shadows, which were in very indecent positions. The next morning, Li Zhu got dressed, smiled, and said goodbye to Master Ye. The profitable door slammed shut. Changqing was lying on the table, completely exhausted, and he muttered that he could no longer draw. Dark circles formed under his eyes and tears welled up in his eyes as he said that he just wanted to exchange techniques so that she could appreciate his work. But who knew that she loved her work so much that she immediately went to a deeper level of sharing experiences? He waved his hand in annoyance and shouted that there were too many traps in this city, and now he regretted it so much. Chongqing began to roll the paper into scrolls, thinking that it was good that he did not need to spend money on food and accommodation in the imperial capital. But later he noted with disappointment that his path as an entrepreneur was already half dead. The man waved his works, sadly thinking that no one was buying his paintings, and that he had even been deceived once. But he still noticed that his latest paintings and calligraphy had become much better. The people who were in the square suddenly began to notice that favorable signs began to appear more and more often. The crowd gathered around the statue of Chongqing, which shone with a bright shine in the sunlight and beyond. People wondered if it meant they would become rich, and they knelt down in prayer. Chongqing scratched his head and said that he needed to find a way to earn some extra money. At least he needed to find money for the trip back. Suddenly, somewhere outside the window, he heard a loud voice calling him. Crown Prince Jinghong entered the hall, and Chongqing immediately rushed to greet him. Jinghong happily responded to his greeting and said that he was greeting the great master Jiang Chen from the Eastern Academy. Chongqing asked again, confused about the great teacher Zhang. The prince said that the ox was a great teacher, the manager of their Eastern Academy, and he was the teacher of the whole world. From the emperor to the disciples all over the world, everyone respects the great master Zhang. After listening to the explanation, Master Ye asked why such a person wanted to see him. Jinghong smiled and replied that it was because he heard that Mr. Ye was a refined person and willing to develop his talent. Chongqing bowed to the prince and thanked him for such kind words. He thought to himself that he already had a good relationship with the prince, and now he could also get along with mentor Zhang. Then perhaps he could get a teaching position at the academy. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen himself appeared, entered the hall and bowed slightly, greeting Mr. Ye. Chongqing walked up to him and said that he didn't need to be so formal and asked him to stand up. Jiang Chen did not stand up and told him that at his level, he did not need to worry about etiquette. Bowing even lower, the man exclaimed that he was displaying the simple sincerity of a student. Master Ye, who had not expected such enthusiasm, froze in amazement, and sweat began to appear on his face. Finally, after finishing the greetings, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the great master. Looking at him from head to toe, he thought that his face was as beautiful as jade, with an inner elegance. He could not possibly give up that the unfading sage would be so young and handsome. The man came to his senses and quickly shook his head, thinking that a sage walking through the world cannot look at appearances. Having cleared his throat, he decided that it was time to get down to business and ask for advice. Jiang Chen began to speak and said that, as the people say, rights are the foundation of government and education. Law is the instrument of government and education. Just like sunsets and sunrises, spring and autumn, they need each other to exist. The man asked Master Ye what he thought of this statement. Chongqing opened his mouth wide. There was a ringing silence at his head table, and he thought that he only understood the first 3 words. Jiang Chen froze in anticipation of an answer, his entire body shaking with tension. He thought that he hoped that his innocent and ignorant opinion would not offend the master. Chongqing's face darkened as he thought about what he should do since he was in a hurry. Jinghong also froze, tensely waiting for an answer, and he noted that a gloomy atmosphere had appeared. Looking between the men, he wondered if this was what debates between masters looked like. Chongqing scratched his chin and thought that he couldn't answer directly. He held out his hand and thought that he didn't think most officials would have refused to say such words. Hitting Jiang Chen's shoulder with his hand, he finally responded by exclaiming that he had said it well. With a bright smile, he told him that he was worthy of being buried in the imperial ancestral temple. Jiang Chen looked at him in shock, his mouth open and not believing his words. Jinghong also froze in surprise and wondered if Master Ye really wanted them to give such an opportunity to Great Master Zhang. The prince tensed up and began to talk about how the great teacher had indeed worked hard and made a great contribution. But entering the imperial ancestral temple was a big event. He needed to ask his father first. Jiang Chen panicked and thought that the minister's heart belonged only to the great Yan, and he never intended to use it to gain merit. The man began to bow again and shouted that just as jade can be broken but will not change its white color, so bamboo can be burned and will not lose its integrity. Chongqing smiled and said once again that he was worthy of being enshrined in the ancestral imperial temple. Jinghong froze when he heard Chongqing say it again. Now he had no reason to doubt it. He clenched his jaw, thinking that this was a clear sign. Looking at Master Ye, he thought that his father's opinion was important, but Master Ye could not be ignored or his words neglected. As Jing Hong approached the exit, he bowed and told the men that the two of them needed to discuss things first. Walking out the doors and slamming them shut, the prince shouted throughout the courtyard for someone to convey the crown prince's order. He shouted that, given the great knowledge and devotion to the country of Great Master Jiang, he should be guaranteed permission to be buried in the imperial ancestral temple. Chongqing and Jiang Chen were left alone, and the former invited the latter for a cup of tea. With his hands folded in a polite gesture, Jiang Chen said that he, as his disciple, still did not understand something, and so he asked the master to answer one of his questions, to which Chongqing agreed. Jiang Chen said that the vast central continent is currently divided between 4 kingdoms. The long-cherished dream of the emperors of the 4 ancient kingdoms for generations is the unification of the central continent. And if someone wants to unite all 4 kingdoms, the price will be incredibly high. This will lead to countless casualties and rivers of blood. The cultivators may survive, but ordinary people will definitely suffer the most. Jiang Chen said that he wanted to ask about the unification of the central continent. Is this a wonderful aspiration or a selfish wish of past ancestors? Chongqing slowly raised his teacup and said that he needed to know something first before answering this question. He hid the great teacher about what the situation was in the middle continent before the 4 kingdoms appeared. After some thought, Jiang Chen replied that before the 4 great ancient kingdoms emerged, there were 7 kingdoms that fought for supremacy. He finally summed it up and said that it was the era of the 7 kingdoms. Slamming his cup on the table, Chongqing exclaimed that the great master's knowledge spanned the present and the past, so he understood the history of the 7 kingdoms era. Standing up from the table, he asked Jiang Chen if he could ask the great master which era was more stable, the 7 kingdoms era or the present era. Jiang Chen answered without hesitation in favor of the modern era. He said that in the 4 kingdoms there is order. People live in peace and work for their own pleasure. Chongqing smiled and remarked that the great master loved the people and wanted to avoid war and change. He said that this was correct thinking, but then he asked him if he had thought about anything else. He asked him if he thought that there might be a better solution to save the world for all generations and protect their descendants from war. He stated that in principle there is only one way to achieve this goal. Slamming his hands on the table, Jiang Chen rose a little higher and asked the man what kind of method this was. Chongqing replied that it was necessary to create a great Yan kingdom and unite the middle continent. Hearing this idea, Jiang Chen immediately jumped to his feet and exclaimed that it was excellent. He said that to abandon the foundation that has existed for 10,000 years for the sake of temporary peace in a small corner of the world is truly to lose the common vision and neglect the people who only dare to strive for the best. They can provide a better life for their descendants. Bowing, the man told Master Ye that his noble ideals had shown him a clear path not only for himself, but also for the great Yan. Flashing a bright smile, Chongqing said that he was just speaking theoretically. Finally, Chongqing finished his conversation and left his estate, seeing Jiang Chen off. Having sat down in the carriage, the great mentor pulled back the curtain and looked out. He looked at Chongqing, who was waving his hand at him, and a bright, strong aura was floating around him. Jiang Chen thought that Master Ye had a long-term perspective and cared so deeply for people. He was truly a sage that the people of Great Yan should worship. There was a sound of reins and the carriage rushed forward. Looking after the carriage, Chongqing muttered that he was just making up facts related to the story that happened in middle school. Turning around, he headed back, saying that it seemed that the great teacher of the Eastern Academy was nothing special. Taking a few steps forward, Chongqing formed clouds of dust around himself. The dust clouds glowed with a bright light and flew up even higher. Chongqing was able to touch them with his hand, as if they were clouds. The sounds of thunder and lightning rang out from his head, and Chongqing was surprised by the sudden storm, and the lightning began to strike with ever greater force, almost reaching the ground. Suddenly, Chongqing felt a new sensation in his body. Looking at his hand, he noticed that his veins were glowing from the inside. This light spread even further. The man raised his head and exclaimed that this warm feeling that ran through his whole body had returned. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already reached the great imperial palace of Yan, the residence of the emperor. Kneeling before the emperor, Jiang Chen said that he had previously, due to his short-sightedness, believed that the unification of the central state was only the selfish desire of the past emperors, and therefore he advised him not to participate in the war with the other 3 kingdoms. But then he said that today he heard the words of the young sage and finally came to his senses. Hearing this, the emperor asked him what the young sage had said. The great teacher replied that he had said that the unification of the central state was necessary. Although it may be labor-intensive and expensive in the short term, There will be many casualties among soldiers, but in the long term the benefits are enormous. It is a great project that will benefit the nation and its people. Sun Nian was moved to tears by these words and said that Elder Ye's words made him much more confident. Jiang Chen continued, saying that the young sage also said that after the kingdoms were united, there was one more thing that needed to be done. For future generations, it will be necessary to create a single written language and roads for carts. Sun Nian jumped in surprise and exclaimed that such an achievement had never been achieved by anyone in the entire history of the reign. The emperor's mouth wide open, he stood there in awe of Master Ye's foresight. The emperor lifted Jiang Chen from the floor and said that their state now had the instructions of Elder Ye. He said that through the efforts of the great mentor, they could succeed in their great endeavor. A servant burst into the hall and announced that the golden body of the young sage had revealed an unheard-of phenomenon. Meanwhile, something was shining brightly over the eastern mountain. People looked up at the multicolored clouds in the sky, not believing their eyes. Among these clouds, someone noticed that a pagoda had appeared behind the statue of the sage. The people again knelt down, praying to the young sage to bless them. Tian Shan, who was watching this from afar, said that these were undoubtedly auspicious merit clouds and a yellow pagoda. He said that according to ancient texts, the Creator God left these two treasures before leaving this world. Only those who have outstanding merits, whose deeds shake the centuries, can call upon them. Sun Nian asked again about the Creator God and exclaimed that it was impossible. He asked whether, although Master Ye had great strength, it could be a simple coincidence. Tian Shan looked at the man with annoyance and asked him if he had any idea what level of cultivation was needed to control these treasures. He said that on that day, he and Miss Morong saw with their own eyes that Master Ye's wooden creation was that pagoda. The fact that clouds of blessing appeared around Master Ye's statue today only confirms one thing. Tian Shan said that this meant that Master Ye resonated with his statue, which summoned the treasures. Even if he is not the reincarnation of the Creator God, his actions will certainly influence all future generations. A couple of days later, Jing Hong and Ying Xing arrived at Changqing's residence on a golden carriage. Jing Hong asked his sister if this procession was too elaborate, since they were only taking Master Ye to the academy to give a lecture. The girl told her brother that he did not understand, and then she said that she was afraid that she would never reach the level of knowledge of Master Yi. Turning to her brother, she told him that she could only give Master Ye the best. After listening to his sister's explanation, the man slowly said that he understood everything. But looking at how the carriage wheels broke the stone floor, he asked if it would be too heavy. Yingxing didn't answer, but only thought slyly that this was the only way to surpass anyone. Finally, the door to Changqing's residence swung open and a man came out. Yingxing waved happily at Changqing, and her brother bowed respectfully to him. Master Ye waved back and wished them good morning. All three got into the carriage, and it slowly moved off. Looking out the window, Changqing noticed that, as expected from the imperial capital, there were so many young people on the street. Jing Hong told Changqing that Great Master Zhang had decided to make his lecture public, and so all these young people go to the Eastern Academy. Jing Hong noticed that it seemed like all the scholars of Great Yan admired Mr. Ye. Changqing bit his lip in excitement and thought that now he was definitely finished, because he thought that this would be a short lecture, and therefore did not prepare much. He remembered the last book he read, which was an erotic novel, and he thought that he clearly wouldn't be able to talk about something like that. With his hands folded in a polite gesture, Changqing told the prince that he was too kind. He told him that the scenery outside the window was especially beautiful today, so he should enjoy it too. Jing Hong looked at the man with a smile and thought that the man in front of him was an incomprehensibly strong and unrivaled expert. But he considers fame and wealth to be trifles and maintains curiosity and interest in ordinary things. The man thought that this was the education of a higher personality. Meanwhile, the statue of Changqing shone brightly in the square. People came up to it, lit incense, and prayed. The carriage was getting closer and closer to the square and the people on it. Changqing could hear someone exclaim that the young sage had blessed him with good luck. Looking out the window, he looked at the man, and he said that his daughter-in-law gave birth to a big plump boy. The other person exclaimed that he didn't expect that cultivators could also prosper. Not only did his cultivation level rapidly increase, but his profound strength also became purer. Changqing hurriedly looked at that man, wondering if cultivators could increase their strength and worship count. He thought that this must be a very effective god, and his name sounded just like his name. After some time, the princess, the crown prince, and Master Ye reached the statue. Yingzang asked excitedly why Mr. Ye was so indifferent. Jing Hong told her that he must be immersed in pious emotions. Changqing hit himself in the face with his hand and thought that fate was just playing with him. While Changqing was contemplating his statue, the crown prince turned to face the crowd and shouted, attracting their attention. He told them that Lord Ye had come down from the upper realm to walk among them and generously bestowed the blessings of the great Yan. Having said this, he turned back to the statue. Folding his hands in a polite gesture, he fell to his knees and called on the people to join him in worship. Everyone immediately, following the prince, fell to their knees and bent toward the ground. Changqing waved his hands and exclaimed that he didn't deserve this. Frowning, Changqing thought about what he heard, that he grants all wishes. He wondered if he had received his spiritual root if he too worshipped. He saw in front of him a projection of the saint who stood in front of him. Looking at her, the man thought with irritation that what was so annoying to him was that he would have to pray for a blessing to someone who looked just like him. Suddenly, this projection extended its hand to the man, which surprised him. But he still shook the projection's hand and immediately moved to another place. A voice sounded in his ears, telling him that it was incredible. A divine light was coming from his crown. He was told that his body was already so hardened that one day when he learned the truth, he would be able to fly like a dragon. Changqing began to look around, asking what this truth was. The projection flew up to the man from above, telling him not to worry, because he is who he is. They are one person. He shouted to him to come back, and everything around was illuminated by a bright light. Soon, the projection dissolved into a bright light, leaving Changqing alone in the midst of the bright radiance. Changqing returned to the square, and a pillar of bright light was shining from his body. In this column of light, the figure of an old man appeared, sitting in the lotus position in a lotus. The crowd also noticed him and exclaimed that he was an immortal. He had appeared, summoned by the young sage. The crowd fell to their knees again, hitting their foreheads on the ground, and they thanked the young sage for his wisdom. Changqing muttered that this was clearly not an immortal. It was obviously just a useless special effect. Looking at the crowd of people bowing down, he thought that this special effect was well suited to deceiving the people. Changqing wondered if it was possible that they had been treating him as a young sage all this time, which was why they were acting so respectfully. He thought that they couldn't show him such respect just for a couple of paintings and calligraphy. He glanced at Yingxing and Jinghong, who were bowing low, and thought that it was not that big of a deal that the common people had confused him with him. But the royal family had also made a mistake. Suddenly, he thought with fear of what might happen if one day they found out that he was not who they thought he was. Then the man noticed that his lower abdomen suddenly became very warm. He placed his hand on his stomach and noticed a faint feeling of power moving inside him. He belatedly thought that maybe it was a spiritual root. Looking back at the statue, he mentally asked it if it was really he who had given this to him. Overjoyed, Changqing said that he thought he would live a mediocre life in this cultivation world. He didn't expect that an immortal would decide to take care of him. Thinking about this, he thought that all this happened because he got into this stone statue. That's why he wants him to be a young sage who brings kindness and salvation to the world. Clenching his fist, Changqing exclaimed that since he was righteous, he also couldn't lose. This was just cosplay, so he would give it his all. Lost in thought, Changqing began to think about how he could play the role of an incomprehensible sage that the weak one pretended to be. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he realized that he had read about this in a novel. So it was said that there are true cultivation experts who suppress their cultivation for various reasons, so others cannot sense their cultivation aura. With his hands on his hips, Changqing exclaimed that from now on, he would be the mortal version of the young sage who had deliberately suppressed his cultivation. He took a few steps forward, causing Jinghong to raise his head. Shining with bright power, Changqing told the people to all stand up. Not daring to contradict the young sage, all the people rose from their knees. Yingxing told her brother that she had never seen Master Ye so serious. Jinghong responded that Mr. Ye really should display his greatness in front of so many believers. Somewhere behind the crowd stood Li Zhu and Liu Ruyi. They were also watching Changqing. Li Zhu said sadly that she was very sorry that they met Master Yi so early. Liu Ruyi asked her what she was talking about. Li Zhu explained, saying that even though she was the only daughter of the Murong clan and had the blood of the Phoenix clan, she was still not worthy of Master Ye. If she had at least another 4,000 years of cultivation, then perhaps they would be on equal terms. Meanwhile, Tianshan and Zunian were in the lecture hall. A crowd of people were waiting for their speaker. Tianshan asked why the elder had not arrived yet. Zunian responded excitedly, saying that Jinghong and Yingxing had set out early in the morning to greet the master. Perhaps they had been delayed on the road by something. Suddenly, someone ran forward and shouted that Saint Changqing had performed another miracle at the statue of the saint on the eastern mountain. The emperor asked again, his mouth wide open in surprise. Tianshan, sitting quietly, began to release his power to see what was happening on the eastern mountain. After finishing this, he stroked his beard and said that indeed there was an aura coming from the eastern mountain that they had never encountered before. It seemed like Elder Ye was glad that they had built him a temple and a statue made of gold. The herald announced that Saint Changqing had arrived, and everyone in the hall turned to look at the entrance. A figure appeared in the passage, emitting a bright power, and on either side of him were Ying Xing and Jing Hong. Changqing, hearing the crowd's whispers that he had an exquisite appearance and unrivaled manners, and that he was a superior being who walked among them, walked through the hall. Changqing smiled and thought that he had played his role well. Finally, he walked up onto the stage and everyone else stepped back a little. Tianshan and Zunian folded their hands in a polite gesture and greeted Elder Ye. The students of the Eastern School, led by Zhang Chen, also greeted him and showed their respect to him. Even more delighted, the young sage exclaimed that he could get lost in such adoration. Sitting down at the table, he said that there was no need for these formalities. Tianshan told him that all the officials had gathered here today to listen to his divine teachings. Changqing folded his hands and announced with a serious face that it was time to begin. All the people sat down on the floor waiting for his speech, and the man thought about where to start. He was shaking as he thought about how it was one thing to lose face. It was insignificant. But what if he ruined the reputation of Saint Changqing? He was terrified to think that he might take away his spiritual root that he had just received. He thought with annoyance that he knew he shouldn't have agreed to this. He thought wearily that the town by the pond was better, quiet and peaceful, and the white fox kept him company. He sighed and muttered out loud that it was all so complicated. The people, who were eagerly catching his every word, asked in chorus in surprise. The officials looked at each other, asking whether the first word of Saint Changqing's lecture was really difficult. Tianshan immediately burst into tears and said that he had trained for thousands of years just to advance to the next rank. But for others, these difficulties are simply unimaginable. Zunnian thought that the Yan Kingdom was located in the center of the continent, and the kingdom's internal affairs and diplomacy could not be neglected. Every day he walks on thin ice, it's really very difficult. Covering his eyes with his hand, Jinghong thought about how, as the crown prince, he had been taught from a young age how to be a wise ruler. Shedding a tear, he thought about how he had never been himself. Although he occupies a permanent position and is close to the emperor, but he is like constantly next to a tiger. Jinghong remembered how he shouted to the servants to find out what the princes ate. Changchen thought that not a single day goes by without fears and worries. Zunnian, Jinghong, and Jiangchen all thought in unison how bad things were. Everyone in the hall rose to their feet, clasping their hands in a grand gesture, and in unison shouted thanks to the young sage for his teachings. Changqing looked at them with a puzzled smile, wondering what he had said. After clearing his throat, he thought that it didn't matter. It was probably just another attack. Changqing exclaimed that the heavens would place a great responsibility on this man, but first they must test his will and body. Heaven has given him a talent that he can use forever, and all the resources spent will return back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed that a divine oracle had appeared. Jinghong and Zhang Chen looked up to see something shining brightly, and the former asked what it was. The prince asked if it was possible that the auspicious clouds were descending upon them again, and Zunnian said that those clouds were of 7 colors. The amazed emperor cried out that these clouds were now made of pure gold, and in fact, clouds shining bright gold began to fly under the ceiling. Noticing the glow above his head, Changqing raised his head, wondering where the light was coming from. Standing up, he again felt a strange sensation in his stomach and put his hand on it, and bright sparks flew out of it. As it turned out, this bright light was emitted by the spiritual root that was forming in Changqing's abdomen. Feeling that he was getting very hot, Master Ye began to take off his clothes, exclaiming that he was about to burn. Jinghong noticed that something was wrong with Changqing and pointed his finger at him. Zunnian, still in shock, asked if this was a divine image. A translucent copy of Changqing was flying above his head, folding his hands in prayer. Tianshan exclaimed that this was the sage's Dharma body. A bright beam of light came from Changqing, illuminating the entire hall. Tianshan, who was standing closest, had to cover his eyes with his hand because the light was too blinding. The emperor exclaimed that this was a holy light. The emerging force began to push ordinary officials back. Looking into the hall, Zunnian noticed something that surprised him even more, and he called out to the elder. As it turned out, all the officials sat back down on the floor as if meditating. Tianshan asked if they had all achieved enlightenment. Jiangchen slowly opened his eyes, and on his forehead there was a bright spark of power. He said with a smile that they had studied the scriptures for many years, but did not understand their true meaning. He knelt down and once again expressed his gratitude to Changqing for his instructions. Changqing, not understanding anything, wondered how everyone could achieve enlightenment after hearing this nonsense. He frowned and said that he was proficient in the 4 arts, but could only create cheap special effects. Raising his hands to the sky, he cried out bitterly, asking who had stolen his role as a big shot in cultivation. In response to the man's cry, the golden clouds shone even brighter than before. A bright beam of light burst forth from these clouds again. Following this, some object began to appear from them. Changqing looked up and noticed that it looked very familiar. The man put his hand forward, caught his pagoda in his palm, and asked how it got there. The officials, noticing this, exclaimed that it did not seem like this pagoda was an illusion. It seemed to be real. And they wondered whether this pagoda could be the Great Yellow Pagoda. Hearing these conversations, Changqing wondered where they got the idea that this was a legendary treasure. Weighing it in his hand, he noticed that this pagoda was heavier than his wooden one. Maybe it was real. The pagoda rose from Changqing's palm and began to emit a bright light. Tianshan shouted that she recognized her master. She recognized the sage as her master. Changqing's face darkened. He frowned and closed his eyes. This pagoda began to enter the man's palm, merging with his body. Almost all of it entered his palm. Changqing thought that he couldn't control it at all. Following this, Changqing's eyes widened, and a bright light shone in his eyes. The man opened his mouth and spoke in a voice that was not his own. He said that he was the mystical yellow pagoda, the most sacred object in heaven and earth. The pagoda ordered everyone to bow to the master, and they obeyed. Everyone in the hall shouted out congratulations to Changqing for having found the sacred treasure. A couple of days passed after the lecture. The 13th princess, wagging her tail, looked at her painting. Xingzhu played the qin, and Yingxing paced nervously around the room. She finally told the other girl that Master Ye hadn't left his room for several days. She hoped he was okay. Sangsuk reminded her that Master Ye had told them to only disturb him as a last resort. She said that he might be training to control the chaos coming from the pagoda. Meanwhile, Changqing was in his bedroom, sitting on his bed and meditating. There was a bright light around him. The man raised 2 fingers, starting to read some kind of spell. Opening his eyes, he finished the spell, shouting for the soldiers of the underworld to line up in front of him. He waved his hand, pointing his fingers at the pagoda that was hanging in the air. But nothing happened. The next moment, the pagoda began to fall down. Staring at the pagoda at his feet, Changqing wondered why it wasn't responding. Clutching his head, he said that he already had the spiritual root and the primordial chaos pagoda, but he still couldn't cultivate qi. He noticed that Xingjue's royal diet method had worked before. After thinking for a while, Changqing finally came to a conclusion. He thought that he was still a beginner, so he was only at the first level, and this pagoda was a top-level treasure. Nodding to himself, he said that it was okay then that she was ignoring him. He smiled and pointed out that it wasn't that high-level techniques were too expensive. His palm glowed and a book appeared in his hands, and the man said that sometimes it is much more effective to appear in the dirt. Taking out one of the chaos stones, he said that the last time the Black Emperor brought him only a couple of pieces of the stone, so he needed to find more. He found them to be very useful for a beginner like him and could be used even on sensitive skin. Changqing closed his eyes again and frowned as he recited the spell. His hands formed a seal, and a bright spark shone between his fingers. The man spread his arms out to the sides and a stone flew up between his palms. Streams of energy flowed from the stone as Changqing continued to chant. Changqing opened his eyes and exclaimed with a smile that this was quite a smell. Looking at his hand, he noticed that he felt a strange warmth flowing through his meridians, and this warmth slowly covers the lower part of his stomach. He closed his eyes and said with a smile that this whole body was starting to heat up. Raising his arms to the sides, he joyfully exclaimed that he felt himself being filled with energy. The 13th princess sat in front of her painting and noticed how the energy began to be absorbed somewhere. A moment later, she came to her senses when she realized that her spiritual energy was beginning to be absorbed. Yingxing sat at the table, listening to Xingxue play the melody. Feeling something, the girl opened her eyes and they immediately widened in shock. She noticed how the energy currents were heading in a certain direction, and she called out to Xingxue. Energy streams of all colors were directed towards Changqing's room, and Yingxing exclaimed that all the energy was directed towards the master's room. Xingzhu smiled slyly in response to this. Her fingers began to play the strings again. More energy began to be released. Xingxue laughed and said that if master wanted to absorb her energy, then let him absorb it all. Meanwhile, Liu Changhe was helping Tianshan with meditation. Noticing the change in the energy flow, Liu Changhe jumped to his feet and shouted that he had eaten badly. He rushed towards the elder, shouting at him to be careful. Tianshan couldn't stand it, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. After coming to his senses, Tianshan shouted irritably, asking what was going on. Looking at the floor, he noticed that all the energy began to gather in one place. The elder asked about what kind of death bastard was stealing the spiritual energy of his capital city of the Yan Empire. A servant entered the hall and knelt down to make a report. The man said that the Bureau of Astronomical Calculations was reporting an unusual phenomenon. All the spiritual energy of the capital of the empire is directed to the courtyard of the young sage. The servant suggested that he might be busy cultivating. Tianshan shouted, asking if the young sage's cultivation level had really reached such a level. He said that just one cultivation session had taken away all the spiritual energy of the capital. He would never have thought that the young sage would possess such an ability to cause such a celestial phenomenon. Chang'e told the elder that if this was really what the young sage was doing, then the situation was problematic. Tianshan asked him why this was so. The man responded by saying that the young sage had only cultivated once and had absorbed almost all of the capital's energy. If this is done, other cultivators cannot absorb energy. On the contrary, they will become another source of energy. Almost crying, Chang'e said that even a house of outstanding talents would be left with nothing. Stroking his beard, Tianshan replied that although spiritual energy could be restored, the speed of restoration was clearly less than the speed of cultivation of the young sage. Bowing low, Chang'e said that it would be a disaster for the state if many cultivators left Great Yan. Looking up, he said he thought they might ask the young sage to stop.